the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1476 Odin. The ground was shaking continuously, as if an earthquake was coming. As the two beasts collided with each other, the buildings of Asgard suffered. Although the buildings of Asgard were all high-tech, they could not withstand the torment of the two ferocious beasts. Not only the buildings, but also the surrounding Asgard and skeleton soldiers automatically and consciously stayed away from them. These two guys fought without any fancy tricks, just you give me a punch and I give you a kick. But it happened that those moves hit the body, like thunder. Even the steel as thick as their bodies, was bent by such a beating. But these two guys were not only fine, but the bigger they were, the more energetic they were, and the louder they roared. For a while, there was a sense of mutual sympathy and forgetting about the world. However, this is a battlefield, and the battlefield never discusses things about mutual sympathy. The only rule on the battlefield is to use the smallest cost to destroy the enemy and save yourself. Fenrir is very good at this. Fenrir is very deceptive. When people see it, their first reaction is that it is a ferocious beast. In fact, it is indeed, with a shoulder height of more than 4 meters, teeth that can bite through steel, and claws that can tear apart armor, all of which show that it is the most terrifying beast. But in fact, these are not all of it. If someone only stares at its sharp teeth and claws, then it is too underestimated. Its real strength is actually its ability to appear and disappear at will, as well as its insidious and cunning personality. Fenrir always quietly disappears from the battlefield when the battle is the most intense. This disappearance is not invisibility, which is not very useful in a crowded battlefield. Its disappearance is similar to an ability that allows people to unconsciously ignore it. Well, it is a bit like reducing the sense of existence. Although everyone knows that it is very dangerous, you will unconsciously ignore it in the fierce battlefield. For example, now. Obviously, Hulk is facing Mangago and Fenrir, but no matter Hulk or Mangago, they unconsciously ignore it, as if it is not important. However, the fact is that Fenrir took the initiative to hide himself aside, observing and looking for opportunities. Just like a wolf lying in ambush in the bushes, staring at its prey, looking for the best opportunity to bite off the soft neck of its prey. Roar. Mangago and Hulk are definitely a match made in heaven. They are both invincible, and the angrier they are, the stronger they become. But even so, they can't stand such a high-intensity battle. After punching each other in the face again, the two unconsciously step back several steps, giving each other a chance to breathe. But soon, their angry eyes met again. Without saying anything, they once again let out a meaningless war cry and rushed towards each other again. But at this moment, Fenrir moved. Like a shadow, it came silently behind Hulk and bit Hulk's ankle. The sharp teeth pierced into Hulk's skin and flesh without any hindrance. You know, Hulk had once endured the military's all-round firepower and remained unscathed. As a result, his abnormally tough skin and flesh could not withstand Fenrir's teeth. Swish. After a sound of flesh being torn apart, Hulk's ankle was actually missing a large piece. There were actually several tooth marks left on the white bones. After the successful attack, Fenrir immediately distanced himself before Hulk could react. Even Hulk couldn't be alive and kicking in the face of such an injury. His feet softened and he half knelt on the ground. However, at this time, Mangago's big fist with only 3 claws also smashed Hulk's head hard. Boom. Hulk's head was smashed into the ground. Then came the violent fists. It seems that your beast is about to fall down. Hulk was in a desperate situation, and Kai and Thor were not much better. When Hulk was fighting Mangago and Fenrir, they fought Hela again. However, Hela still had the upper hand. After all, Kai was lame, and Thor couldn't beat Hela. The two were in a miserable state. If this continued, they would definitely have to explain. What else do you have? Thor asked. Kai was about to speak. Suddenly he felt a surge of powerful momentum. Kai quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the momentum. Thor also looked over. Above the palace in the distance, a huge horse was floating in the air, and on the horse, an old man was looking around his city. Odin. Thor raised the ultimate storm and shouted the old man's name. This name seemed to have magic, sweeping across Asgard in an instant, and countless Asgardians who were fighting hard also looked up at the old man who existed like a totem. Odin. the king of Asgard. The undisputed strongest. Of course, Hela saw him too. She smiled. Finally, when she was already bored with these appetizers, the man appeared. Odin was still a little confused. He just took a nap, and then he found that the world had changed a lot. The divine realm he was proud of had turned into purgatory, with fire and corpses everywhere. The noise of the battlefield replaced the laughter of the past. The magnificent buildings collapsed, those huge sculptures like works of art were pushed down, and countless filthy creatures were rampant on the originally smooth and beautiful road. This made the old man a little at a loss. The elderly are slow to accept new things, and Odin had just woken up. So for a moment, Odin felt that he was dreaming. But reality is reality. Hela, even from such a distance, Kai could still feel Odin's raging anger. Thor's face froze. Odin is angry. In Thor's memory, Odin was actually a stubborn and old-fashioned old man most of the time, and sometimes Thor even thought Odin was a little weak. For example, he and his friends went to Jotunheim to find trouble with the frost giant King Loki, but they were chased by the frost giants and Odin came to save them. When Thor saw Odin riding the eight-legged Pegasus Sleipnir, his first reaction was to turn around and kill the frost giants with Odin. But Odin was scared. He did not do it, but apologized to Loki. At that time, Thor felt that Odin was old and had lost his edge. He was just a useless old man. Well, Thor did scold him like that. After that, it was the first time Thor saw Odin angry. He scolded Thor and threw him to the earth. Later, Thor understood Odin's disappointment and anger, so he naturally thought that was Odin's most angry look. But now Thor knows that he is wrong. Odin is now so scary. In fact, after hearing about Odin's previous great achievements, Thor has not done much practical work. He always feels that it is not his father. Because it is difficult for him to imagine what Odin is like that. Now he felt, that's right. Odin was like that, no one wronged him. Although Odin just sat on Pegasus and roared. Thor felt as if the whole sky was about to fall down. At the same time, he seemed to see the bloody storm contained in that roar. This feeling made Thor unconsciously step back a few steps. On the other side, Thor, who was hiding in the back and receiving treatment, was also frightened by such an Odin. Tony actually didn't feel much about Odin's so-called majesty. After all, although Odin was serious when dealing with the Earthlings, he would not specifically target Tony and his friends. This old man is so scary. Richards had recovered at this time. Hearing this, he didn't feel anything strange. After all, he is the God King. I saw Hulk. Kai brought him here too, but he doesn't seem to be doing well. Should we go to help? Strange was calmer than Richards. He followed Ancient One to learn and knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Ancient One had fought with Odin before, so he knew Odin's strength too well. So it was not strange at all that he had such momentum. Although he was in a very bad condition now, he was still observing the battlefield through magic. He saw the scene where Hulk was beaten by Mangago. Tony had been pulled out of the mecha at this time, and his injuries were under control. He was just wrapped in bandages, and looked like he had studied abroad in Egypt. After hearing what Strange said, he struggled to sit up from the bed. But the next second, a muscular lady came over and pushed him back. What are you doing? You can't move because of your injuries, do you understand? Well, this is the Asgard field nurse. Thor grinned at the muscular lady. Miss Hildegard, I'm married. You should call me Miss Hildegard. Also, no matter what you do, I won't allow my patients to make threatening moves. Are you sure? Ms. Hildegard is an old lady who looks more like a warrior than an Asgardian warrior. From her appearance, it can be seen that she is not young. She is the best medical staff in the whole Asgard. She often serves the royal family, especially Thor, who has always been her service object. Because of the achievements of Tony and others, Asgard specifically ordered to give them the best medical resources. If these guests who helped Asgard died in Asgard, the whole Asgard would be ashamed of it. So Ms. Hildegard, who is best at patient management, was arranged to come. Do you know how I usually confirm whether the patient has recovered? Ms. Hildegard stared at the three Earth rookies who had no meat with a bad look. The look was so imposing that the three people's hair stood up on their backs. Tony was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, how to confirm, as long as you can withstand my punch, you can be discharged. Ms. Hildegard put her fist as big as a casserole in front of Thor. Looking at this fist that was bigger than his face, Tony very gently pulled up the quilt that fell on his chest, covered it well, and then said with a smile, misunderstanding, I am seriously injured now, and I don't plan to be discharged." Ms. Hildegard squinted at the other two weak chickens. "Really? Right, that's right. I feel like I'm dying. I want to rest." The other two also said smoothly, "I want to stay in the hospital. I love the hospital. I won't go anywhere." "Huh?" Ms. Hildegard snorted coldly, then turned around to get busy. The hospital is very busy at the moment, and she can't keep wasting time on the three of them. "I feel like Thor might not be able to beat this nurse." Tony wiped the sweat from his forehead. The push from the lady just now made Tony feel his chest start to hurt again. The physical strength of Asgardians and humans is completely different. Perhaps a gentle push for Asgardians is enough to break half of an Earthling's ribs. It's normal. Hospitals need this kind of nurses. Strange also gave up his plan to commit suicide and lay down on the bed honestly. American hospitals are different from Chinese hospitals. Most of the nurses in Chinese hospitals are very young. Occasionally, you see older ones, and they are all head nurses. There are many middle-aged nurses in American hospitals. 1/3 of the registered nurses in the United States are over 50 years old. As for why Chinese nurses are so young, it is because the nurses in Chinese hospitals have too much work intensity. Generally speaking, older nurses can't bear it at all, so they either quit directly or transfer to a more relaxed position from the front line. On the one hand, it is because young people are not very willing to become nurses. The salary is low, the tasks are heavy, and there are many requirements. On the other hand, American hospitals also prefer nurses with more experience. Nurses, like doctors, rely on experience. Especially for some disobedient patients, older nurses can control them. Basically, every hospital has a few tall and fierce nurses. Don't think that the status of nurses in hospitals is low. Many experienced nurses can scold those young doctors to tears. "What about Hulk?" Richards asked a little worriedly. However, before Thor and the others could speak, Mangorg's roar resounded throughout the god's domain. "Odin." Mangorg immediately abandoned Hulk after seeing Odin. For it, nothing is more important than Odin. The three people in the ward looked at each other and then breathed a sigh of relief. Odin didn't even look at Mangorg. It's not that he despised Mangorg. On the contrary, Mangorg was a very, very difficult enemy. No matter how much attention he paid, it was not too much. But the problem is that compared to Mangorg, Hela is more difficult. Odin raised his hand. The eternal spear in Frigga's hand suddenly came alive, suddenly broke free from her hand, and flew straight towards Odin. After getting the eternal spear, Odin pointed it at Mangago without hesitation. Boom! A golden beam of light fell on Mangago. The huge energy pressed Mangago to the ground in an instant. It couldn't move. Chapter 1477 Twilight Sword. It can be seen here that Odin is not on the same level as the others. He dealt with Mangago so easily, as if he had just dropped a stone. When the light faded, a small part of Mangago's body had disappeared. However, this kind of injury is nothing to Mangago, because it is immortal. This is why Odin can only imprison it. It is just a copper pea. There is no way to do anything except imprisonment. Odin, look, even if half of his body has disappeared, this guy is still full of energy. Of course, this guy went crazy when he met Odin, and he didn't care about anything else at all, and he just kept shouting Odin. Frigga. Odin didn't even look at Mangago, but just casually gave his wife an order. Frigga and Odin have been married for so many years, and Frigga knows exactly what Odin is thinking. So Frigga just nodded, and then began to cast a spell, and then Mangago's eyes blurred, and then it saw Odin coming in front of it, wanting to fight it alone. When Mangago heard this, he couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't even care about his own physical defects, and jumped up from the ground and chased after Odin in his eyes. Frigga's specialty. Illusion. It's so easy to use against an enemy like Mangago who has a brain full of muscles. In fact, Mangago has never been a problem for Asgard. If no one cooperates with it, Asgard has plenty of ways to deal with it. If Fenrir hadn't been by its side before, it would never have been able to fight Hulk for so long. Seeing Frigga succeed, Odin didn't care. He turned his head and looked at Hela. There was a complex look in his eyes. To say that Odin doesn't regret it is absolutely nonsense. It can only be said that he thought too little when he was young, which led to the bitter fruit of today. At that time, Odin wanted to show the majesty of Asgard and display his ambitions, and at the same time to strengthen Asgard's strength to deal with the arrival of Ragnarok. As a result, she was eager for quick success and turned her own daughter into the monster she is today. Hela hated gouging over the years. She was imprisoned in Helheim and had no entertainment. So she rehearsed countless times in her mind the scene of her meeting Odin again. There were scenes where they would laugh off all grudges. There were scenes where she would cry and accuse Odin of being ruthless and ungrateful. There were scenes where she would be indifferent as if she were a stranger. There were also scenes where she would weakly beg for forgiveness. She had thought of all kinds of scenes, but when she really met Odin, she found that she felt happy from the bottom of her heart. It was the kind of happiness that made her tremble with excitement from the inside out. Finally, her revenge finally came to its climax. Odin looked around and saw the miserable state of Asgard now. He couldn't help but say, "Why? Why haven't you come to your senses after so many years? Awaken. You mean, throw me into Helheim and let me stare blankly at the empty world?" Hela is not as resentful as before. It's been thousands of years, and Hela has reflected on it. She also tried to agree with Odin's approach. Unfortunately, she couldn't convince herself no matter what. Damn it. Didn't I do everything you asked me to do? Didn't I do everything according to what you said, Professor? Where did I go wrong? You wanted to conquer the universe and let me be the executioner, so I did. Then you suddenly said you wanted peace. Hela doesn't know how to describe her feelings at the time. Damn, the change was too fast. It took you thousands of years to turn me into a cold-blooded general. Then you suddenly had an idea to make me a good baby in a few years? If I didn't agree, you would just seal me up. There was no room for me. Damn it, even a lunatic is not as crazy as you. Hela didn't care much about the previous resentment now. After all, they had come to this point and all the grudges were going to end. Accusing him and scolding him at this time would only make her look weak. It would be better to be decent. On the contrary, she was very curious about Odin's transformation. I have collected information in the past few thousand years. You have changed, Odin. You have become a weak old man who can only sit in the palace, trembling, and has no dignity. Can you tell me why? Odin frowned and looked at Hela. Logically speaking, with Hela's personality, she would question herself like crazy even if she started fighting directly. But now Hela is too calm. It's as if she is calm when facing the former enemy of Asgard. Odin has lived for thousands of years and has long been old and shrewd. He knows that the Hela in front of him is no longer his daughter. Of course, Odin was not very sad. He didn't treat Hela as his daughter at the beginning, otherwise he wouldn't have seen the Hela in front of him. With a sip and a peck, Odin still has this awareness you won't understand. Odin's answer made Hela feel very unhappy. Because at the beginning, he also said this, and then sealed her. Unexpectedly, thousands of years later, she still got this answer. This made the originally calm mood surge again. Of course, maybe this is normal Hela. She is a lunatic. If she can control her emotions, she will not be a lunatic. On the other side, Thor and Kai are healing each other, which is actually injecting dragon bone extract. This thing contains a huge vitality, and prolonging life is just one of its effects. Bah. I feel that Odin is getting more and more annoying now. I will have children in the future, and I will never treat him like this, Thor said wildly. You don't even have a girlfriend, where can you have children? Kai exposed him very straightforwardly. Huh? I don't have a girlfriend? Isn't Jane? Thor did not forget that he still has a girlfriend on Earth. This time it was Kai's turn to be surprised. Huh? Are you okay? Jane is still your girlfriend. What boyfriend or girlfriend doesn't keep in touch for several years? Counting it, the last time Thor and Jane met was when the Dark Elves invaded. It's been more than a year. There is no direct flight between Asgard and Earth, and there is not even a down phone call. Speaking of which, Kai hasn't heard from Jane for a long time. After all, they didn't know each other very well. Why not, Kai? Then when was the last time you met? Thor said without any strange expression. More than a year. Kai looked at him expressionlessly. Thor, why? I'm recovering from my injuries. She should understand. Kai suddenly realized it at this time. It was not because of Thor's explanation, but because he suddenly remembered that the concept of time between Asgardians and Earthlings is a little different. Asgardians can live for thousands of years, and 1 or 2 years is not a particularly long time for them. Then do you know what will happen if a man on Earth doesn't see his girlfriend for more than a year? What will happen? The last time he met Jane during the Dark Elves invasion, he was slapped hard in the face. Although it didn't hurt, Thor thought, that should be it? She will find another boyfriend. Thor froze. No, not a slap? What do you think? Kai asked back. Thor didn't know what to say for a moment. Just as Thor was thinking about whether he still had a girlfriend. On the other side, Odin and Hela also fought. In fact, the nonsense before the war actually had no meaning to both of them. Odin knew that he couldn't change Hela with words, although he still said it. Hela also knew that Odin would not let her go, but she still asked why. This father and daughter, in a way, are really alike. Shooter. Gungnir, the eternal spear, was made by the dwarves with branches of the world tree in Uru metal. This spear is sacred. The oath sworn to the tip of the spear can never be revoked and will be fulfilled. Its prototype is a javelin, so when used as a javelin, it is extremely powerful and can penetrate everything. When it is thrown, it is like a meteor streaking through the sky. It is also known as the meteor spear. A golden meteor appeared in the sky. It streaked across the sky and flew towards Hela. Hela crossed her two swords, and countless blades appeared around her, layer by layer, forming 7 layers of blade shields. These blades rotated faster and faster. The light reflected by the blades connected into one. 7 shields appeared in front of Hela. Bang! The outermost blade shield exploded. Bang! The second layer. Bang 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 bang. 4 consecutive layers were shattered into starlight under Gungnir. Only the last layer was left. Hela crossed her hands in front of her chest, and the last layer of shields also gathered there. The shield shrank and condensed into a small round shield. The small shield firmly blocked the tip of Gungnir's spear. Countless sparks burst out between the tip of the spear and the shield. A crazy smile appeared on Hela's lips, but her 7 orifices were bleeding crazily. Countless golden light spots floated out of the blood. That was the power of the gods of Vanaheim. Odin looked at Hela expressionlessly. Hela's power was still in Asgard and had not returned to Hela. Odin knew this from the first time he saw Hela. Now Hela is using other people's power. This is not Hela's heyday. She can't stop it. Crack. Sure enough, the shield broke. Boom. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky. Everything around was vaporized. The power shook the whole of Asgard. Is he dead? Ebony Maw, who was hiding in the dark, stared at the beam of light and said in a serious tone. Not yet. After all, she took my twilight sword. Surtur's crown in Ebony Maw's hand said, I have to admit that this woman is really a lunatic. She actually pulled out the twilight sword, also known as the Sword of Destruction, the Sword of Doom, and the Sword of Fire, is made of an unknown metal. The twilight sword is attached with magic power, which can control a mysterious energy, break dimensional barriers, and counter the existence of Odin's power. What's more terrifying is that it can make the residents of Asgard lose their power. Just looking at the description of this thing, you can know that this sword was born entirely to fight Asgard. Everything is so coincidental. Once the Twilight Sword and the Eternal Fire are combined, it will be able to destroy the entire Asgard. It can be said that it is the nemesis of Asgard. Hela is also an Asgardian, which means that once she pulls out this sword, she will also be restrained. Sure enough, after the light faded, Hela was still standing there intact, while Gungnir returned to Odin's hand. Where did you get this sword? Odin's voice was full of fear. Guess. Hela raised her head with difficulty and said hoarsely. A dark red sword appeared in Hela's hand, with cracks all over the sword body, and in the cracks there was a light like flowing magma. The flames ignited. On the sword body, flames suddenly ignited, and extended along Hela's arm to her whole body. The flames crackled on Hela's body, and Odin could even see Hela's body constantly being burned, then restored to its original state, and burned again in a cycle. You are really crazy. You actually cooperated with Surtur. The Twilight Sword is said to be able to ignite the entire universe. This is of course an exaggeration, but it is no problem to ignite the gods of Asgard. This sword can kill any Asgardian. Even if Hela is the god of death, it is no exception. The Twilight Sword is the nemesis of Asgard. When Hela pulled it out, it was like a good person feeding herself poison. This was also the reason why Odin only stole the eternal flame and did not touch the Twilight Sword. This thing was equivalent to nuclear radiation for Asgard, and holding it would harm itself. Of course not, I just borrowed it a little, just like you did in the past. Hela was talking about Odin stealing the eternal flame from Surtur. Although it's a bit risky, but the effect is good, right? The eternal spear has a must-hit effect, which is equivalent to the law of cause and effect. This thing is very unreasonable. Hela will not be killed by the eternal spear, but she can be defeated, especially when facing the eternal spear. This thing is not reasonable at all. The divine power in her body just now was rioting because of it. Odin launched Gungnir, and it was not Hela's body that was shot, but the divine power in her body. Once the divine power in her body ran wild and was out of control, she would not have the slightest chance against Odin. So in order to fight Gungnir, Hela has been looking for methods or artifacts that can resist Gungnir. Then Ebony Maw proposed to steal the Twilight Sword from Surtur. This is of course risky. After all, the Twilight Sword will burn Hela non-stop until she is completely burned to ashes. So before that, Hela must defeat Odin. As long as she defeats Odin, she can put down the Twilight Sword, and then she will take back her own power and dominate the entire Asgard. In this way, the damage caused by the Twilight Sword will not be a big deal. If she loses, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Hela is not going to return to Helheim. It's better to die. Chapter 1478 Word Spirit. Are you crazy? Odin couldn't understand what Hela was thinking. However, Odin's speech made many people start to complain involuntarily. Ka looked at Thor. Is your father blind? Oh, yes, he is really blind in one eye. That's okay. Hela's madness can be seen with the naked eye. What's the question? Thor moved his lips a few times, but he couldn't find any words to save his father's face, so he just broke the jar and said, yes, his eyesight has always been not very good. Thor felt no burden at all to say something bad about his father. Just tell me, what did Odin do right about Hela? Tony on the other side was also talking about this. This old man has no self-awareness at all. You sealed your daughter for thousands of years. If he is not crazy, then what's wrong? The other two couldn't agree more. Just think about a person being locked up in an empty world for thousands of years. It's terrifying to think about it. Even more extreme, if they encounter such a situation, they would probably prefer Odin to be straightforward and kill them directly and put an end to it. Hela did not respond to Odin's accusation at all. Isn't this obvious? Besides, she didn't have enough time. The crimson flames of the Twilight Sword were burning on her body. The pain that penetrated deep into her bones was tormenting her all the time. She could clearly feel that the divine power and vitality in her body were burning rapidly. Once her divine power and vitality were not enough to meet the consumption, she would be burned to ashes. How could she have time to talk to him? So it was Hela's sword that responded to Odin. The ground under Hela's feet bulged and turned into a giant sword, carrying her towards Odin. Seeing this scene, Odin also knew that his eldest daughter probably had nothing to say to him, so he put away his complicated emotions, took a deep breath, and urged the eight-legged Pegasus under his crotch to rush towards Hela. The eight-legged Pegasus ran in the air as if it was on flat ground. 8 horse hooves stepped on the air, making a rumbling sound. Odin held Gungnir in his hand like a knight charging from ancient mythology. Just when the two were about to meet, Gungnir's spear tip suddenly shot out a golden beam of light. Boom! The scorching rays of destruction exploded on Hela, and the huge energy shattered the giant sword under Hela's feet. However, Hela herself was safe and sound in the flames of the Twilight Sword. Although the Twilight Sword was slowly killing Hela all the time, it was saving Hela from another perspective. Odin also knew that Hela was not so easy to kill, so he quickly urged the eight-legged Pegasus to start circling around Hela, and Gungnir in his hand kept spraying destruction rays at Hela, intending to wear Hela to death. As an experienced warrior, Odin has experienced too many battles. Many times, he doesn't need to fight in person. He only needs to look at the enemy to see the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, so as to formulate a battle plan. For example, Hela in front of him. Although Hela's strength cannot be compared with her heyday due to the complexity and mismatch of her divine power, with the addition of the Twilight Sword, her strength can barely return to her heyday. And Hela's characteristic is that her attack is high and her defense is low. If it were in the past, Hela had the complete power of death, which would naturally not be considered a disadvantage. Back then, Hela fought for several days and nights, and was besieged by countless people. She killed countless enemies before she was exhausted and let Odin capture her in one fell swoop. So under normal circumstances, it is not a correct choice to fight Hela, especially when Odin is already very old. Although Odin's strength is much stronger than when he was young, his body has become more and more aged under the pressure of huge divine power, and he has long been overwhelmed. This is still the treatment of dragon bone extract, otherwise, Odin will only be weaker. In short, Odin also has high burst and low endurance. It's not that the mana is not enough, but that the body can't bear it and the endurance is poor. But now the situation is different. Hela picked up the Twilight Sword. As a result, Her endurance is worse than Odin's. Odin simply has poor endurance, while Hela is burning her life. Odin doesn't need to fight her head-on, just wear her out. Of course, Hela is not a game character. She will not follow the established procedures to do things, she will think. After understanding Odin's plan, Hela responded decisively. The flames on Hela's body suddenly erupted, slowly pushing back Gungnir's destructive rays. This is an explosion in exchange for accelerating the burning of life. But Odin is still not in vain, he is in Asgard. Here, Odin is equivalent to staying in the spring water. Maybe Hela can resist for a while, but she will eventually lose. However, Hela's purpose is not to fight Odin at all. Her target is Odin, the eight-legged Pegasus under his crotch. Boom. Once again, the crimson flames on Hela's body erupted like a volcanic eruption, interrupting Odin's rays. It was also at this time that several sharp swords suddenly penetrated the flames under the cover of the flames. A few puffs. Several sharp swords pierced the eight-legged Pegasus. Odin's body tilted and he fell off the Pegasus. He didn't cry and mourn for his comrades. He was an old soldier. On the battlefield, who would have nothing to do but sigh about these things? A real warrior, on the battlefield, even if his own son died in front of him, must be focused. After all, once he was distracted, he would be cried by others. The moment he fell off the Pegasus, Odin knew that something was wrong. So he immediately raised Gungnir. As expected, Hela came close. Her twilight sword slashed Gungnir's gun fiercely. Old thing. You are old. Then several long swords suddenly flew out and stabbed Odin directly. However, at this moment, two crows flew from nowhere and pecked at the flying swords fiercely. Ding ding dang dang. The flying swords were immediately bounced away. These two crows are famous, named Fukin and Muni. They are Odin's right-hand man in his eyes and ears. Odin doesn't have Heimdall's clairvoyance and hearing, but he can still grasp the overall situation of the nine realms, because of these two crows. They have the ability to travel through space and can fly to any location in the nine realms at will. They always perch on Odin's shoulders and whisper to him. Of course, such awesome things can't be flesh and blood creatures. They are also artifacts. They just highlight a rich and powerful. These two things can be understood as drones, but they are just the top of the universe versions. In addition to collecting intelligence, this thing can also be used for fighting. Although Hela is powerful, but Odin will only be stronger. At the same time, he's experienced and has a lot of tricks. For a while, the two fought in the sky above Asgard. Seeing that the two were entangled, Ebony Maw, who had been hiding, finally moved. Let's go. After saying that, Ebony Maw disappeared, and when he appeared again, he had entered the depths of the Asgard palace. Outside the royal treasury, a pair of elite Asgardian soldiers are guarding the treasury diligently. Although the battle outside is very lively, this place is equally important to them. There are too many dangerous artifacts in the treasury. Most of the artifacts collected by Asgard over the past 10,000 years are placed in it. Originally, this place was protected by the destroyer. With it, the safety factor of the treasury is very high. Unfortunately, the destroyer was given to Kai by Odin. So Odin can only arrange manual security. Just when a team of Asgardian guards were patrolling this howling outside the treasury, suddenly the surrounding golden walls silently decomposed and turned into a pile of golden sand. These golden sands floated in the air, gathered silently, and then approached the guards from behind. The location of the treasury is in the deepest part of the palace, and a large part of the surrounding area is not allowed to be approached. So except for the footsteps of the guards and the friction of armor, it is very quiet here. Suddenly, these footsteps and the friction of armor stopped. Then there was a series of muffled sounds, like the sound of a ball or something falling to the ground. Then, several guards fell to the ground silently. Their heads were still rolling on the ground. It turned out that just now, the golden sands had cut off the heads of all these guards. Soon, Ebony Maw appeared from the shadow of the corridor. At the same time, on his hands, wisps of golden sands were slowly floating around his fingers. It seems that the guards of Asgard are only so strong, Ebony Maw said a little complacently. Of course, the powerful people are all outside. Surtur was a little excited. He would be able to get the eternal flame back soon, so he was in a very good mood, so he also wanted to talk to Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw did not refute. He was not a reckless man like Black Dwarf who liked to fight head-on. For him, as long as the result was what he wanted, the process and so on did not matter. The guards outside have been cleared, and only the last guard of the treasury is left. Don't let me down. I don't think you want to face Odin, do you? Ebony Maw suddenly thought of the scene of Odin and Hela fighting, and shuddered involuntarily. Don't worry. I cherish my life more than you do. Ebony Maw is not afraid of death. As long as it is for his master's career, he is happy to sacrifice his life. Of course, if possible, he would rather witness the last scene before dying. Then Ebony Maw walked towards the treasury leisurely. The guards of the treasury soon noticed Ebony Maw. But just when they were about to sound the alarm and attack Ebony Maw, "Don't move," Ebony Maw suddenly uttered an ancient word. The amazing thing is that no one has heard of this word, but everyone else can understand its meaning. What's more amazing is that as this word is uttered, a mysterious force controls everyone. Word spirit. As the leader of the 5 black generals, Ebony Maw is naturally not a person who gets his reputation in vain. He can be the right-hand man of Thanos, not just because he is a military advisor. The weak are not welcome in the Dark Order, at least the other 4 of the Black Order will never accept a weakling as their leader. Ebony Maw has 2 most powerful abilities. One is his magic ability, such as the method he used to kill the guard just now. The second is the power of his words. It is not an adjective, although he is indeed very good at using words to seduce and confuse others, and is even called the black tongue that spreads lies and evil everywhere by the outside world. But the words in his mouth are indeed powerful. It means that what he says is what he means. This is an extremely ancient ability. Of course, it is an exaggeration to say that what he says is what he means. After all, this ability needs to be combined with an ancient language to work. But this language is obscure and difficult to understand, and it has been lost, leaving only a few words. Ebony Maw doesn't know much, and this thing is not all-powerful. The stronger the enemy, the less effective it is. It is very useful to clean up enemies like soldiers, but it has limited effect on strong enemies. Those Asgard guards were shocked and angry to find that every part of their body could not move. Kneel down, the words were activated again. Boom. A group of people really knelt down. Ebony Maw floated in front of a guard and lifted his chin with his finger. Open the treasure house. Well, he didn't know this ancient saying, so he couldn't use the words. How could the tough guy in Asgard listen to him? He just spat out a mouthful of saliva. However, his saliva did not fall on Ebony Maw's face. The ball of saliva flew in the air. Then Ebony Maw controlled it back to the guard's face. Last chance, open the treasure house, humph. The other party sneered at him. Ebony Maw was not angry. After all, he was a villain, and a principled villain. He couldn't do this job without some psychological quality. Every time they arrived at a planet, they carried out a massacre, randomly killing half of the population. The insults they encountered were countless. If they had a bad mentality, they would have been angry to death. Of course, being a villain, it is naturally impossible to have a good temper. Although the goal is great, the means need to be a little brutal. As I said, without some tricks, you really can't do this job. I saw that ball of saliva went directly into the guard's body from the pores on his face. Then the guard knelt on the ground and began to wail. It took 2 full minutes before he died. It was a very miserable death. Don't play around. Open the treasury quickly. Surtur was a little impatient. Be patient, King Surtur. The treasury is protected by magic. If you force it, it will take longer. Ebony Maw then found the next guard. He did the same thing. Threaten, then torture. After all this, only 1 guard died. This is the last chance. What do you think? Will you cooperate? Ebony Maw still asked slowly. The last guard's performance was a bit unbearable. He was trembling and sweating. Don't feel ashamed. Staying alive is the most primitive instinct of life. There is nothing shameful about it. The magic of this treasure house can't stop me. It just takes a little time. You see, your companions are all dead. You have fulfilled your duties. You need to think about yourself now. You have a family, right? A wife? Well, it seems that you do. Children? Oh, your wife is pregnant? Do you want to see them? As the words continued, Ebony Maw seemed to be able to peek into the heart of the guard. In fact, it was true. From the beginning, Ebony Maw began to cast spells. Everything he did before was to prepare for the last guard. He used spells to magnify the fear and weakness in the heart of the guard. Everything he did before was to break the psychological defense of the last person. That's why he was so straightforward before. Just help me save time and you can survive. This is a good deal. What Ebony Maw has to do is to continuously expand the psychological gap of the guard, so that he can't help but follow his words. Finally, he is under his control. Chapter 1479. I have a stiff neck. I will update 2,000 words first and make up for it tomorrow. I have to say that Ebony Maw is still okay. At least in playing with people's hearts, he is much better than Surtur, the real demon. Seriously, why do you want to follow Thanos? You are even better at playing with people's hearts than Mephisto. You will definitely be a competent demon, how about it? Do you want to go back to the demon dimension with me? Watching Ebony Maw learn the guard step by step to open the door of the treasure house, Surtur immediately became interested in talent. The Mephisto he was talking about was another demon monarch in the demon dimension, with the same status as Surtur. But compared to Surtur, Mephisto is relatively gentle. He doesn't like to kill everywhere like Surtur. He likes to divide countless incarnations and scatter them to various worlds, corrupt people's hearts with transactions, and lure countless souls to fall into his hands automatically. Well, Ghost Rider is Mephisto's masterpiece. But it seems that he has overturned. Johnny has escaped from his control, and the spirit of vengeance has also escaped from Mephisto's control. But it's nothing. It's common sense that demons fail. Otherwise, the real world would have been ruined long ago. Which demon lord has not had a car accident? Surtur was robbed of the eternal fire, which caused his power to drop greatly. He could only stay in his old nest for thousands of years without coming out. For demon lords, failure is not terrible at all. It can even be said that they don't care about temporary success or failure. For example, Mephisto, Johnny has indeed escaped from his control. But so what? Johnny has signed a contract with him. He doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to wait for Johnny to die naturally, and he can still get Johnny's soul. As for the spirit of vengeance, that's even more ridiculous. Mephisto has experienced this situation where the Ghost Rider doesn't listen to him countless times. Anyway, in the end, the spirit of vengeance and the Ghost Rider's soul still return to his hands. For these demon lords, their concept of looking at things is completely different from that of the real world. Temporary failure is nothing. If you put something on a long timeline, you will come to a completely different conclusion. Haha, Thanos' ideals are not something you demons can understand. Ebony Maw was not fooled at all. As the most deceitful person in the Dark Order, he naturally knew that demons were not to be trusted. Surtur did not entangle, he just said that. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, forget it. The most important thing now is to get the eternal flame. Roar. Hulk punched Fenrir in the face, knocking out several of its teeth. However, Fenrir also left 3 scratches on Hulk's chest. The two violent beasts separated. They fought from beginning to end, and basically they have never separated since Mangago left. And the fighting method is also random, just rushing up and entangled. You bite me, I slap you, you give me a claw, I give you a punch. Although it looks like a fight between naughty children, it is actually extremely bloody. For example, Hulk's condition is unprecedentedly miserable. His ankle is bitten off, there are 3 huge claw marks on his chest, and a large piece of flesh is torn off his back. He walks with a limp. And Fenrir is not much better. One of its front paws turned into noodles, and the bones inside were completely broken. At the same time, the original wound on its abdomen expanded many times, and the rotten internal organs inside were scattered all over the ground. Its tail was also pulled out by Hulk, and half of its teeth were also broken. However, both of them have the attribute of immortality, so although they look miserable, they are not really fatal. In contrast to the two, there are Odin and Hela, a father and daughter. Odin's hair, which was originally meticulously groomed, has been scattered, and there are huge wounds on his thighs and abdomen. Although Hela has no obvious wounds, half of her body has completely turned withered and black. From the left half of her body, she is a normal and healthy woman, but from the right half of her body, she is a rotten and black corpse. The same is true for her face. Half of her face is a normal woman, and the other half is a charred corpse. In fact, her situation is much more serious than Odin's. The Twilight Sword is constantly consuming her life. If this continues, she will really die. Are we really just going to watch? Kai asked Thor a little embarrassedly. From the beginning, the two of them just started to watch the show and didn't participate at all. This made Kai, who is used to fighting tough battles, very uncomfortable. Thor shook his head. No, if we go there, we will really cause trouble. Thor also doesn't like to be a coward. But Odin doesn't allow him to participate. Thor is not really stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart. At least in terms of fighting, he has an extraordinary innate intuition. He understands what Odin means. Odin's meaning is very clear. That is, with Thor's strength, participating in such a battle will not only be impossible to give Odin any support, but will distract Odin. If it was before, Hela hadn't pulled out the Twilight Sword, or even in Hela's heyday, Odin would not stop Thor from participating in the battle. After all, there is still a fight. But now it's not possible. The Twilight Sword is too restrained on the Asgardians. With Hela's current condition, plus the Twilight Sword, it is really possible to kill Thor in one blow. Odin now only has Thor as his son. Although they all know that Loki is still alive, Loki is destined not to inherit the throne of Asgard. Odin needs to be responsible for the survival of Asgard. Moreover, Odin is sure to defeat Hela. So he refused Thor's participation in the battle. Is that sword really that powerful? Kai is not a fool. Odin's attitude cannot be simply because of Hela. After all, he and Thor have just fought with Hela. Although the two of them are a little reluctant to join forces, they can still fight and are definitely not a nuisance. Odin can only make such a decision because of the new variable, the big sword he has never seen. The Twilight Sword, Surtur's artifact, is specifically used to restrain us Asgardians. It can invalidate all the immunity of us Asgardians, Thor explained. Then he pursed his lips and said, "This sword killed my two uncles, Willy and Faye." Oh, Kai nodded, expressing his understanding. No wonder Odin didn't dare to let Thor go. There's a shadow of emotion. But then he couldn't help but ask curiously, what about humans? Thor was stunned. This question is beyond the scope. No one has studied it before. In the era when Odin and Surtur were fighting, humans were still wandering in the Neolithic age. Whether it was Odin or Surtur, they were bored and went to study humans. After that, Surtur became a homebody and didn't come out of his nest for thousands of years. Naturally, there was no chance to experiment. I don't know, Thor was confused. Then it's not self-control, Kai nodded and said, that's easy. Damn, I slept at my desk at noon today in the company. I don't know why, but I got a stiff neck. I feel uncomfortable. I can only rest first and plan to go for a massage during lunchtime tomorrow. Now I can only try to apply a plaster. Chapter 1480 Buff is wrong. To be honest, Kai really didn't intend to intervene at first. After all, he was quite confident in Odin, but after Hela pulled out the thing, things changed a little bit. Odin couldn't hold it anymore. Although Odin might not lose, it would be fun if Odin lost. After all, Hela could still defeat both of them without that thing. At that time, no one could stop Hela from taking Asgard. With Hela's madness, the Earth would definitely not be able to stay out of it. So Odin can't die, at least not now. Kai took a deep breath and summoned the destroyer armor again. What are you going to do? Of course, to help your father. That thick and big thing can restrain you, but it may not be useful for us humans. It's worth a try. Kai snatched the ultimate storm from Thor's hand. Hey! What are you doing? Thor always felt something was wrong and insecure without holding something in his hand. This has become a conditioned reflex. You know, Thor used to take his precious hammer with him even when he took a shower. Now that the hammer is his, if he doesn't take a substitute, he will go crazy. It's useless for you to go up anyway, so you might as well return my treasure to me, Kai said as a matter of course. Under normal circumstances, Kai would never lend out such a good thing as the ultimate storm. Even if Thor asked him to borrow the car, he would agree. But the ultimate storm. If it weren't for the emergency just now, Thor could only think about it in his dreams. But, Thor wanted to talk about the Meowth hammer, but now the Meowth hammer has abandoned him, what he said is useless. Kai didn't continue to talk nonsense with him. A gust of wind blew over and the man was already in the sky. Thor was left in the wind. As a result, his eyes swept over Heimdall who was silently bandaging his wounds. Heimdall noticed Thor looking at him. Something, that, Thor said with a little shyness, a little guilt, and a little expectation, can you lend me your bolt steel? Heimdall fell into a daze. It was as if the neighbor Wang asked him when he would go on a business trip so that Wang could come to take care of his sister-in-law. Heimdall's expression was very interesting. First he was dazed, thinking he had heard it wrong. Then he was shocked. How the hell did you say such a thing? Finally, there was a trace of anger and frustration. The anger was because the artifact was like their wife to them. How could they lend it out casually? The frustration was because he was an honest man. Facing the old Wang who was younger, more handsome, more senior, and richer than himself, he dared to be angry but not speak. A few seconds later, Thor grabbed the big sword happily, and the expression on his face was asking for a beating, just like a little yellow hare. Heimdall sat on the ground with tears in his eyes, staring at his wife. He watched Thor swing his bolt steel roughly like a hammer, and he was so angry. Be gentle with it. Don't break it. That look really looked like a dog calling out to a scumbag, asking him to be gentle with the goddess. Thor has always been a rich second generation, and he takes goddesses very seriously, otherwise he wouldn't give away things in the treasure house casually. Just when Hela and Odin were in a stalemate, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed. Odin was furious. He had long told Thor not to interfere, but he didn't expect him to. Oh, it's Kai. That's alright. Ling. Kai's axe was blocked by the Twilight Greatsword, and then Hela shot several sharp swords at Odin. Odin immediately spun the Eternal Spear and knocked down those swords. And Hela took this opportunity to kick Kai in the chest. The three of them also distanced themselves from each other. What's that expression on your face? Kai saw the whole process of Odin's expression changing just now clearly. When Odin saw the lightning, he was angry at first, then relieved, and then became expressionless again. The changes in emotions were written on his face, and Kai could naturally understand. So he immediately questioned unhappily. It's nothing, I'm old and can't control my muscles. I can't pee anymore, Odin said without any strange expression. This man is old, so there are no more particulars. Go all out. Damn. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Do you need to use your prostate to perform? Aging? Fuck. Why did Odin become like this? After being beaten by his unfilial daughter, he let himself go? Earthlings. After being forced to retreat, Hela was very angry, but when she saw Kai and Odin talking nonsense, and it was so unbearable to hear, she became even angrier. Speaking of which, although Hela has rich experience in fighting, she is still a novice who has never experienced sex. There is no way, such a fierce woman, even for Asgard. Kai then looked at Hela. You have become weaker. This is the most intuitive feeling Hela just gave Kai. Odin looked at Kai in surprise. Kai was beaten like a dog by Hela just now. In such a short time, he has become stronger? Hela frowned and her eyes were fierce. It seems that my guess is right. That sword is useless to Earthlings. In Kai's view, the Twilight Greatsword is a buff, which increases the attack power of Asgard by 300%, and also comes with a percentage of critical strike chance. But this is not without cost. Isn't it the case in the game that the equipment grid is limited? If you add equipment specifically for Asgard buff, you have to remove another piece of equipment. The equipment that Hela removed is her own life and divine power. However, the buff caused by the Twilight Greatsword is useless to Earthlings like Kai. So when Hela faced Kai, it was equivalent to losing her vitality and divine power in vain. To Odin, Hela exchanged her life for combat power, but to Kai, Hela exchanged nothing, only suffered a loss. Really? Odin immediately became alert. Yes, I feel it very clearly, Kai said confidently. Odin finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he finally had the spare time to persuade Hela to surrender. Hela, my daughter, you failed. Put down the sword, at least you can save your life, let's be honest. Odin really didn't want to end his eldest daughter's life with his own hands. Although he was stubborn and dictatorial, he knew very clearly that all this was caused by him. If he hadn't been so eager for quick success, Hela wouldn't have had a complete childhood and her personality wouldn't have been so twisted. He regarded Asgard as too important to the point of sacrificing his own daughter. It was he who personally created a monster named Hela, and sealed her with his own hands. So he has always felt guilty towards Hela, which is why he didn't kill Hela at the beginning. Otherwise, do you think Odin, as the king of gods, really can't do anything to Hela? How is it possible? Chapter 1481, failed to update, still 2000 left, will continue tomorrow. Kai looked at Odin in surprise. Damn, did this old man treat him as a thug? Of course Kai didn't object to the identity of a thug. He came here to help. The title didn't matter. But why do you look like you have Hela in your hands? Hela has become weaker, but Kai may not be able to beat her. Relatively. Do you know what relative means? It's relative to before Hela, not relative to me. Although Kai was full of complaints, he couldn't sabotage him at this moment, so he could only cooperate with Odin's words. his eyes wide open, his face as heavy as water, staring at Hela, looking like a great master. In fact, Odin said this completely strategically. An old hand like him naturally knew that even if Hela was weakened, she was still dangerous. After all, this is a real battle, not a card game, where you look at the numbers directly. It is never a low probability event for the weak to defeat the strong in a real battle. After all, there are too many factors that affect a battle. I suddenly had a stomach ache during the battle. I went out this morning without breakfast, and now I have low blood sugar. I am in a bad mood today and I can't concentrate. I didn't sleep well last night. During the battle, I was blinded by the wind and sand. My legs cramped. Or maybe I was just careless for a moment. In short, there are many things that can affect the outcome of a real battle. Even if Odin is stronger than Hela, can Odin say that he will definitely be able to defeat Hela? Unless the strength is so different that all unexpected factors can be ignored. However, this situation is absolutely impossible between Odin and Hela. So the risk still exists, and it is very large. So Odin simply used words to attack and disintegrate Hela, so as to achieve the goal of subduing Hela at the lowest cost. Odin is no longer at the age of liking to fight bravely. For someone like him who has fought old battles, the method is not important, but the result is important. After all, the method he used to deal with Hela was not very fair, let alone now. Doing everything possible is the exclusive property of this type of old silver coin. Of course, it is true that Odin is ashamed of Hela. After all, if he continues like this, Hela may really die. For Odin, it is much better to lock up Hela than to let her die. Of course, Hela would never think so. Odin, you are really old. In the past, you would never use words to attack the enemy. Too weak, that was when old man Odin was young. He was absolutely an irritable old man with a very bad temper. He would never say anything if he could take action. Take Vanaheim for example. Originally, the two countries lived well and everyone helped each other. As a result, Odin said a word and let others merge into Asgard. If others did not agree, he would go up and attack them without saying a word. You can see how irritable this person is. Hela was familiar with that Odin, so facing the current Odin who actually needed to rely on weak attacks such as language to disintegrate the enemy, she only felt disgusted and particularly contemptuous. Since you are old, just die obediently and give me my throne back, Odin twitched the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he sometimes doubted whether the feng shui of his house was not good. Whether it's Hela, Thor or Loki. His children can always hurt him with the most heart-piercing words. Thor once scolded him in the center of the Rainbow Bridge. Loki also scolded him. If you say Hela is rebellious, he can accept it. After all, he was so embarrassed when he was young that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house with his feet. In that environment, Hela was able to grow up healthily. Odin thought it was the blessing of the ancestors. It was normal to be a little rebellious. But what about Thor and Loki? Odin can guarantee that he gave his love to these two sons without reservation. As a result, Thor became brainless and Loki became unhappy. He is always reflecting on what went wrong now. Strict education. As a result, he grew up crooked. Happy education. He also grew up crooked. What went wrong? Hela, don't be stubborn. All your ideas are wrong. Odin's words were so pale that Kaio almost thought he was visiting a grave. It's a fucking time now. Even if you cry and kneel before Hela and beg for mercy, it will be more effective than this, right? As expected, Hela was unmoved. Do you still want me to stay in the dark, Helheim? Then let's see who dies. Just when Hela was about to continue fighting. Suddenly, the ground shook. Hela and Odin's faces suddenly changed. Surtur, too, they felt the beating of the eternal fire. You brought Surtur to Asgard. Odin immediately suspected his crazy daughter. After all, only she could do such a thing. Hela ignored him. Instead, she roared with a ferocious face, Ebony Maw. Hela was so smart that she didn't need to think too much. She quickly locked the suspect. No, it was basically a stone hammer. And Ebony Maw, who was being talked about by Hela, was also furious at this time. The treasure house of Asgard is very spectacular. Ebony Maw swears that he has never dreamed of so many artifacts in his life. There are weapons of destruction left over from the ancient times of the Dark Elves. There are artifacts made by the dwarves for the Asgardian warriors of all generations. There are dangerous spoils brought back from various worlds by Asgard after conquering the 9 realms. There are also artifacts left behind by Asgard after fighting with other cosmic races. In short, The family assets accumulated over a full 10,000 years are so rich that a well-informed terrorist like Ebony Maw is instantly lost in those terrible wealth. Previously, the Dark Cult and the Judge Ronin of the Kree Empire raided the Void. The boss of the Void is King Uther, a famous collector in the universe. This guy has lived for an unknown number of years and is called the Elder of the Universe. He has no other hobbies, but he has a serious collecting habit and likes to collect things or creatures of extraordinary value. This guy is the Marvel version of the King of Figures. But they raided King Uther's lair and never saw such artifacts. What would Ebony Maw do when he saw so many good things? He is not greedy for money. In fact, the members of the entire Dark Cult are standard idealists, well, dark versions of idealists. But these people are basically free from vulgarity. They don't care much about money. You can believe that until now, the people in the Black Order basically have no salary, and many of them even brought their property to join Thanos. Really spend money to work. To be honest, Thanos' personality charm is really unmatched. The reason why Ebony Maw is greedy is purely because these things are not just as simple as wealth. Every item here has a terrifying power. If it is used for their dreams, Ebony Maw would be strange if he is not greedy. Unfortunately, before Ebony Maw can find a way to pack these things away, Surtur directly controlled his mask and jumped into the eternal fire. Then, a huge giant rose from the flames. The treasury became a ruin. Ebony Maw could only grab a huge glove and run away. Thinking of the artifacts in the ruins, Ebony Maw felt his heart bleeding. He didn't have time to take any of those things. However, Ebony Maw also knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. After all, Surtur achieved his goal in one go. He would not accommodate Ebony Maw. Anyway, Ebony Maw doesn't dare to bet that Surtur will be grateful. Damn, a demon will be grateful? What is he thinking? Is he crazy? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1482 Infinity Gauntlet. When Ebony Maw appeared again, he had already arrived outside the palace. In his hand, he was holding a huge metal glove. That thing is called the Infinity Gauntlet. This is also one of the purposes of Ebony Maw coming to Asgard. Infinity Gems, Infinity Gauntlet. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that there is a relationship between the two. But the difference is that the Infinity Gems are natural creations. At least no one would think that such a terrible thing is man-made. But the Infinity Gauntlet is man-made. Infinity Gems have always been a legend in the universe, and even the legend is not known to most people. Only a very few people know that there is such a legend, and among these very few, only a very few know that this legend is true. There is no way, there are only 6 of these things in the entire universe. With the vastness of the universe, the probability of this thing falling into the hands of anyone is so small that it can be ignored. In fact, this thing has not been used by many people at all. Therefore, the research on infinity gems in the entire universe is very scarce. But there is an exception to one civilization. That is the space gem. The space gem was obtained by the Asgardians a long time ago. As for how it was obtained, no one knows, at least Odin doesn't know. He only knows that it was given to him by his father. Odin even suspected that the connection between the 9 realms was so strange because of the space gem. However, the Asgardians were very cautious about the space gem and rarely used it. However, research will still be conducted. Otherwise, where do you think the theoretical support for the establishment of the Rainbow Bridge came from? You know, when the Asgardians left the Earth, they were just at the transition from the tribal era to the feudal era, and they had no scientific level at all. But soon, they built the Rainbow Bridge, which is enough to explain a lot of things. But when it came to Odin, a little bit of change occurred. When he was young, Odin was ambitious. He couldn't stand the caution of his grandfather and father. The space gem was in their hands, and they should make the best use of it. He even wanted to accomplish a feat that his predecessor had never accomplished. Gather the other infinite gems. So he ordered the dwarves on the Star Ring to help him design an artifact that could maximize the power of all the infinite gems. He succeeded and failed. The dwarves created the artifact that Odin needed, but he couldn't use it. According to the dwarves' calculations, if Odin collects all 6 infinity stones, he can use the 6 stones to fulfill any wish he wants. The energy of the 6 Infinity Stones is enough to change the entire universe. But at the same time, the backlash of using these 6 Infinity Stones is enough to turn Odin into a useless person. And he cannot be restored. The power of the Infinity Stones is so strong that even if one is used alone, the user will do his best. What's more, if 6 are used at the same time. But if one is used alone, it seems that there is no need to specially create an artifact for this purpose. That's just taking off pants and farting. So this artifact became a chicken rib. Then Odin began to realize the truth, and the incident with Hela broke out. Odin completely lost his spirit afterwards, so he put the Infinity Gauntlet aside and threw the cosmic cube to the earth. Now, there is another ambitious man with the same idea as Odin, collecting all 6 Infinity Stones. The difference is that this man is more determined. The Infinity Gauntlet is a chicken rib for others, but for him, it is undoubtedly an artifact that must be obtained. This person is naturally Thanos. If he can't get it from Asgard, Thanos can only solve the problem from the source and let the dwarves help him rebuild it. But this still has to face Asgard. Otherwise, how can Asgard be a thorn in Thanos' eyes? Whatever he does, he really can't get around Asgard. No wonder he deliberately deals with Asgard. It's really too damn coincidental. Ebony Maw brought Surtur to Asgard and got the Infinity Gauntlet. The mission completion is very good. Even the most stringent people can't blame him, but Ebony Maw is still like a bereaved mother. Damn, so many artifacts. But looking at Surtur, who was soaring wildly after eating Camelot, Ebony Maw knew that he could only withdraw. You know, there are no friendly forces on the scene, and he may be killed at any time if he stays here. Thinking of this, Ebony Maw took out an amulet. It was an artifact from the collection of a collector. This is a scientific creation, a space teleporter. The manufacturing technique has been lost, and the condition of this thing is not very good. It broke after one use. That's why it was collected by collectors. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed, and Ebony Maw disappeared. Ebony Maw? Odin looked at Hela in surprise. It turns out that this unfilial daughter not only hooked up with Surtur, she also hooked up with Thanos. Think about the monster armies that appeared before. It turns out that you have united with everyone who is against Asgard. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You have played it so well. Then Odin had no time to care about Hela. Because Surtur, that bastard, was just like eating Camelot raw, growing out of his palace, and getting bigger and bigger. Demon. Go back to your world. Odin flew into the sky without hesitation, raised the Eternal Spear and shot it fiercely. The Eternal Spear immediately turned into a meteor, and with a bang, it pierced Surtur's chest. However, when the Spear of Eternity returned to Odin's hands, the big hole in Surtur's chest had gradually recovered in the flames. Odin. Thief. We meet again. This time, your brother didn't sacrifice himself to save you. I will pull out your soul, make it into a wick, and light up my palace. Surtur is now a huge fire giant 1,000 feet tall. His originally disabled and hunched body has become upright and strong. His originally dark and flaming body is now completely burning, as if it is made of living flames. The heat radiating from his body is like a sun, powerful enough to change the weather in Asgard. The palace of Asgard is burning under his feet, and the golden palace is gradually twisting and melting in the flames. Despair, Odin. Asgard is destined to be destroyed. This is the judgment of fate. You can't resist. As Surtur announced the judgment of fate, the flames on the ground seemed to come alive, began to wriggle and deform, and finally formed a huge circular magic circle. Then the flames shot up into the sky, and the center of the circular magic circle suddenly turned into a black hole with red light. There were bursts of noisy sounds. Boom! Countless creatures about the size of cats and dogs rushed out of the black hole. Chapter 1483 Valkyrie. These little things, at first glance, are demons. Because they are too typical, with red skin, a mouth full of fangs, a pair of small horns, a pair of bat wings behind, and a long tail. You can tell they are demons at first glance. But it seems that these things seem to be the bottom of the demons, small and noisy. Then at the edge of the magic circle, big hands stretched out, and then red-haired strong men crawled out. The traces of demons on them were not very obvious. They looked a bit like Vikings. Each of them was strong to death, as if they ate protein powder as a meal. Each of these guys carried heavy cold weapons. Not quite accurate, their weapons were all red, and the air around them was distorted by the heat. These guys looked a bit like relatives of the Asgardians. The only difference from the Asgardians was that they would spit out a wisp of black smoke from time to time. These guys are actually not unfamiliar to Asgard. They are servants of Surtur, fire demons and fire demon servants. The demon lords all have their own style of doing things. For example, Mephisto likes to spread his men to various worlds and let them lure the creatures in the real world to fall. Although this approach seems sticky, it is safer. The creatures in the real world really don't understand the value of their souls. So although Mephisto can't get rich overnight, he can make a steady income. Sangong is special. This guy is very wretched and likes to leave seeds everywhere. He will spread his beliefs, then deceive ignorant girls to devote themselves, then leave his seeds in the girl's belly, and then let the devil's child grow up. These half-bloods with devil's blood will cause the devil's blood in their bodies to boil as their bodies mature, thus being affected. Sangong also seduces his children through blood, asking them to summon their true bodies to come. At that time, the whole world will be wiped out. This is a typical example of casting a wide net. Although the success rate is not very high, there are too many accidents in the growth process of the devil's child. If it dies prematurely, Sangong will be considered a failed investment. But once one grows successfully, Sangong will make a fortune. He is a typical example of not opening a business for 3 years, but making a living for 3 years after opening. Therefore, Sangong has the fewest subordinates among all the demon monarchs, because he doesn't need them very much. He has many children, and they are all very strong. Surtur is the more reckless type. He likes to find a world to invade by himself, and then directly summon a large number of subordinates to flood the entire world. Therefore, Surtur's subordinates are quite well known. As for why the fire demon servants look similar to Asgardians, coincidence. Pure coincidence. Just after a large number of fire demon servants crawled out of the magic circle, they immediately mounted a blazing horse. These fire demon servants seemed to be ignited by the war horses under their crotch, and their whole bodies were burning with flames. The flaming war horses under their crotch also made waves of excited cries, constantly spraying flames to burn everything in the world. With waves of cheers, countless little demons and fire demon servants rushed to Asgard like a torrent of flames. They want to completely destroy Asgard. But this is not over yet. Boom! The ground began to tremble, as if it was the footsteps of some giant beast. Roar! With a roar, a huge head emerged from the magic circle. It was a huge dragon head. This head was as big as a hill. The fire dragon Nidhogg. The dragon that devours the world. Surtur's pet, a bit like his vicious slug, always guards the gate of Surtur's palace. Any fool who dares to enter the palace without Surtur's invitation will be devoured by it. Roar! When it roared again, a large number of evil dragons immediately emerged from the magic circle. They were all descendants of Nidhogg. These evil dragons flapped their wings and pounced on Asgard, who was in panic. Asgardians, they have been frightened enough today. Seeing such a natural disaster coming, Odin, who was originally angry, calmed down. The illusion he had seen in the Fountain of Erd has appeared. The gods are about to fall. When the time came, Odin was no longer anxious. As the king of Asgard, each generation of kings will be tortured by the prophecy illusion. They all think that Ragnarok will be realized in their hands, so each generation of kings will be both irritable and cautious. They will swing between these two emotions and use their own methods to deal with Ragnarok. Only when they are dying will they breathe a sigh of relief, because they know that their responsibility has ended. At the same time, each generation of kings will die with sorrow, because that means Ragnarok will be fulfilled in their descendants. Now Ragnarok, the sword of Damocles that chooses the heads of the Asgardians, has finally fallen. Odin no longer has that feeling of worrying about gains and losses. Heimdall, Odin roared. Heimdall's face was straight, and he immediately took out a horn from his waist. That was the artifact that Odin gave to Heimdall Galler. As long as it is blown, all the warriors loved by Odin in Heria, a group of warriors who were supposed to die, will go to the battlefield again and for the last time. In Heria, a warrior who lives in Asgard's paradise Valhalla in Asgard's legend. In Asgard's legend, only warriors who died in battle can go to that paradise. It is naturally impossible for Odin to really pull those warriors who died in battle back from heaven. The Heria mentioned here refers to the troops that Odin prepared a long time ago to deal with Ragnarok. They came to Asgard and performed the best in thousands of years of war. They were picked out from the battlefield by Odin's most elite guards, the Valkyries. They had died on the battlefield, but were saved by Odin with the power of Asgard, so that they could not go to Valhalla. This is undoubtedly the cruelest treatment in Asgard's culture. But these warriors have no complaints, because they all know the existence of Ragnarok. Out of love for Asgard and the sense of responsibility of the warriors, they are all willing to accept such an ending. They would rather sleep in the palace that Odin prepared for them, Sethrimnir, waiting for the final battle and fighting the final battle for Asgard. They are already dead, and Odin used his divine power to force them to stay in the world. But death is inevitable, and no one can be an exception. So they can only fight once, and once the battle is over, they will inevitably return to Valhalla. So Galar can only blow it once. Heimdall looked at Galar with a complicated expression, and finally his expression became firm. He picked up the horn and blew the long-awaited warning shrill sound. Then the whole universe heard the horn. As soon as the horn sounded, a golden palace appeared out of thin air on the highest peak of Asgard, on the peak that always flashed with golden light. That is the Hall of Valor in the world, Sethrimnir. A pair of eyes full of fighting spirit opened. Inhira woke up. They jumped out of the sleeping dormant chamber as if they had not experienced a long sleep. Immediately fully armed, he left the Asgard without hesitation, jumped on his mount, and rushed out of Sithrimnir like a tide. Thor was beside Heimdall, and suddenly he seemed to be crazy, patting Heimdall's shoulders desperately. It's the Valkyries. It's the Valkyries. Valkyries. They are not dead. As expected, they are not dead. Odin has deceived me again. They are not dead. Among the revived Einherjar, there is a group of particularly conspicuous beings. They rode on silver Pegasus and rushed to the front of all Einherjar. That was Thor's idol, the strongest and most elite force of Asgard. Valkyries. Heimdall was grinning from being beaten by Thor, and he was still injured. Well, this time the injury is more serious. Heimdall looked at the Valkyries with a complicated look. To be honest, Heimdall should have seen the Valkyries. But he was just a kid at that time, so he naturally didn't know what was strong or not. Anyway, what impressed him most about the Valkyries was their image. After seeing it, he will never forget it. No matter how beautiful or ugly they are, they all have dazzling blonde hair. From a distance, their hair seems to be shining. They all wear golden or silver helmets decorated with feathers or bird wings on their heads, blood-red cloaks, and silver tight-fitting battle robes. They hold glowing spears and shields and ride the most powerful white Pegasus. When they gallop in the air, they are like misty clouds, and the white Pegasus they ride can have frost and dew in their manes. That is the best mount in Asgard, the strongest, bravest and most noble beast from the dense forest of Alfheim. The Asgardians respect this kind of Pegasus and think they are a symbol of bravery and beauty. It's so beautiful. Heimdall looked at the heroic Valkyries and said silently in his heart. But soon, he added another sentence. But it's not the most beautiful. Heimdall still remembers the first time he saw the Valkyries. When the Valkyries drove their horses across the night sky, the shining light of their armor cast a series of auroras in the sky. That was the most beautiful. Of course, he wouldn't say it. As for the white moonlight, men like to enjoy it all to themselves. Thor was jumping up and down like a monkey at this moment, waving and shouting constantly. The Valkyries in the sky actually noticed him. Valkyries have enjoyed the attention of the public since the day they were born. At this moment, there are many people on the ground who are so excited that they can't help themselves, but only Thor is a little too exaggerated. Who is that idiot? A particularly burly Valkyrie whispered. Her name is Hildegard. Yes, the same name as the nurse, which is normal. In Asgard, many parents of girls like to name their children after Valkyries. Hildegard was once one of the commanders of the Valkyrie Corps and one of the most powerful warriors in Asgard at that time. She is as generous as a man, and she is also one of Odin's most trusted subordinates. Hildegard has always defended the throne of Asgard for Odin. When war breaks out, Hildegard often travels to other countries to maintain order until the Battle of Hela. It can be said that she is a great warrior who has dedicated her life to Asgard. Beside her, a beautiful Valkyrie who looks more like a princess than a warrior smiled and said, "He looks cute. At least seeing him after a long sleep will make you feel much better. At least this proves that Asgard has not forgotten us." Hildegard pouted. "Maybe, anyway, I don't like idiots." The Princess Valkyrie smiled and didn't speak, but cast her eyes on Hela. Her brows frowned uncontrollably. "I didn't expect to see Hela again. It's unlucky," and Hildegard behaved differently from her again. "I don't think so. I'm quite happy to see her again. Brunhild. After all, we died in her hands last time. Are you convinced? I'm not convinced anyway. Brunhild, once the leader of the Valkyrie Corps, is also the #1 female warrior in Asgard, except Hela. As the chief warrior under Odin, the Valkyrie Corps led by Brunhild is invincible and is Odin's biggest killer. By the way, Brunhild was also the only one who could pick up Mjolnir besides Hela at that time. At that time, Odin really planned to give Mjolnir to Brunhild, but Hela didn't want to. She didn't like Brunhild. No, Hildegard. Our enemy is Surtur. Hela is not the first target. Remember our duties. We don't have time to care about personal grudges. Brunhild, as the strongest female warrior, is not the type who likes to rush directly. On the contrary, she is closer to the type of wise general. She has a calm personality and is not easily swayed by emotions. Of course, when she encounters an unreasonable and powerful person like Hela, nothing can help her. On the other hand, Hela was also quite shocked. You know, most of these Valkyries were killed by her, but now they appeared alive in front of her. She turned her head and looked at Odin. Odin did not pay attention to Hela, but stared at Surtur. Compared with Surtur, Hela was not a big problem. Hela would at most kill her. If it really came to that, she would die and it would be considered as paying off her debt. Odin did not think there was anything unacceptable. He knew best what he had done. But Surtur was not just about killing. If Hela wins, many people will die. But at least Asgard will exist. If Asgard is gone, Hela is nothing. Surtur wins. Asgard is completely finished. The number of deaths is not a question of how many people there are. Instead, the question is, can there be any living people? Surtur's target has never been a certain person, but the entire Asgard. Compared to the entire Asgard, Odin himself is nothing. Hela saw Odin's back and her eyes flashed with ferocity. But in the end, she did nothing. Instead, she waved her hand, and the army of undead that was originally fighting with the Asgard army turned around and pounced on the surging demons. Just as Odin thought. Hela also couldn't accept Surtur destroying Asgard. The disputes and grievances between her and Odin were, after all, their own business as Asgardians. Besides, she really didn't mind ruling the dead, but Nema Surtur wouldn't even leave her the dead. Odin's mouth corners raised slightly, which was a little comforting to Zhu Wei. At least this unfilial daughter of hers didn't go crazy in sabotage at this time, otherwise, Asgard would definitely be finished. Kai saw this scene and didn't understand, what's going on? Did the father and daughter reconcile? If this is true, it would be too bloody. Neither the Taiwanese 8 o'clock drama nor the Spanish soap opera is so bloody. No, it's just that Surtur is worse than my father. Chapter 1484 Where's my great sword? No, it's just that Surtur is worse than my father. Odin shook his head with a wry smile. It's really sad to say that he is obviously his own child, but now he has to stand together with such simple interests. Hela has put away the Twilight Sword. Now, the most important thing is not to let the Twilight Sword return to Surtur's hands. Once the Twilight Sword returns to Surtur's hands, Asgard will be destroyed in an instant. Then they will all die. Give me back my power. Hela naturally couldn't face Surtur in this attitude. Although she didn't allow Surtur to destroy Asgard, Hela would not really work for Asgard for nothing selflessly. So it is necessary to get the power back, otherwise she will become the weakest one. No matter who wins, she will be in trouble. Hela is not that stupid. Odin hesitated. Hela became even angrier. This old bastard actually hesitated. Sure enough, he is a cold-blooded and ruthless bastard. At this time, he is still scheming. Not only does he want to work hard for nothing, but he also wants to kill himself in the process. How shameless. Hela guessed it right. Odin really thought so. Of course, this is not all, there are other reasons. Are you sure you won't attack Asgard as soon as you get the power? Yes, this is what Odin is afraid of. After all, with Hela's mental state, who can guarantee what she will do in the next second? He was not so angry when she heard this. After all, Odin was afraid of himself. I'm just crazy, not stupid. Asgard is mine, and I don't want it to be destroyed more than anyone else. So I won't attack you before Surtur is solved, although Hela said so. But people have to believe it. But Odin still chose to believe it. After all, there is nothing wrong with this. But just when he was about to agree, Kai stopped him. Unless you hand over the Twilight Sword, although the Twilight Sword weakened Hela in a sense, Hela was about to get her own power. If she had the Twilight Sword again, she could kill Kai first, and then kill Odin with a twilight sword. So the best way is to trade one for one. Hela looked at Kai fiercely. But would Kai be afraid of this? He stared back without fear. But the next second, Hela retracted her gaze. Because she suddenly thought, it seems, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, there is no harm in giving them the twilight sword. Can they still use the twilight sword to cut themselves? Haha, give it to this earthling? Not to mention giving him the twilight sword, even if you give him 10 twilight swords, it will be useless, and he won't be able to cut anyone. As for her cheap brother, the same character. Give it to Odin? That's even better. Odin is in this state. If he takes the twilight sword, he will only die faster. Thinking of this, Hela didn't resist much. Moreover, Hela, who got the power of death, didn't think that the broken Asgard would have a chance to seal herself again. At most, it would be a lose-lose situation. But there is a problem. Hela ignored Kai and looked at Odin. You know what the consequences will be if Surtur gets the twilight sword, right? Odin certainly knew what Hela meant. If the sword was in Odin's hands, well, Odin didn't dare to take it, and he didn't have Hela's trick of hiding the sword. It could only be held by someone else. But if the sword was in someone else's hands, it meant that Surtur had a very high chance of getting the twilight sword back. Would that be equivalent to handing your life over to Surtur? But Odin still agreed. I know, but I agreed to hand it over to him. If it was someone else, even Thor, Odin couldn't be sure, but if it was Kai, that would be fine. Odin knew Kai's true identity. Surtur was concentrating on maintaining the magic circle at this time, and asked his men to come to Asgard. As for the conversation between Odin and Hela, he also heard it. But he didn't stop it at all. These Asgardians didn't understand the relationship between the Twilight Sword and him. Let's put it this way, Surtur's complete form is not two shoulders supporting a head. It was Surtur plus the Eternal Flame plus the Twilight Sword. The three combined into one is the complete form. However, unlike the Eternal Flame, Surtur is not afraid of losing the Twilight Sword. He can summon the Twilight Sword at any time. Otherwise, why do you think he dared to give the Twilight Sword to Hela casually? He is not stupid. Are you sure? Hela was still worried. After all, Kai couldn't even beat her, let alone Surtur. I'm sure, Odin nodded firmly. Hela saw more and more demons coming to Asgard, and she also understood that she had no time. So she threw the Twilight Sword to Kai. Kai took the Twilight Sword without hesitation, and then put it into the king's treasury with his backhand. Surtur said that his emotions were stable. Bumpkin. The Valkyries here finally drove away the little demons in the sky and killed them in front of Odin. When all the Valkyries saw Odin again, they all sat on Pegasus, raised their weapons, and saluted the God King. Odin looked at these girls with a little guilt. They're all good. Each of them has been carefully selected and has undergone countless cruel training before becoming a Valkyrie. They should have enjoyed a better life, but they died early at the hands of Hela. That's not all. Odin even deprived every Asgard of the right they were born with. After a heroic death, their souls returned to Valhalla. He sealed them up and planned to use them to fight again. Hela sneered at these weak women. Speaking of which, the establishment of the Valkyrie was not just to deal with the Ragnarok. The establishment of the Valkyrie was shortly after Hela was born. Odin was ecstatic about the birth of Hela. He finally had a talented heir. Unfortunately, she was a girl. Asgard has been established for so long, but it has never had a queen. Before Odin ascended the throne, Asgard was an absolute patriarchal society, and women have always been regarded as appendages of men. This made the prospect of Hela's ascension to the throne a lot of uncertainty. For Asgard, the uncertainty of the successor to the throne will have a great impact on the entire society. So Odin decided to change customs and give women a higher status in Asgard's society. So the Valkyries were formed. Let those female warriors who were not optimistic about the original have a better stage to show themselves. If the plan goes well, by the time Hela grows up, the Valkyries will have changed the Asgardians' views on women. In this way, no one will use Hela as a girl to make a fuss, and the Valkyries may also become Hela's ruling team. It can be said that Odin had considered everything at first. From this, it can be seen that Odin did not really consider Hela. Unfortunately, Hela has always had a very bad relationship with the Valkyries. Perhaps it was because Odin gave his little love to these girls who had no blood relationship, and left cruelty to his own daughter. As a result, Hela has never liked the Valkyries. In the end, in the battle, Hela killed all the Valkyries. Brynhildr, Odin looked at the leader of the Valkyries with complicated eyes. If we put aside the power, Brynhild is simply the heir of Odin's dream. She is beautiful and generous, and has extraordinary affinity. Everyone who has seen Brynhild will fall in love with this girl involuntarily. Secondly, she is very intelligent. As the leader of the Valkyries, she has abilities beyond her position. She can handle any affairs perfectly and never needs Odin to worry about it. Thirdly, she has extremely superb social skills and can balance the forces of all parties very well. It's like a perfect diplomat. Even in the end, her only weakness compared to Hela is not a weakness. After all, it depends on who you compare with. Compared with Hela, it is naturally unpleasant to yourself, but compared with others, especially people of the same age, she is definitely the ceiling. Odin has great expectations for Hela, so his requirements for Hela are very strict. Odin is much more objective about Brynhild. So Odin likes this girl very much, and even unconsciously treats her as a daughter. This makes Hela even more jealous. King, the Valkyrie Corps will fight for Asgard again under your command. Brynhild was very open-minded. The Valkyrie was set up to protect the king from the day it was formed, and the king's orders were above everything else. After all, when they joined the Valkyrie, they were ready to die in battle at any time. The reason why they joined the Valkyrie was to prove that women could also be called warriors and would be summoned by Valhalla. Compared to this, death is nothing. Of course, Brynhild still had questions to ask her king. After Brynhild woke up, she found that there was one less person in the Valkyrie team. King, is Samantha still alive? Samantha was the youngest Valkyrie in the war. She had just joined the Valkyrie not long ago when she encountered the battle with Hela. She was very young, so the Valkyries decided to put her last. Brynhild was the first to die in battle, and she did not witness Samantha's end. Samantha, this is another old name. Odin was about to say something when Hela interrupted him impatiently. Enough. Old man, are you going to chat while watching Asgard's destruction? When you are all dead, there will be plenty of time to chat in Valhalla. Quick. Give me back my power. She couldn't stand Odin's dishonest look. He was so unrepentant. Odin could only whisper, Samantha is still alive, but she left Asgard. Then he got down to business. That should be enough. Surtur was particularly happy today. After all, the task that had been weighing on him for thousands of years was finally going to be completed. Asgard was the debt he owed to fate. And the creditor was the kind of existence that he absolutely could not resist. Even if he thought about the debt he still owed to fate, he felt so depressed that he couldn't breathe. It was very much like a newbie who took out a loan for the first time, feeling uneasy and always feeling under great pressure. Of course, this feeling was countless times more serious than the above. It was an inescapable feeling that suppressed him and made him lose his perception of any beautiful things. In the past, he would invade the real world everywhere because it would make him happy. He likes to burn mortals, watching them wail in the flames, and then turn into ashes in despair. He likes the souls of real creatures because they are delicious. But since he was defeated by Odin twice, these things that once made him feel good no longer stimulate him. He gradually lost the ability to perceive beauty. He became numb and full of fear. This is also the reason why Surtur has been staying in his lair. Because nothing can arouse his interest except destroying Asgard. It is this despair that makes Surtur want to destroy Asgard from the bottom of his heart. Because only in this way can he get rid of the damned debt collection. Thinking of this, he felt that the perception that he had lost was back. He even felt that the noisy little demons flying in the sky were very cute. A long time ago, he drove all the demons out of his palace, because he likes excitement, he likes noisy and fiery scenes, which will make him feel happy. Of course, this is before, after losing the ability to perceive all the beauty, he only felt that these little things were very noisy, and the noise made his head hurt. Surtur originally represented a natural force in the universe, heat, fire, storms, etc., which made him unable to calm down and always furious. What happened now? The most he did now was to sit in the dark and silent palace, in a daze without saying a word. This was not in line with his nature at all. It was like this that made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. What daze, what silence, all go to hell. Go. Go. Let the whole Asgard burn. Kill every Asgardian and bring their souls back to Muspelheim, Surtur shouted. Then he stretched out his hand. He wanted to get back some interest first, such as eating Odin alive. So he wanted to take back the Twilight Sword in the horrified and desperate eyes of these country bumpkins. Let them know that everything they did just now was just deliberately letting them perform a farce for him. Come on. Surtalogy is the real name of the Twilight Sword. Its meaning is very straightforward, which means Surtur's flame. Everyone turned their eyes to Surtur. However, after a few seconds, everything was normal. Nothing happened. Surtur was left standing there, with one hand raised, making a grasping gesture. Surtur, who was full of confidence, waited for a while, grasped his hand, and found. Where is the sword? Where is my sword? Where is my huge sword? It was there just now. Where is my great sword? Surtalogy, Surtur, who was in disbelief, called out the real name of the Twilight Great Sword again. However, nothing happened. Chapter 1485. It's not my fault. The king's treasury is a skill that Kai has a high appearance rate, but it has little presence. This skill was acquired by Kai when he met Gilgamesh, the Lord of Uruk, in the Mesopotamian valley when he was traveling around 10,000 years ago. Gilgamesh is a demigod who surpasses the gods. 2/3 of him is a god, 1/3 is a human. He has the power of a god, but not the lifespan of a god. Gilgamesh is a very difficult guy, arrogant, self-righteous, and always self-centered in everything he does. He is obviously just a demigod, but he arrogantly declared that he is the king who rules over everything, whether it is mortals or gods, they must bow down to him. Of course, more importantly, when he said so, no one dared to object. This guy is 10 million times more difficult to deal with than Tony. When Kai passed through Uruk, he originally had no intention of having any intersection with this guy. He was just passing by and planned to enter East Asia through the Mesopotamian valley and return to his hometown. Unfortunately, by chance, he happened to meet Gilgamesh on his trip. As a result, the appearance different from that of the Sumerians immediately attracted the attention of Gilgamesh, and then, this bastard arrogantly announced that Kai was his slave. Are you kidding? How could Kai, who had received socialist education, tolerate this? His ancestors sacrificed their lives and blood to avoid being slaves. After arduous struggles, they sacrificed so much so that their generation would not have to be slaves. As a result, they were treated as slaves here. How could it be possible? So he fought with Gilgamesh? Well, he was beaten very badly. This guy has a bad personality and worse behavior, but he is really strong. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. When Kai was locked up by Gilgamesh's heavenly chains, this tyrant with a bad personality forced Kai to obey. But Kai refused. Whether it was coercion, inducement, or torture, Kai endured it. He would never obey. Gilgamesh was actually helpless with Kai for a while. Perhaps because he had never seen a proletarian fighter, Gilgamesh actually began to appreciate Kai slowly. Although he still did not let Kai go, he stopped torturing him and kept him by his side. He planned to subdue Kai with his kingly charm. Naturally, Kai ignored him. Until one day, a barbarian entered the city of Uruk. Enkidu. It's funny to say that when Enkidu and Gilgamesh fought, many people thought that Enkidu was the savior sent by the gods to end Gilgamesh's rule. But the fact is not so. This strong man with a clear smile told Kai the truth very frankly afterwards. He actually came to vote bank. That's right, it's the kind of transaction that costs money. Enkidu is not a savior. On the contrary, he is just a barbarian living in the forest. He doesn't know who his parents are or where he came from. He was raised by animals in the forest. Well, it's a bit like Tarzan. He also thought he was a beast at first, until one day he met a hunter. The hunter caught him, but found that he had caught a human. So the hunter adopted Enkidu, and taught Enkidu everything about being a human. The hunter was a good man, but definitely not a serious man. As Enkidu grew older, instinctive impulses inevitably appeared in him. When Enkidu was curious about what happened to him and asked the hunter for help, the hunter laughed and patted Enkidu on the shoulder, gave him a sum of money, and asked him to find the best temple in the city to complete his coming-of-age ceremony. Why the temple? Because, in ancient times, such skilled women were all organized and respected. They were called divine prostitutes or holy prostitutes. Dedicating oneself for money was originally a religious act. It was held in the temple, and the money obtained originally belonged to the temple's treasury. But they are fundamentally different from the modern prostitutes. In addition to religious and folk reasons, the society at that time generally respected these goddesses who were somewhat like priestesses, witches. After all, they were sacrificed for the gods, and among the women engaged in this career, many were rich and high-status women. In short, going to the temple to collect votes was not a dirty act in that era. Instead, it was another kind of donation to the temple. Even many young boys who went there would be considered blessed. Well, you don't think that those rich and noble women went to the temple just to play love hugs with those poor and ugly losers, right? Although others are for the gods, they also satisfy themselves by the way, and it does not violate the rules. So, naturally, young fresh meat is more popular, so it is not surprising that such remarks appear. According to the social customs at that time, many young boys' coming-of-age ceremonies would be completed in this form. Enkidu didn't think there was anything wrong. In fact, most people at that time didn't think there was anything wrong. Then he came to Uruk with money in his pocket, and just saw Gilgamesh bullying men and women. Well, it could also be bullying women and men. Yes, this grandson is not afraid of meat and vegetables, and he plays a lot. Fortunately, Kai's appearance does not meet his aesthetic standards. He likes pretty boys. Enkidu is a person who has not been polluted by the secular world. How could he tolerate a bad guy like Gilgamesh? So the two of them fought. The two fought for 7 days and 7 nights, but Enkidu was defeated in the end. But Gilgamesh admired Enkidu and became good friends with him. Under Enkidu's advice, Gilgamesh gradually became a wise king. Kai was also released at that time, and with Enkidu's matchmaking, he became friends with Gilgamesh, the evil obstacle. Later, they learned that Kai wanted to find a way to the east. The two of them wanted to help without hesitation. Because Gilgamesh has been looking for the elixir of life. He is a demigod, with more powerful power than the gods, but he can't be immortal like the gods. This has always been his heart knot. He has always hoped to become a real god and rule his kingdom forever. As a result, 3 people went, only 2 returned to Uruk with scars. Enkidu died in the east. After that, Kai also decided to leave Uruk. When Kai was leaving, Gilgamesh taught Kai his signature ability, the king's treasure house. Maybe he was afraid that he would lose his last friend. How to say this ability? Kai has always used it as a space warehouse. Kai did learn the king's treasure, but that thing has no power at all, at least it has no power in Kai's hands. There is no way. Gilgamesh's treasury is full of artifacts. Kai is a poor guy, he can't use this trick at all. To put it bluntly, the king's treasure is to open up a special space where you can place the non-living things you have collected. No one is allowed to peek into the king's treasure. All the treasures placed in it belong to the king. No one can take anything out of it without the king's permission. So when Kai put the Twilight Greatsword into the king's treasure, Surtur lost it. His great sword is gone. Surtur used his boiling brain to think about it and knew that all this was Kai's fault. Where did you hide my Twilight Sword? Ordinary adjectives really can't describe Surtur's current mood. He has been disabled for many years. The Twilight Greatsword and the Eternal Flame are a trinity, and none of them can be missing. The lack of any one of them will make him incomplete. After much effort, he finally found the Eternal Flame. But when he turned around, he found that the great sword was gone. So, he worked so hard to cooperate with Ebony Maw, but in the end, he got neither a loss nor a gain. No, for him, it was a pure loss. So, after all the trouble, he got nothing, and it was a waste of time. Surtur became even more angry when he thought of this. He didn't wait for Kai to reply, and shouted, "Give me back the Twilight Greatsword." Kai quietly retreated and came behind Odin and Hela. "You are a big shot after all, don't say such childish words. You said to give it and you gave it? You are so good at talking, why are you still fighting here?" Odin and Hela were a little stunned. They didn't expect Kai to have this trick. Odin nodded with satisfaction. In this way, Surtur will be much easier to deal with. At least he doesn't need to worry about Asgard dying at any time. "If you don't give it to me, I will kill you and take it myself." Surtur, with his temper, could never stand being mocked by a mortal. "Well, I think you'd better pray that I survive and get younger and younger. Because once I die, you will never get your great sword." Kai didn't care about this threat at all, but continued to speak nonsense. "I'm not lying to you. Now in the entire universe, I'm the only one who can get the Twilight Greatsword. If I die, you can only say goodbye to the Twilight Greatsword." There is a basis for saying this. At least before Surtur finds Gilgamesh, no one can open Kai's king's treasury. If Kai dies, who knows what will happen to the king's treasury, and Gilgamesh will probably be helpless by then. So Kai didn't lie. But Surtur didn't believe it. Nonsense, who would easily believe the enemy's words, unless they are idiots? Go to hell. Surtur raised his hand and a ball of fire ignited from his palm, and then was thrown fiercely at Kai. It looked like a spell exclusive to the noob wizard, Fireball. But considering Surtur's current size, not to mention that Surtur himself was the embodiment of some natural phenomenon of the universe itself, the fire he threw was ridiculously powerful. Fortunately, Kai didn't need to spend time to block it. Odin and Hela helped Kai block the attack very tacitly. Well, the two of them didn't believe Kai's words, it was definitely nonsense. But this was enough, as long as Surtur couldn't get the Twilight Greatsword, it would be victory. Go back to hell. Demon. Odin raised the eternal spear and shot a ray of destruction, and several huge flying swords flew out from Hela's feet. Boom. The three collided and finally turned into gorgeous firework. The law of smoke without injury was activated. Nothing exploded. Surtur saw Odin and Hela and suddenly woke up. He didn't need to target that mortal boy. As long as I destroy the entire Asgard, that boy will naturally have nowhere to escape. Surtur thought of this and immediately roared, "Destroy the entire Asgard for me, roar." Nidhogg, who had been staying in the magic circle, heard the roar of his master. He immediately exerted his strength and climbed out of the magic circle. Nidhogg's name is the Dragon of the Devouring World. A guy with such a title naturally cannot be small in size. So it is difficult for it to pass through the teleportation magic circle, which is why it didn't come here at the beginning. Now that the boss has spoken, Nidhogg can only squeeze his huge body out of the magic circle. Boom. Nidhogg is so huge that every time it moves, the earth will shake. Don't let that big guy get out. Stop it, Odin ordered the Valkyries. Then, Odin turned his head and shouted to Kai, "Give Mjolnir to Brunhild. She can use it." Brunhild rushed towards the beast without any hesitation. Kai was stunned for a while, but although he was a little reluctant, he also knew that this was not the time to be stingy. So he threw Mjolnir at Brunhild. Brunhild didn't even look back, just stretched out her hand, and Mjolnir fell into her hand. Thor was stunned below. Why? Mjolnir. Why can you do it to anyone but not to me? He was like a dog who had his dream shattered when he learned that the goddess was a bus. Anyone can get on it, but you won't be allowed to touch it. I just want to ask if you are angry. Behind Thor, Heimdall stared at the sword still in Thor's hand, which was wielded as a sledgehammer. It looked like a cat attracted by a cat teaser, and its whole head moved with his sword. It looked silly. Brunhild naturally wouldn't care about an unknown minion, Thor. She got Mjolnir, and immediately felt a long-lost touch. She picked up Mjolnir, but in the end, Mjolnir was handed over to Hela. Because Hela is the crown prince. Now this hammer is back in her hands. I have to sigh, fate is really wonderful. Old man, what's wrong with you? Why did you become like this? But when Brunhild saw the current situation of Mjolnir clearly, she couldn't keep the smile on her face. What did she see? Mjolnir was broken. She could even feel Mjolnir's grievance and sadness. She was just a hammer, why should she be treated like this? Brunhild instinctively looked at Kai. After all, it was Kai who gave Mjolnir to her, who else could she look for if not him? Kai could feel that the girl was staring at him from a distance. It's not my fault, it was Thor and Hela who broke Mjolnir. Chapter 1486 First update. Kai didn't lie. But Brunhild didn't care much? Thor? Who is that? Never mind. Hela. Even if there was no Mjolnir, they were destined to be enemies, so it didn't matter. Brunhild picked up Mjolnir, a little hesitant, but finally activated Mjolnir's ability. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck Brunhild, and in the lightning, a set of armor very similar to the one on Thor was put on Brunhild, well, a female version. The only difference was that she had an extra helmet with 2 small wings on it. It's okay, it can still be used. Brunhild was very satisfied with the state of Mjolnir. After all, it was broken into such a state. Isn't it a blessing to still be able to use it? However, Thor's little heart was hurt again. Sure enough, anyone can use Mjolnir. Humph, Hela snorted very unhappily on the side. For Hela, she didn't need Mjolnir much. She herself is not very suitable for the power of thunder and lightning, it is just a symbolic meaning, more than the actual meaning. But at the same time, she likes Brunhild more than Mjolnir, and she is very unhappy. So she would rather not use Mjolnir much in her hands than give Mjolnir to Brunhild. Although this is obviously a waste, Odin has no other choice. Is it necessary to force Hela to give Thor's hammer to someone else? Mjolnir has a special meaning to the owner, and it is not an ordinary artifact. It is a divine weapon used by his grandfather, his father, and himself. If he forcibly takes it from Hela, then the meaning is different. It will shake the foundation of the country. Speaking of which, Odin feels a little pathetic. Even a hammer will choose the right person, and he naively thought that he had educated a qualified successor. Now it seems that the hammer is more far-sighted than him. He is not even as good as a hammer. Devil, Odin is a little unable to face Hela and Brunhild. Fortunately, they are not the only ones at the scene. Isn't there a guy here who is very suitable for venting anger? Surtur was hit in the face by the eternal spear. Although he was not surprised that Odin would attack him, he always felt wronged. When Hela saw Odin fighting Surtur, she did not fight with Brunhild anymore. She also drew her sword and quickly shot a flying sword to attack Surtur. On the ground, countless fire demon servants rode on flaming war horses and launched a group attack on the Asgardians. Their momentum was so amazing that the whole Asgard was shocked by the fall of their horses' hooves. The favorite thing for these sons of fire is to crush the enemy with their iron hooves and then let the flames burn them to ashes. Once, they relied on this trick to burn countless worlds. Well, not so many. The real world is still very strong in suppressing demons. But there are indeed many worlds that have been ravaged by the servants of fire. It's just that in the past few thousand years, such activities have become less and less, so that they have been doing nothing for a long time and can only fight themselves in Muspelheim. Demons are actually quite miserable. Most of them have bad tempers, little patience, and no brains, so what the demon dimension lacks most is actually entertainment activities and means. They don't have big swords and footbaths, so the only thing they can do is to fight each other. But in the demon dimension, except for the demon monarch, other demons will die if they are killed. It's not as fun as running to the real dimension. Killing people is more interesting than killing companions. After all, those mortals have vegetables and are delicious, unlike companions, who are not delicious at all. Moreover, even if they fail, they will not die. But there is no way, their boss is emo and unwilling to go out. The probability of them being able to go out is naturally low. Now it's easy to come out and have fun once, so why not have fun as much as possible? Asgard soldiers and Einherjar are also on high alert. By the way, many Asgard soldiers saw their grandfathers or elders in these Einherjar. So in front of these respectable ancestors, they all behaved very seriously. It's a morale bonus. However, just when the Asgardians were about to meet the impact, suddenly a group of cold, corrupt black figures stood in front of the Asgard battle formation. They were followers of Hela. Seeing those dead people standing in front of them, many Asgardians seemed a little overwhelmed. You know, they had just fought with these dead people, and many of their brothers died in the hands of these dead people. Now these people are standing in front of them. This change is a bit big. Only some Einherjar showed that their emotions were stable. They actually understood the thoughts of these dead ghosts. First of all, it must be pointed out that Hela's followers have always been Asgard's warriors. They have never betrayed Asgard. On the contrary, it was Odin, the old guy, who was not authentic. He directly used a shady trick to kill them. They were fighting for Asgard at the moment before their death. So they did not blaspheme their own glory, which is why Odin came forward to help them build the mausoleum and bury them properly. Secondly, they had a personal grudge against Odin. Odin murdered them, and they were looking for trouble with Odin, so they killed people. Even if they were Asgardians, they didn't hesitate at all. After all, in Asgard customs, revenge is inherently just. They don't settle for things like when will the grievances end. What matters is that they have a clear mind. You kill me, and I will kill you. As for when it will end when it will end, none of their business. But that was a personal grudge, and Surtur's trouble was another matter. This is Asgard. They're Asgard. What grudges they have among themselves is Asgard's own business, and Surtur's arrival is a different matter. As for helping those living people, why did Odin use such a sinister method at the beginning? Because Hela's men are all real elites. Unlike Odin, although Odin is cruel, he is only to the outside world. There is nothing to say about his own people. And Hela, her cruelty is to everyone. The weak have no chance to join her army. The whole social Darwinism emphasizes the survival of the fittest. Those who are willing to follow Hela are naturally not good birds. One is more ruthless than the other. They look down on those living people and think that if they lead the charge, it will damage their honor, so they voluntarily stand in the front row. This is also the position they often occupy when they are alive. What's more, they are dead. Since they are already dead, they can't die again. They quickly used their specialties. Boom! In a flash, the two torrents collided fiercely. Countless skeletons were smashed to pieces, but at the same time, countless flame servants were also knocked off the flame warhorse. Fire, in the back row. The crossbow phalanx formed by Asgard also covered the position where the two armies were fighting with full firepower at this time. Anyway, whether it is those dead people or the fire demon servants, they are all enemies, and they are not sad about anyone's death. As for the question of whether you can bear it, brother, where do you think this is? A battlefield. Not to mention that there are some dead people there, even if Asgard's own people are now entangled with the enemy, as long as there is a need, they will be irradiated. How can there be no sacrifice in war? The so-called war is to exchange human lives for victory. As a war nation, Asgard knows this very well. It's good now. Anyway, they are all dead, and death is a relief. For this kind of backstabbing behavior, those dead people are also calm about it. Watch your head. Sif stood behind the square and served as the commander. A large group of little fire demons flew over the most intense battle from the air, intending to directly penetrate the rear and attack Asgard's rear row long-range troops. These little things may not have a strong killing power individually, but their number is really scary. Frigga stood up directly and raised her staff. A green light rose from the ground, rising to the sky above the entire army, and immediately turned into a huge barrier. Countless little demons were blocked outside by the barrier. Just like a flood hitting a dam, the little demons screamed after being blocked, and then used their hands and feet to attack the barrier with their claws. With a piercing sound of countless nails scraping on a blackboard, the green barrier kept shaking. It seemed that it was not so solid. The blood vessels on Frigga's face bulged, and she struggled to maintain the barrier. There was no way, even Frigga could not withstand such a large-scale spell. Seeing the struggling expression on Frigga's face, Sif immediately raised her sword. Focus. Attack. Shoot them down. Immediately, many Asgard soldiers raised their energy weapons and started shooting. Asgard certainly has energy guns, but because of customs and culture, Asgard does not despise long-range attacks. A real civilization cannot be so stupid. But they do prefer close combat, so their energy weapons are designed to be very similar to close combat weapons, just to make it convenient for soldiers to wield energy weapons to cut people when necessary. This is also a feature of Asgard. However, this approach actually has no effect at all. Because there are too many little demons. How many can you kill with a gun? So the green barrier was still slowly but firmly pressed down. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the middle of the little demons. Then suddenly a brilliant white flash exploded among the little demons. Countless lightning bolts were like a big sail, running around without money. Those little demons instantly fell from the sky like raindrops. When the light faded, Thor floated in the air. There was nothing in his hands. He was wrapped in lightning. For the glory of Asgard, although the sky was temporarily cleared, countless reds occupied the sky again. As I said before, there are too many little demons. This thing is like a pest in the demon dimension, as many as you want. There are so many that even other demons think these noisy little guys are really annoying. But to be honest, they are indeed the best helpers for invading the real world. There are too many of them. Thor immediately waved lightning to meet them. On the other side, the world-devouring dragon Nidhogg also met his opponent. It's just that his opponent is a bit strange. A green muscle stick and a giant wolf with a belly that was bulging. What's more interesting is that the green muscle stick is actually riding on the giant wolf. Fenrir and Hulk. These two guys wanted to kill each other at the beginning, and the aftermath of the fight between the two guys caused many buildings in Asgard to suffer. But I don't know when, the two of them actually joined forces to fight the enemy, and even cooperated very well. There's only one possibility that can cause this situation. That is, their enemies are too strong, so strong that they have to join forces to deal with them. Nidhogg, known as a dragon. But in fact, its appearance is a little different from the general impression of dragons. First of all, it has the appearance characteristics of a typical Western dragon. A large lizard with a long neck. But unlike ordinary Western dragons, Nidhogg has no wings. This is even different from its kind. Nidhogg has a slender body, but still has limbs, and where it should have wings, there are only two nozzles with red light. That's right. This thing is also a jet. It can fly, but it does not rely on wings, but on two jets on its back that emit flames to allow it to fly in the air. And its flying speed is much faster than those of its peers. This is like a jet and a piston engine. The maneuverability of the two is completely not on the same level. The key is that Nidhogg not only flies fast, but is also very flexible. Once it flies, it turns and so on, and its speed is very fast, which is completely unlike what its size can do. At the beginning, Hulk was almost swallowed by this thing. At that time, Hulk was still happily fighting with Fenrir, but Nidhogg flew over with a fast dragon car and bit Hulk in one bite. Fortunately, Hulk reacted quickly and used his hands and feet to hold Nidhogg's upper and lower jaws, so that it didn't bite him firmly. Otherwise, well, it's hard to say. Hulk himself can't be guessed by common sense. Hulk reacted and realized that he was bitten in the mouth of the enemy. He was immediately unhappy and went crazy. If Nidhogg hadn't acted quickly, Hulk would have almost pulled his tongue out. After receiving Hela's order, Fenrir originally planned to sneak attack Nidhogg. As a result, Nidhogg slapped him in the face with his tail, almost knocking out all his remaining teeth. Then the three monsters immediately fought in a group, and Nidhogg severely taught Hulk and Fenrir a lesson. Then, no one knew who proposed it, but Hulk and Fenrir joined forces. Roar! Nidhogg angrily spit out a pillar of scorching fire at Fenrir and Hulk, wanting to burn these two annoying guys to ashes. However, a trace of disdain flashed in Fenrir's green eyes, and his whole body began to fade and finally disappeared. The pillar of fire burned in vain. Before Nidhogg could find Fenrir's whereabouts, a roar sounded above Nidhogg's head. Hulk clenched his palms together and hit Nidhogg's head hard with a cannon hammer. Chapter 1487, Go! Nidhogg's mouth, which had grown big, was hit hard, and he almost bit his tongue. However, before he could wake up from the sudden blow, he suddenly felt a sharp pain when he stepped back. He turned his head and saw a dog biting his sexy thighs. His scales, which were harder than steel, were like paper and had no effect under Fenrir's sharp teeth. Nidhogg immediately turned around and tried to tear the dog into pieces, but as soon as he turned his head was hit again. But when Nidhogg was about to make trouble for Hulk, the dog gripped his anus from behind. In short, they gave full play to the hyena spirit and made Nidhogg run around. For a while, Nidhogg was really distracted. However, if Nidhogg was really so easy to deal with, it would not be worthy of being called the dragon of the devouring world. He twisted his body and then rolled wildly. Real death roll. You are a crocodile, right? What kind of dragon are you pretending to be? However, this is not the end. After the green fat man and the dog were thrown out, Nidhogg flew straight into the sky. The speed was so fast that the green fat man and the dog had no time to react. Then it hovered in the air and spurted out a column of fire. This time, its column of fire was not as condensed as before, and it was not compressed together. Instead, it was very scattered. In contrast, the range became much larger. It was red and had the momentum of setting fire to the sky. I want to burn the green fat man and the dog into charcoal in one fell swoop. In fact, Nidhogg prefers to tear the enemy into pieces in close combat and swallow them into his stomach. But these two little things, one is extremely powerful, and the other has sharp claws and teeth, but the two are like fleas, jumping around everywhere. Nidhogg is like a big elephant facing a flea. The big elephant is tens of thousands of times stronger than the flea, but the big elephant really can't do anything with the flea. Although Nidhogg is not a big elephant, it is really interesting to fight these two little things in close combat. So, Nidhogg simply enlarged them and burned them into charcoal. The green fat man looked at the raging flames descending from the sky, and for a moment he really didn't know what to do. His first thought was to dodge. But, the green fat man had no experience in dodging. In fact, let alone experience, he was born without such an idea. In the past, when facing the enemy, no matter what the enemy was like, the green fat man did the most, just rushing forward. Dodge? Are you kidding? Never. So for a while, the green fat man was a little confused. Hide? Where to hide? How to hide? Lack of corresponding emergency mechanism. Fortunately, there was a reliable Fenrir by his side. Fenrir knew that he could not escape the range of the flames. He simply did not run. The real strength of the demon wolf Fenrir is not its claws, but its terrible devouring power. In the legend, it is said that when he opens his mouth, his upper and lower jaws can support the heaven and earth, and the stars in the sky and the people and animals on the ground will be swallowed by it and will never be free. Of course, no one believes this. Legends, naturally, are exaggerated. But everyone still believed that Fenrir had a terrible ability to devour. After all, It also had the genes of the devourer. The green fat man was still thinking about what to do when he heard a wolf howl beside him. Ow! Then the expression on the green fat man's big green face became extremely weird. Because he saw a big mouth. Its open jaws almost touched the sky and the ground. Then all the flames were like a drink they were used to, slurping towards the depths of the big mouth. Fenrir swallowed all the flames. This scene stunned many Asgardians who had not seen the Hela era. For the first time, they knew that the legend turned out to be true. But after completing all this, Fenrir seemed a little listless. Even though it was already a dead body, it could still feel a sense of listlessness from it, as if it had exerted too much effort, and as if it was too full and didn't want to move. The green fat man didn't know this. He saw the flames disappear and Fenrir's ability was so amazing, so he reflexively patted Fenrir, saying that brother, you are really awesome. In the end, this pat didn't matter. But Fenrir couldn't hold it in anymore. The burning flames would burst out from his mouth and nostrils. Then the green fat man was hit. He was burning and screaming. I saw a huge human-shaped torch running around on the ground. Fortunately, after Fenrir sprayed out some, he quickly held it back, but even so, a huge amount of black smoke continued to come out of Fenrir's nostrils and mouth. It was also a pity that Fenrir was already a dead body, and his body could not feel anything at all, so those flames alone could cause Fenrir to suffer a lot. Of course, Fenrir was not feeling well at this time. After a while, the green fat man finally put out the flames on his body while rolling around wildly. However, there were many more burned scars on his body. Those scars looked like some kind of strange patterns. The first thing the green fat man did after putting out the flames on his body was to make trouble for Fenrir. However, seeing that Fenrir himself was also smoking like crazy and was also listless, the green fat man actually restrained his impulse miraculously. Although there was no internal conflict, the problem was that the two guys were inexplicably hit hard because of an unintentional action. Seeing this scene, Nidhogg naturally did not miss this opportunity. A red light came out of his mouth again, and he was going to do it again. Just when the flame in its throat was about to burst out, a lightning suddenly appeared, wrapped around its big mouth, and then tightened. Nidhogg's mouth was forced to close, but the flame breath in its throat was already on the string and had to be fired. Boom! A huge explosion exploded in Nidhogg's mouth. The huge flames suddenly submerged Nidhogg's head. In this explosion, others could even hear a little wailing. Then, a huge monster, just like that, drooping its limbs powerlessly, fell headfirst from the air. The green fat man and Fenrir's heads moved with Nidhogg's fall. Until Nidhogg crashed to the ground. The two guys were still looking at everything in front of them stupidly, like two idiots. When the smoke and dust from Nidhogg gradually dissipated, a figure slowly emerged from Nidhogg's body. It was Brunhild. She slowly put away the whip made of Mjolnir. Let me say something not so nice. Brunhild was quite satisfied with the current Mjolnir. Although the previous Mjolnir was also very good, it lacked changes, and, after all, Brunhild was also a young girl. When she was killed by Hela, she was only more than 1,000 years old. According to the lifespan of Asgardians, she was really young and in her prime. Such a young and beautiful girl, holding a hammer. It's not so beautiful, right? How good is Mjolnir now, with many changes? It can not only be a hammer, but also be scattered like stars, and can also be turned into a whip. It is estimated that there are other changes, but Brunhild has not yet developed them. A beautiful girl holding a whip is much more reasonable, isn't it? Just as Brunhild was looking at the green fat man and the dog and was about to say something, Nidhogg moved his body, and then the monster known as the world-devouring dragon staggered up again. Its ferocious big mouth, most of its teeth were blown away in the explosion, and there was even a hole in its throat, making it look more like a visitor from hell, a standard hideous horror. However, Nidhogg was not dead yet. Seeing this scene, the green fat man and Fenrir immediately entered the battle state. Roar! Fenrir looked at the green fat man and roared in a low voice. It seemed to be saying something. But the magical thing was, the green fat man actually nodded. He nodded, which meant, did he understand? The green fat man responded, Hulk. Smash! Fenrir nodded. After a mysterious exchange, the two seemed to have reached a consensus. Brunhild was on the side? What's going on? What did you two discuss? Why do I feel like an outsider? But one of them was a fat green man from Earth, who didn't know Brunhild at all. No matter how stunning Brunhild was, the fat green man couldn't appreciate her at all. He was still young and didn't know the difference between men and women. Fenrir did know Brunhild, but he was a Hela type, so he naturally didn't like Brunhild and naturally didn't need to give her face. So the two monsters didn't care about Brunhild, a charming beauty, but attacked Nidhogg. Roar. Nidhogg didn't care about the two little guys at this time. He was looking for the person who had just injured him. Brunhild didn't have time to care about what the two guys were thinking. She whistled to summon her companions. Gulfaxi. A Pegasus with golden mane. Its name means golden mane or golden horse. It is the most handsome among Pegasus. Its speed also makes all Pegasus feel ashamed. A golden figure flashed by, and Brunhild disappeared from the spot. Nidhogg caught Brunhild again, and she was already riding Pegasus and flying in the sky. The jet nozzle behind Nidhogg ignited fire again, and the air behind it was burned and twisted. It planned to rush into the air and completely eat up the little guy who dared to let itself be so seriously injured. However, when it was about to fly into the sky, its body suddenly tightened and it was suspended in midair. It looked down and saw that it was Hulk. He grabbed Nidhogg's tail with one hand and the broken blade of the giant sword that Hela had created before with the other hand, and pulled Nidhogg alive. However, before Nidhogg could react, a black shadow suddenly passed through Nidhogg's abdomen. Roar. A shrill roar resounded throughout Asgard. It was Fenrir, who seized the opportunity to use his claws to disembowel Nidhogg. Of course, Fenrir was too big for Nidhogg. Although he gave Nidhogg a hard blow, it only left a huge wound, and did not really hurt Nidhogg's vitals. If Fenrir was a little bigger and his claws were longer, he would definitely make all of Nidhogg's internal organs flow out, and then he would definitely die. However, don't forget that there is also Brunhild here. Snap. Brunhild is the only woman in Asgard who can be compared with Hela. Her fighting power may not be as strong as Hela, but her qualities in other aspects are definitely not weaker than Hela. Seeing such a good opportunity, Brunhild would never let it go. So she gathered all her strength and swung Mjolnir in her hand fiercely, and dozens of fragments were thrown out by her. Those fragments, wrapped in dazzling lightning, whistled into Nidhogg's wound, and then Sun Wukong made a fuss about Princess Ironfan. Those fragments began to stir in Nidhogg's body, just like the blades of a meat grinder, and all of Nidhogg's internal organs were pulverized. Here, Hulk, who was below, felt that Nidhogg's struggle was getting weaker and weaker. He immediately let go of the arm that was holding the huge broken sword, grabbed Nidhogg's tail with both hands, and then stabbed his legs into the ground fiercely. Then push hard. Kaz. While the Hulk remained angry, he used all his strength to pull Nidhogg's tail and began to push hard. Nidhogg now had no time to pay attention to the fact that he was getting closer and closer to the ground. He was now immersed in pain. His claws were frantically scratching his chest and abdomen, trying to dig out the fragments of Thor's hammer running around in his body. It hurts so much. It hurt so much that Nidhogg wanted to suffer a short pain rather than a long one, even if it meant dying. Anyway, he wouldn't really die. If he died here, he would at most spend some time to be reborn in the demon dimension. However, he didn't expect that someone would be more straightforward than he thought. Rebirth? They didn't even plan to give Nidhogg a chance to be reborn. Nidhogg, who was trying to hurt himself, finally felt something was wrong. His body was spinning. That's right. His body was really spinning. The muscles of the Hulk below him bulged, and the blood vessels on them were as obvious as the roots of an old tree sticking out of the ground. He grabbed Nidhogg's tail and spun around like a hammer thrower in the stadium, and the faster he spun, the faster he spun. On the other side, Fenrir somehow came to the distance. His tail was shaking rapidly. It was like a dog waiting for its owner to throw a frisbee, so excited. Its limbs were restlessly stepping on the ground, and its eyes were shining as it stared at the huge monster spinning in the distance. Hulk was also almost at his limit. After all, there was a size difference. He had already drilled a big hole in the ground under his feet. If he continued, he would bury himself. Finally, Hulk saw the opportunity. Go. Nidhogg's huge body flew in one direction uncontrollably. It couldn't control itself at all. What was waiting for it was a huge wolf kiss that stretched from the sky to the ground. Yesterday, someone called him away for something. When he came back, it was too late, so he just went to bed. Don't worry, I will definitely make up for it. Chapter 1488. The second update will continue tomorrow. The element devourer is the most amazing species in the universe. No one knows which planet this creature came from, because no planet can evolve this creature. After all, the purpose of evolution is to satisfy one's own survival. No creature will evolve useless things on itself. The element devourer is an exception. Its ability to devour everything makes all civilizations that know this creature feel puzzled. What kind of living environment requires a creature to evolve this ability? Anyway, at least in the atmospheric environment, no creature needs this ability that is enough to make the entire ecosystem extinct. Yes, the element devourer is so dangerous. Although most element devourers are very docile and even cute, they are very neurotic at the same time and will always be out of control. Once an element devourer settles down in an atmospheric environment, it often happens that the element devourer escapes and begins to reproduce, and then, this planet is miserable. Element devourers eat everything, whether it is inorganic or organic matter, they accept everything. At the same time, they are difficult to kill. This leads to a mass extinction of species on that planet in a very short time once they get out of control. Therefore, in all civilizations in the universe, the meta-devouring beast is strictly prohibited from being imported into the living body. Once discovered, it will be immediately sentenced to felony. Because of their special characteristics, scientists from many civilizations speculate that the meta-devouring beast should be a cosmic species. They reproduce and evolve in deep space. Of course, due to the characteristics of the meta-devouring beast, many civilizations are also interested in it, hoping to use it for their own purposes and develop powerful biological weapons. But so far, no civilization has been heard of to succeed. Their genes seem to have some kind of restrictions, and they can only reproduce naturally. Any attempt to decompose and transform them using biotechnology will fail without exception. But there will always be accidents. For example, Fenrir. In fact, Hela can't explain why Fenrir appeared on a group of pirates' ships. This thing is not something that a group of pirates can get. Maybe everything is arranged by fate? In short, although Fenrir looks completely different from the meta-devouring beast, it perfectly inherits the characteristics of the meta-devouring beast. That special and extreme swallowing ability. Their stomachs are connected to another dimension. A big mouth opened between heaven and earth. This mouth was so huge that even Nidhogg looked small and cute in front of it. When Nidhogg saw the big mouth, he didn't know what it was, he just knew that it had swallowed his breath. But he instinctively felt fear. Logically, he shouldn't be afraid. In fact, even the most timid demons will become extremely brave after coming to the mortal world. Because they all know that the worst case scenario is to be sealed, but they will never die. Death in the mortal world is just a joke. They will soon be reborn again in the demon dimension. It is equivalent to returning to their hometown. Although most demons don't like to go back to their hometown. Because that not only means that the power of that demon will be greatly reduced. It also means that they have returned to their damn hometown. Except for a few demons, most demons prefer to stay in the mortal world. After all, the environment of the demon dimension, even demons have to admit that it is a terrible batch. Moreover, they can strike hard in the mortal world, and most of the lives in the mortal world are weak, so they can release their cruelty and bad taste to their heart's content, satisfying their desire for control that they cannot experience in the demon dimension. What do they have in the demon dimension? They are nothing in the demon dimension. It's like some people strike hard on the internet, and even many people have a high status on the internet, but in reality they are nothing, and they are timid and socially anxious when they meet someone, which is completely different from the kind of people who are high-spirited and high-spirited on the internet. If you were in the place, where would you like to stay? Therefore, demons, especially low-level demons, are all heavy teenagers addicted to the internet, and they just love to stay in the mortal world. Of course, high-level demons can live happily anywhere. It just highlights a reality. Let's get back to the point. Logically speaking, Nidhogg should not be afraid. If he is eaten, he can just go back to his hometown. He is not like those low-level demons who can only struggle to survive. He is the noble Nidhogg, Surtur's favorite pet. Even if it was weak for a while after returning, no one dared to challenge it. If it ate more demons, it would have everything back. So compared to those low-level demons who were afraid of being killed by their companions when they were weak after resurrection, and really died, Nidhogg really went home. But it felt a fear from the heart. Unfortunately, no matter how scared it was, it had to face one thing. That was, it had no chance. Ow! The huge mouth that was completely connected to the sky swallowed the huge Nidhogg with a roar. Nothing was left. Brunhild was stunned when she saw their operation in the sky. These two, really cooperated tacitly. By the way, how did they communicate? Tony and the other two, who had been trying their best to carry in the front and directly AFK in the fountain in the later stage, were also a little confused at this moment. Hulk, betrayed, Tony looked at the other two. Strange added 2 pillows to himself to make himself more comfortable leaning on the bed. The hospital they were in was not in the city, but on a mountain outside the city. It was originally a high-end sanatorium in Asgard, but it was now requisitioned. Because the 3 Earthlings were distinguished guests and had made outstanding contributions to the fight against the invaders, even though the wards were so tight, they were still arranged in the best ward, which overlooked the entire city and was far away from the city center. This was the best place to watch the battle. It was far enough, safe, and had a clear view. Don't ask me, I'm not familiar with him, Strange said without hesitation. To be honest, I don't like this green guy very much. Last time I attended a medical seminar at the University of Los Angeles, I was almost killed by this green guy. This was an old grudge. Richards took a bottle of glucose and frantically replenished electrolytes in his body. He had lost too much blood. This was Asgard, but no one donated blood to him. Who knew what the consequences would be? So he could only replenish electrolytes and sugar. Don't ask me, I'm just a newbie, and it's even more impossible for me to know Hulk. I do know Dr. Banner, and we've attended several seminars together before. The circle of top scientists is not large, so it's not uncommon for everyone to meet. But Richards couldn't help but say, but I don't think it should be. After all, it's Hulk, right? After saying this, the other two were also convinced. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1489 First Update. Let's not talk about the 3 useless fishermen. When Fenrir's big mouth closed, Surtur, who was fighting with Odin and Hela, suddenly felt that something was taken away from his body. Surtur immediately turned his head and found that his pet, Nidhogg, was gone. As the demon lord of the demon dimension, he has an extraordinary control over his territory. This ability does not involve any external force. It is his instinct as a demon lord. He can clearly know how many demons there are in his territory and who these demons are. Of course, no demon lord will pay attention to this. In the demon dimension, the least worthy of attention is the demon. That thing is like weeds. No, it's not weeds at all. It has stronger vitality than weeds. As demon lords, they know something that others will never know. That is, as long as there is life in the mortal world, there will be no shortage of demons in the demon dimension. The destination of all life in the mortal world is the demon dimension. You can understand it as hell. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, some civilizations have heaven. The causes of these heavens are all kinds of strange. Some are man-made, such as the races in the universe that claim to be gods. They will build a paradise for their believers to house the souls of their believers. But there are requirements, such as restrictions on doing good deeds and being pious. In fact, this practice is learned from demons. Demons like to use contracts to deceive the souls of mortal creatures. After all, the souls of mortal creatures go to the demon dimension and will not fall into the hands of a specific demon. The role of the contract is a means for demons to seek benefits for themselves. For the so-called gods in the real universe, believers believe in them, which is equivalent to signing a contract. So demons hate these gods very much. After all, this is stealing their business. Some others are more conceptual. If a civilization believes in something for a long time, then this thing may really come true. This process is long and full of surprises, so it is relatively rare. For example, Valhalla in Asgard. In addition to these two, there is another exception. That is the earth. Human souls will not go anywhere. They have neither heaven nor hell. In short, the demon monarch knows one thing very well, that is, the real world and the demon dimension are actually two sides of the same coin. But no matter whether it is a low-level demon or a demon lord, their biggest dream is to destroy the present world and devour all souls. This approach will undoubtedly end everything in the present world and the demon dimension. But they cannot control themselves, even the demon lord who knows the truth. At that time, the demon dimension and the present world will reach heat death and the universe will be destroyed. Then a new round of cosmic reincarnation will begin. The universe collapses and then explodes again. Everything starts again. The demon lord knows all this, but they cannot resist, or in other words, they themselves are the products of fate to complete the plan, and their birth is for the final heat death. It's quite sad to think so. But correspondingly, the demon lord has the power that countless people dream of. This is a privilege. Among them, having their own domain is one of the privileges. They can know everything that happened in their domain in an instant. When he saw Nidhogg disappear, he immediately used his ability to find his pet in his domain. Then he was surprised to find that his pet disappeared. There was no resurrection. Fortunately, demons, even the weakest ones, can live for a very long time if they are not killed. In fact, no idiot in the demon dimension counts the lifespan of demons. Because demons can only die in one way, that is to be killed. As demon monarchs, they are the same age as the universe, so it is not bragging to say that they are immortal. The longer they live, the more they will see. Surtur really knows this situation. Nidhogg is sealed. When he saw Fenrir again, Surtur reacted immediately. Eater, you may not believe it when I say it, but the best way to deal with demons is to throw them to the Eater. As mentioned earlier, the Eater can eat everything. Demons are no exception. Similarly, the stomach of the Eater is connected to an unknown dimension. Once a demon is thrown into it, it is equivalent to being sealed. In this case, unless someone rescues it from the outside, otherwise, until the day when the universe is destroyed, the demon may not be able to return. For Surtur, Nidhogg has a special meaning. Many people believe that demons have no feelings. This is wrong. Of course, demons have feelings. Those without feelings are just machines. Demons can be angry, happy, and sad, which shows that they have feelings. Demons are so cruel and ruthless to mortal creatures, that is simply to treat mortal creatures as food. The more terrified and desperate the food is, the better it tastes. As for the same kind, well, demons actually don't have the concept of the same kind at all. In that chaotic environment, most demons are selfish. After all, the slightly better demons have all died. This is equivalent to natural selection. But demons still have feelings. For example, Surtur and Nidhogg. Because demons are selfish, loyalty is rare. But Nidhogg is very loyal to Surtur and has been with Surtur for many, many years. Surtur himself has forgotten it for so long. So when he knew that Nidhogg was sealed, the first thing Surtur did was to find the wolf, cut it open, and rescue his little pet. Good boy. Well done, Fenrir, Hela laughed. Seeing Surtur's pet being swallowed by her own pet, doesn't that mean she is stronger than Surtur? Get lost. Surtur was just about to make trouble for Fenrir, but Hela threw a set of flying swords at his knees without saying a word, making him kneel on one knee and unable to chase Fenrir. When Surtur drove Hela away, he turned around and Fenrir was gone. Fenrir is so sneaky. When he saw Surtur coming towards him, he immediately ran away, as if there was a dog chasing him. But he ran away, which sold out the Hulk. The green fat man was still laughing foolishly. Such a big monster was thrown around by him. Just thinking about that scene, the Hulk felt it was beautiful. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, he would have asked Banner to record it with a video recorder so that he could enjoy it when he had time. Before he could finish, he felt a burning sensation on his body. Turning his head, he saw Surtur's big red eyes staring at him angrily. Chapter 1490, failed to make up for the update. I have something to do tomorrow and went to bed early today. I will continue to make up for it tomorrow. Boom. The huge explosion engulfed Hulk in an instant. Surtur condensed a big sword with flames, which was obviously imitating the Twilight Greatsword. Although this thing could not be compared with a Twilight Greatsword at all, it should be enough to deal with Hulk. When the flames dissipated, only a piece of charcoal and melted ground were left on the ground, and the shadow of Hulk could no longer be seen. As a price, Surtur was pierced through the chest by Odin's long hair, and his legs were directly cut off by Hela. However, these injuries recovered quickly with the help of the eternal fire. But facing this desperate scene, both Odin and Hela looked normal. Not only were they not discouraged, but their offensive became more fierce. Odin, after recovering, Surtur immediately aimed at Odin. In his opinion, the only one who could limit himself at the scene was Odin. He was the controller of Asgard. He constantly mobilized the power of Asgard to suppress Surtur, so that he could not fully exert his power. But to his Odin, he grew old fighting. For him, the first half of his life was spent growing up in war. He only began to rest when he was old. War has been in his blood. He knows very well when to fight and when to be timid. Facing Surtur's aggressive attack, he immediately admitted his weakness. He began to dodge. At the same time, Hela attacked more fiercely. Although the eternal flame looks like a ball of fire, in fact, this thing cannot burn anything. It is just a special ball of energy. If you have to classify it, you can classify it as something like the Infinity Stone. It's just that the most suitable user of this ball of energy is Surtur. Others can also use it, but the effect. In short, it is a treasure. But everything in the world has its price. The eternal flame is no exception. Even Surtur can't use it endlessly, otherwise Odin couldn't steal it from Muspelheim. Surtur always carried it with him, so how could Odin steal it? Although the eternal flame cannot burn anything, its huge energy will burst the user if it is used without restraint. In the movie, Hela used the eternal flame, but she only used a little bit. Once the fire gets out of control, it will burn everything to ashes. That's why Odin and Hela are not in a hurry. If it drags on, Surtur will come into contact with a fusion of the eternal flame, and then, Of course, all this is thanks to Kai hiding the Twilight Sword. Otherwise, Surtur would not play whack-a-mole with Odin and the others. Others will directly destroy Asgard with their ultimates, and there is no way they will talk to you. Everyone will die, and Odin will be the first to bear the brunt. Speaking of Kai, where did our protagonist who hasn't appeared for a long time go? Of course he had. Yo. Hulk. You're here too. First of all, I have to make it clear that Kai did not hide on his own initiative. He was teleported away by Frigga. In fact, if Frigga didn't think that Odin would need Kai's help to deal with Hela later, she would have wanted to hide Kai directly on Earth. Surtur would never be able to reach Earth in this lifetime. Although Surtur had taken back the eternal flame, he still couldn't threaten Asgard without the Twilight Sword. Well, Hulk was also teleported by Frigga. Hulk looked around in confusion, and he didn't quite understand how he got here. Hulk. Fight. But Hulk has one good thing, that is, he doesn't like to use his brain. Since he can't figure it out, he won't think about it. He only remembers that he was just thinking about the battle with Nidhogg, but his eyes blurred and he came here. Deserting is Hulk's personality? He wants to find Surtur. Kai quickly stopped Hulk. Although he was confident that Hulk was tough, Surtur's current state was a bit evil, and he didn't plan to use Surtur to test Hulk's limits. So Kai grabbed one of Hulk's arms and used the grappling technique to hold Hulk down. Before he could react and get angry, Kai used the Kunlun-Kigen technique in his ear. Banner. Wake up, if you want to stop Hulk, you can't use force. That will only make him more excited. The best way to stop Hulk is to wake up Bruce Banner. Kai didn't yell, but under the Kunlun-Kigen technique, his voice was like a bell, instantly waking up Banner who was sleeping. No. Hulk. Fight. Wake Chicken Banner. No. Hulk. Fight. As Banner's consciousness awakened, Hulk's will gradually fell into silence. At present, the consciousness of Banner and Hulk can only coexist for a short time. Most of the time, one consciousness is asleep and the other consciousness dominates the body. According to Banner's guess, when the two consciousnesses can coexist, there is no need to worry about him losing control. As Banner regained consciousness, Hulk's huge body began to shrink gradually, and the green color began to fade, and finally turned into a hairy white man. As soon as Banner opened his eyes, he found a beautiful woman dressed in military uniform next to him, and he was so scared that he immediately covered his crotch. In order to ensure that he would not run around with a green pendulum when he transformed, he specially designed a pair of super stretch pants for himself. This thing is usually a slightly tight pair of shorts, but when Hulk comes out, the shorts will not be broken. In order not to show off in the battle, he even specially strengthened the texture and used Tony's new invention, the symbiote material. Under normal circumstances, there will be no problem with shorts after the battle. But this time, didn't he just happen to encounter an enemy who played with fire? His shorts burned. Hulk has no objection to being naked. He even likes the feeling of freedom and unrestrainedness. You know, Banner actually designed a top before, but Hulk would never wear it. Shorts are his last compromise. Banner had no choice but to give up. After all, if Hulk was really pushed into a corner, if you put on the clothes, he would immediately take them off after he transformed. Then Banner would still be naked, right? So he had to compromise. Mom! Can you turn around? Banner was scrambling to prevent himself from exposing himself, but the beautiful woman opposite him not only did not feel any discomfort, but was interested in appreciating Banner's figure. This made Banner unbearable. "Here you go." At this time, a heavenly voice came, and Hindal next to him threw a piece of cloth, which looked like a curtain, and Banner immediately put it on himself. "I have to get up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I have to go to bed early. I can only write 2,000 words today. I will continue to make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 1491 Sword of Odin. Soon, an ancient Greek appeared in front of everyone. The curtain was a bit long, so Banner had to wrap it around his body, making it look like ancient Greek clothing. "Is this Asgard?" Although Banner didn't remember what happened, he had specifically asked to bring him to Asgard. "Welcome, friend from Earth." Frigga was still very easy to talk to at this time. In fact, in the political ecology of Asgard, Frigga was responsible for the affinity part, while Odin played a majestic and unkind role for a long time. This is very related to personal character and actual needs. Frigga is suitable for diplomacy. Before Odin, Asgard actually didn't talk about diplomacy. The diplomatic methods of tough guys are always simple and direct, and at that time Asgard was relatively indifferent and unwilling to care about the trivial matters of other worlds. It was not until Odin unified the 9 realms that there was a need for diplomacy, and Frigga married into Asgard that Asgard truly had the activity of diplomacy. "Thank you for everything you have done for Asgard." Although Asgard was not in a good condition, Frigga still used appropriate language to thank her allies. Banner was a little socially anxious. He was originally a typical nerd who didn't like socializing. Since he became the Hulk, he was even more afraid of interacting with other people, which led to his unsociable becoming socially anxious. Facing Frigga's radiant appearance and elegant temperament, Banner scratched his head and said very embarrassedly, "I didn't do anything. Indeed, it was all done by Hulk." Then he saw Tony and the others. "Tony. That's great. It's great that you are okay." Tony lay on the hospital bed and rolled his eyes. "I'm glad to see you too, but when did your eyes break?" "Do you think I'm okay?" Banner smiled awkwardly. His IQ was very high, but his EQ. "This thing needs more training." He is a nerd who stays in the laboratory day and night all day, and he is really a lot worse in this regard. So he didn't know whether Tony's words were a joke or true. But fortunately, everyone was familiar with each other and didn't need to care about these trivial matters. After a round of greetings, it was time for business. "Your Highness, you didn't really come here just to chat with us, did you? The situation in Asgard is not good now." Kai didn't really want to hide here. Although he was a little powerless to deal with Surtur, it was not a reason for him to hide here and do nothing. So he guessed that Frigga teleported him here for some other plan. Moreover, Frigga was not an idle person. She was the best wizard in Asgard. Asgard would not let such a powerful wizard stand aside and watch the show. Frigga herself would not be willing. Frigga didn't do anything mysterious at this time, but nodded and said, "There is indeed something I need your help with." It turned out that the reason why Frigga teleported Kai here was indeed because Kai was very important. After all, the Twilight Sword was in Kai's hands. The Eternal Flame fell into Surtur's hands, which was already a very bad situation. But as long as the Twilight Sword does not return to Surtur's hands and make him a complete body, then everything can be saved. Of course, this does not mean that the current situation is safe. On the contrary, it is still as dangerous. After all, with the Eternal Flame, Surtur has recovered from disability to his heyday. Even without the Twilight Sword, he can still kill people. So Frigga decided to activate the backup plan left by Odin. Regarding the heir, it has always been a difficult problem for Odin. His children are too disappointing. Even Thor is a helpless choice. Thor is simple, impulsive, and a good person. But he is not a good candidate for a king. For a ruler, being a good person is definitely not a good evaluation. But who can Odin choose? He can only force the duck to the shelf. In fact, this worry was there when Odin sealed Hela. Hela is the heir that Odin created with great effort, and Odin started planning from the moment he chose his spouse. Hela's talent fits Odin's idea, but the rest. After Hela's big name was ruined, Odin began to worry about the future of Asgard. As it turned out, his worries were right. So after Hela was sealed, Odin began to make some preparations for the future. For example, in Hyria. It was Odin's backup for the future. But what kind of person is Odin? He is definitely an old silver coin. How could he only prepare such a backup? Asgard is fine in other aspects, but it has a solid foundation. So it is enough for Odin to prepare multiple backups. Odin's sword. When Frigga said this term, not only Kai, But even Heimdall was surprised. As we all know, Odin became famous with a hammer, and after becoming famous, he has been using the eternal spear. This Odin's sword. Where did it come from? Frigga would naturally not hide it at this time. This artifact, speaking of it, is still closely related to the dwarves. Remember Fafnir, the dwarf who turned into a dragon? He was killed by Heimdall before, and now he is probably resurrecting with the dwarves. The predecessor of the Sword of Odin is related to Fafnir. Fafnir came from the Nibelungen family of the dwarves. At that time, Fafnir's father, the dwarf king Hreidmar, found a piece of glittering magic gold from the deep space of the universe. The dwarves had no resistance to this strange and glittering metal. He brought it back to the dwarf world and made it into a magic ring. Later, King Bulli accidentally killed Hreidmar's son. In order to apologize, King Bulli compensated Hreidmar with all his treasures. At that time, Hreidmar gave the ring and the treasures from the compensation to his son Fafnir for safekeeping. Everyone knows what happened afterwards. Fafnir went crazy, killed his brother, occupied the treasures, and finally several dwarf kings died in succession. After that, King Bal of Asgard went to solve the matter, so the dwarf king at that time gave part of the treasures to King Bale as a reward. This ring has been placed in the treasure house of Asgard like that, until Odin found it. Odin sensed a very secret evil power from it. That power was so secret that it was hard to detect even with a ring. At the same time, this power was also extremely evil. Later, Odin melted the ring and made it into a magic sword. This is the Sword of Odin. Chapter 1492 Supporting. Although this sword is called the Sword of Odin, in fact, neither the others nor Odin want to pull it out. This thing is poisonous. This sword has another name, the Sword of Doom. Pulling it out means destruction. This is true for the enemy and the user. To put it bluntly, this thing is used to perish together with the enemy. Kai's face looked a little bit bad when he heard this. It's not. Fighting, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by God. If you are not as skilled as others, Kai has nothing to say. But Frigga, aren't you going too far? You don't want your husband to die, so you let me do it? It hasn't come to that point yet, right? For your husband, you let me die so easily? Seeing Kai's face, Frigga immediately knew that Kai was wrong. No, things are not what you think. Things were originally like this, but the dragon bone extract you brought changed everything. It turns out that pulling out the Sword of Odin will inevitably usher in destruction, which is actually a consumption of vitality. This is similar to the effect of Hela holding the Twilight Sword. Since it can be consumed, it can naturally be replenished. However, the means of replenishing vitality in the entire universe are very rare, and they are not without side effects. On the contrary, the Earth, a corner of the Earth, actually has such a magical means. It is very unexpected. And, more importantly, the Sword of Odin was created to be used in conjunction with the destroyer armor. The formation of the destroyer armor dates back to a long time ago. The destroyer armor became famous due to Odin's conquest of the 9 realms, but in fact, Odin's original intention of creating the destroyer armor was not to conquer the 9 realms, or not just for this. The creation of the destroyer armor was actually Odin's response to Ragnarok. After learning about Ragnarok a long time ago, Odin began to consciously prepare for the future. So he found the dwarves, helped design and create the destroyer armor. The destroyer is designed to be inanimate and activated by absorbing the consciousness of the creatures it contacts. The consciousness and programming of the destroyer will cover the host's mind and eradicate all life in sight, unless the host has an extremely strong will. Furthermore, the destroyer armor is not as simple as it seems. In fact, the original design of the destroyer itself is very similar to that of the Sword of Odin, that is, to fight to the last hurrah. Odin intended for the destroyer to absorb the life force of all Asgardians to match the unknown enemy that could destroy Asgard. The destroyer possesses superhuman physical strength with unknown upper limits, and Odin once thought of putting the life force of himself and the Asgardian gods, except for his heirs, into the armor, which may have further enhanced its power. The destroyer can travel through the atmosphere by self-levitation, and can fly at speeds of up to Mach 32. The body built by Uru is almost indestructible. It can emit many different types of energy, mainly for destruction, including high heat, electricity, plasma, antimatter and electromagnetic force rays, and the energy contained in it is enough to shatter entire planets. It can also manipulate the molecular structure of most substances for various purposes, including transforming and rearranging atoms and molecules in order to change one form of matter into another, modify the density of matter, and transform solid matter into liquid. The most terrifying weapon of the destroyer is the decomposition ray emitted from the head of its armor, which is said to be able to decompose any known substance including Eurometal. In order to accumulate energy used in the attack, the destroyer must keep the visor open. It cannot quickly and continuously emit decomposition rays and must wait to accumulate energy again. Usually, the destroyer stands at a height of 6.5 feet. However, when the life force of all Asgardians is activated, the destroyer will grow to 2,000 feet. It can be said that Odin built it completely as a weapon of war. Unfortunately, Odin never really used the destroyer completely. Then he gave it to Kai. Some people may wonder, how could Odin give Kai such an important thing? Here we have to talk about the change of Odin's mentality. Odin used to be a bastard. The threat of Ragnarok tortured him all the time. He was stronger and more irritable than the previous king of Asgard. He thought that as long as he was strong enough, he could handle everything. And narrowly believed that he was Asgard. As long as he was still there, Asgard could be rebuilt. That's why he created such an extreme weapon at that time, at the cost of the lives of all the people of Asgard. Then he repented. There is a king only when there are people. Asgard has never been a place. As long as the people of Asgard still exist, then Asgard exists. If all the people in Asgard are dead, what's the use of leaving a piece of land? As long as people are still there, even if Asgard is destroyed, they can rebuild Asgard in another place. So Odin in his later years was a little resistant to the destroyer, so it was thrown at the door of the treasury. It wasn't even placed in the treasury. It was strange to give it to Kai later. Ragnarok, Ragnarok. That's the twilight of the gods. Don't worry about the ordinary people. It's better not to bother those poor people in Asgard. Of course, Odin never thought that one day he would give the destroyer away. So when shooting the sword of Odin, he still wanted to use the destroyer and the sword of Odin together to exert a stronger power. The combination of the destroyer armor and the sword of Odin is a setting in the comics. I am not making it up. It is a combination specially created by Odin to deal with the Celestials. Let's put it this way. Without the destroyer armor, it is hard to say whether anyone who pulls out the sword of Odin can kill the enemy, because the biggest possibility is that they will die at that time. The destroyer armor is a buffer, at least it can allow Odin to hold on until the end of the battle. So to pull out the sword of Odin, you must have the destroyer armor. Kai frowned and thought. He suddenly felt that Odin had calculated him. Kai was not imagining it. Although he was more than 10,000 years old according to his date of birth. But damn, he was sleeping for those 10,000 years. His life experience is only a few dozen years. There is no way to compare with an old silver coin like Odin. It is not surprising that he can't tell that Odin calculated him. Yes, you have dragon bone extract and the destroyer armor, you can definitely withstand the backlash of Odin's sword. Frigga said it with certainty. It doesn't seem like a lie. Kai did not answer her, but cast his eyes on the battlefield. On the battlefield, the Asgard army, led by Imheria, cooperated with the army of the undead and fought desperately with the army of demons. And as Hela took back the power of death, more and more Asgard warriors who died in the battle stood up and continued to fight. The battle was very intense. Above the sky, the Pegasus Valkyries were fighting with countless fire dragons. From time to time, the bodies of Pegasus or fire dragons fell down. The number of dead was increasing. For the glory of Asgard. For Odin, Brunhild raised her warhammer and killed a fire dragon. She did not hesitate to urge her Pegasus to rush towards Surtur. On the other side, Thor didn't know when he got Valstag's double-edged axe, and was chopping a fire dragon to death with one axe, and by the way, he used thunder to burn a group of little demons into charcoal. Then he glared at Brunhild with a little provocation. Whoever holds the hammer now is his rival in love. Brunhild now knows that this fool is Odin's son, and by the way, she also knows that Odin is married for the second time. Bah! How shameless! How old is he? And he is still eating young grass. Frigga should be about the same age as her. Odin can actually do it. But this little fool is at least better than Hela. On the ground, Volstagg was jumping up and down. Thor! Thor! You bastard! Give me my axe back. Volstagg has been fighting on the front line, killing piles of enemies. Then, he was tired. There is no way. Volstagg is old and still so fat, he has already had 3 highs. Although the skills and strength are becoming more and more pure, but endurance. You have to know that Volstagg now goes to the third floor of the bar and plays vegetarian. You can imagine what the endurance is like. So under the dispatch of Sif, he returned to the rear to rest. The demons are endless, and they don't know what fatigue is, let alone fear. After all, their death is not real death, so these things are very fierce, and one life for another is a win for them. So in order to ensure the combat effectiveness of Asgard, rotation is inevitable. As a result, Volstagg finally sat down to rest and drank 2 barrels of wine to quench his thirst. One of them was not careful, and his axe was taken away by Thor. Soon, Thor and Brunhild killed Surtur. Get out, Surtur was too lazy to look at this kind of little karami. However, these 2 little karami gave him a big surprise. First, Brunhild threw out her Thor's hammer. Then Thor actually used his divine power to hit Thor's hammer without any instruction, a huge thunder and lightning. Boom! Thor's hammer directly pierced Surtur's chest, and made him fall to his butt. Before Surtur could react, several giant swords suddenly sprang out from under the ground where he was lying, fixing him in place in one fell swoop. Odin's attacks followed one after another. He raised the Spear of Eternity, summoned the power of Asgard, and a golden light fell on Surtur and engulfed him. It seemed that they had suppressed Surtur. Odin. How are you? Are you dead? Thor was so straightforward. Hela was subconsciously stunned when she heard this. What? Did she have a partner? Let's have a great time together? In fact, Thor always talked like this. This guy dared to say in front of Odin that Odin was old and should abdicate and let him ascend the throne. If a prince dared to talk to the emperor like this, he would definitely die. The witchcraft disaster is most likely to happen to the prince. So, what else did Thor dare not say? Odin felt tired when he heard it. He now believes in the theory that inbreeding on Earth will produce deformed children. Otherwise, how could he not have mutated into this state? How wise and powerful he is. Odin and Frigga are indeed close relatives, with the same grandfather. How could he have such a son? Not dead, Odin said unhappily, but after thinking for a while, he added, for the time being. Oh, Thor said boringly, and then looked at Hela. He suddenly thought that they were fighting side by side, right? He wanted to talk to Hela, but he was not good at speaking. So he thought for a long time and blurted out, Hela, I know you have been wronged. Odin, Brunhild and Hela couldn't help but look at Thor. Odin and Brunhild immediately felt screwed. No. What are you talking about? She has been wronged. Then we. Especially Brunhild, she felt so complicated. So, I died in vain? The look in Hela's eyes when she looked at Thor changed. It's a hammer. You are indeed a filial son. Just like me. Look, our family is fighting side by side again. What happened in the past is over. Then Hela's eyes changed again. It became dangerous. Thor quickly made up for it. I will let Odin apologize to you, and I support him to abdicate. He is already old and confused. But the throne, I think we still need to discuss it. After all, I have been the crown prince for so many years. Otherwise, you can be the regent? This is also what I learned on Earth. The regent is very powerful. The eternal spear in Odin's hand creaked, and he really wanted to stab this unfilial son to death with one shot. Brunhild stole a glance at Odin. Ah, if I had such a child. Now it seems that being killed by Hela was not so bad, right? Look at Odin's unlucky face now. At least she doesn't need to worry about the filial piety. Hela pulled the corner of her mouth. She suddenly felt a little ashamed. Damn, this is my brother? Well, it's a good thing that this guy was born from a second marriage. He is only half related to her, a burden. At the same time, she was a little ashamed of herself for arguing with Thor. Why should I argue with a fool? Even if Odin likes him, so what? As they were talking, Surtur below was angry. Damn it. You guys, think you're going to win? Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, a huge amount of flames suddenly burst out from the ground, and the surrounding ground gradually melted into magma under the high temperature. The golden light that originally enveloped him and suppressed him shattered and turned into countless light spots. Odin was the first to be hit hard. He flew out as if he was hit by a car at 120 miles per hour. Hela was just about to make a move, but a giant hand suddenly emerged from the ground, grabbed Hela, and pressed her into the ground. On the contrary, Thor and Brunhild were fine. They dodged quickly enough. Roar. Die? Let the flames purify everything. The firestorm swept out immediately. Kai saw this and immediately turned to Frigga and said, Where's the sword? Chapter 1493, Becoming a Golem. Follow me. After Frigga said this, the group of people suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they appeared in a hall. This was the depths of the palace wherein Hera was sleeping. Don't tell me that this thing is the sword of Odin. Kai shook his head, got rid of the dizziness caused by the conveyor belt, and looked around. Where is the sword? There was nothing around except a huge statue. The statue depicted a giant dragon being suppressed by a huge sheathed sword. The statue was very large. I just don't know what the meaning of placing it here is. After all, in the history and legends of Asgard, dragons have never played any positive roles, and basically always represent evil. So generally speaking, there are no dragon statues in Asgard. Unlucky. But there is one in front of him, and it's so big. Of course, this is Asgard's own business, and Kai has no right to control it, but where is the sword? There. Frigga pointed to the statue a little embarrassedly. Kai looked at the statue confusedly, and finally his eyes fell on the giant sword placed on the dragon. He opened his mouth. That thing must be at least 10 meters long. Goodbye. Kai turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Frigga immediately went over to stop Kai. As a result, Kai rushed too fast and hit Frigga's arm that was blocking him. However, Kai did not feel any resistance, and it was as light as air. Kai turned his head and saw that Frigga's body flash green light, as if the TV signal was not well received and was hopping. And Frigga's own arm, which was blocking her, was immersed in Kai's body. Illusion, Kai said in surprise. Before this, he really didn't see it at all. But after thinking about it for a while, he felt it was reasonable. In the current situation of Asgard, Frigga should be on the battlefield, so how could she have time to entertain them? Using illusion is very appropriate. In addition, it must be said that Frigga's illusion spell is really awesome. Kai has beaten Loki and seen Loki's illusion. To be honest, it's far worse. If Loki had Frigga's skill, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Kai. If Odin hadn't intervened in time, Loki would have died long ago. Kai looked at Frigga helplessly. Queen, I want to help too, but you want me to carry a 10-meter long weapon to fight. Aren't you overestimating me? It's not that Kai doesn't want to, but this thing is too big. He is only 3 or 4 meters tall when he puts on the destroyer armor. This sword is 10 meters long. Weight and other things can be put aside. How can you fight with such a long thing, and it's a sword? If it was a long weapon, Kai would have accepted it with a pinch of his nose. But this thing is a one-handed sword. Fuck. Your one-handed sword is bigger than a person. By the way, this thing is made of the Nibelung ring, and the Nibelung ring was made by the dwarf for himself, so the question is, how big can the Nibelung ring be? Even if the dwarf's fingers are thicker than humans, they can't be this thick, right? A ring can actually hit such a big sword? No, that's not the case. Remember what I said, the destroyer armor and the sword of Odin are matched, Frigga explained hurriedly. You mean, the destroyer armor can also grow bigger? Kai knew that the destroyer armor could grow bigger. After all, when he put on the destroyer armor, he was 3 or 4 meters tall. That's right. But it takes a lot of life force to activate it. As mentioned before, Odin intended to make the destroyer absorb the life force of all Asgardians to fight against Ragnarok. Is that so? After saying that, Kai looked at Tony. How much dragon bone extract do you have left? Tony shrugged. No, all used up, tisk. Kai thought about it and decided to be a little safer. He took out a section of dragon bone directly from the king's treasury. Whether it was Frigga or Banner, it was the first time they saw the real body of the dragon bone. Then they were immediately attracted by the beauty of the dragon bone. That is a strange crystal. It seems that a galaxy is contained in the crystal. The starlight is not static, but slowly flowing, just like a piece of starry sky cut from the sky. What should I do? Kai never knew that the destroyer armor had such powerful functions. Odin never gave him the manual. Frigga immediately told Kai the real way to use the destroyer. Ahem. Odin coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at Thor, who was smashed into the ground. Thor. Are you okay? Thor struggled to pull himself out of the ground, and then said with difficulty, I won't die for the time being. Brunhild on the other side was calmer, but not much better. Although her breath was still strong, she could feel that her life force that was forcibly retained was rapidly losing. After all, she was dead, and Odin used the power of Asgard to forcibly retain her. She can't exist in the world for a long time. On the contrary, Hela was in the best condition. As the god of death, It is difficult to kill her before her life ends, especially when she is still in Asgard. Without the Twilight Sword, Hela is not afraid of Surtur. At least it is difficult for Surtur to kill Hela. However, that's all. It is indeed difficult for Surtur to kill Hela, but at the same time, Hela's attack has no effect on Surtur. Surtur's complete form is himself, the Eternal Flame and the Twilight Sword, a trinity. But Odin and his men obviously underestimated the bonus of the Eternal Flame to Surtur. So for a while, they were deadlocked. Odin. How long will it take for Surtur to separate from the Eternal Flame? Brunhild couldn't help asking. If this goes on, we will fail sooner or later. Not only are they fighting against Surtur head-on, but even the large army fighting below, Asgard can't hold on. As long as Surtur is still alive, the magic circle he summons will continue to summon more demons. Asgard's soldiers are very powerful. One Asgard soldier can deal with 3 fire demon servants, 10 little demons, or even more. In terms of single combat power, Asgard's soldiers can completely beat those demons. But the problem is that there are too many of them. It's still possible to hold on now, but it's not certain if it drags on any longer. First of all, Inheria and others are all dead warriors. The fact that they can still stay in the world is the result of Odin forcibly retaining them. But no matter what, they are all dead. With the passage of time and the fierceness of the battle, their vitality that was originally forced to stay will be consumed faster. At that time, even if the enemy does not kill them, they will automatically die. Secondly, no matter how strong Asgard's soldiers are, they are not as unreasonable as demons. Demons will not die, but Asgardians will die. If they are killed, they will die. The longer it drags on, the physical strength and number of Asgard will naturally decrease. No matter how big the exchange ratio between the two is, the Asgardians will suffer in the end. So we can't drag it out. This is also the reason why Surtur still wants to continue fighting after losing the Twilight Sword. His goal is to destroy Asgard, but it doesn't matter what method he uses to destroy it. I don't know, Odin really doesn't know. He is not the kind of omniscient and omnipotent god on the true sense. In fact, there is no so-called true omniscience and omnipotence in this world. Although Odin has always given people this feeling, as if nothing can stump him, he knows all the secrets of the universe. However, this is not the case. He just lives a long time and has seen a lot of things. Omniscience and omnipotence are relative concepts. The reason why other people think that Odin is omniscient and omnipotent is because their vision and limitations are there. People's understanding of the world is very shallow. The questions they can ask are also very shallow. For example, a mortal asks his god how the world was created. It's like a farmer asking an engineer how those high-tech machines are made. Mortals feel that their questions involve the creation of the universe, which is an unimaginable question. Only an omniscient and omnipotent god can answer such a question. But for a high-level civilization that has studied the universe in depth, they will give their own answers. Although this answer may not be correct, mortals cannot tell it. Just like the farmer's question to the engineer, how is the house built? The engineer gave a bunch of professional terms, and then used all kinds of high-sounding power to confuse the farmer. As for whether it is correct, who knows? Because it involves the farmer's knowledge blind spot. The reason why Odin gives people the feeling that he is a god is also due to this knowledge level deviation. This deviation makes others think that Odin knows everything, but the fact is, Odin also has his own knowledge blind spot. For example, now, don't know? How can you not know? Brunhild was very surprised. Odin said helplessly, I have only seen Surtur 3 times so far. How can I know those things? This is also the truth. Although Surtur is Asgard's mortal enemy, the number of times the two actually collide is pitiful. Counting this time, it is really 3 times. What is enough for 3 times? How could he know Surtur's information? Odin's information about the eternal fire came from his father, and his father's information was seen through the prophecy illusion. Because in the prophecy, Bauer saw that his son stole the eternal fire and prevented Surtur from attacking Asgard. But he didn't know which son it was, so he simply sent all 3 of his sons out. As a result, 3 went and 1 came back. This almost became Bauer's nightmare. If he knew about this, he would go himself, at least his survival rate would be much higher. We can only fight hard, Brunhild couldn't help shouting. Thor heard this on the side and immediately said disdainfully, bah. Fight hard. Ever since Thor's hammer ran into Brunhild's hands, Thor abandoned his worship of the Valkyrie and had a lot of opinions about Brunhild. Odin didn't say anything, just took a deep breath. There will be a way, What way? Brunhild's eyes lit up. She knew Odin too well. This old thing has always been like this, and likes to hide everything. Suddenly Odin was stunned, and then said with a little joy, "The solution has been found." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sithramnal palace where the Anhirius once slept exploded. A 100-meter-tall metal giant rose from the ground. In his hand, he held a giant sword with a dark blue blade. The blade did not look like metal, but more like a piece of moonlight, with a kind of quiet beauty. "Is that Kai?" Thor looked at the giant who suddenly appeared, a little bit unbelievable. Just because the momentum emanating from the giant made Thor a little, how to say, fear? No, it's not just fear, it's more like a prey targeted by a natural enemy. It's a kind of trembling from the heart. Even Surtur and Hela were attracted by the sudden change. It's like a group of them are filming a movie, and suddenly someone rushes out and occupies the entire screen, which is very abrupt. The terrible aura emanating from him makes them unable to ignore him at all. However, Kai at this time is not feeling well. Frigga was right. This sword really shouldn't be called the Sword of Odin. Kai didn't even feel that it had anything to do with Odin. This thing was extremely evil, so evil that the moment Kai pulled out the sword, he had an impulse to destroy everything. In fact, the reason he broke through the Sithramnal palace just now was the result of this emotion. He felt that Tony and the others were too annoying, so he wanted to kill them. So he burst out with power and planned to trample Tony and the others to death. Fortunately, Frigga was quick-witted and saw Kai transform and immediately teleported everyone away. To be honest, it was also thanks to Kai's previous psychological preparation and his good willpower that he was probably really lost in the emotion of wanting to destroy everything. One thing to note here is that the emotion was not anger or any other violent emotion. On the contrary, Kai did not feel angry. He was very calm, even a little indifferent. He had an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, confidence, and arrogance in his heart. He felt at the time that he should be the master of the universe, and everything in time should be ruled by him. For other people, even if they just looked directly at him, it was a blasphemy to himself. That look reminded Kai of his old friend, Gilgamesh. No, it was worse than that. That kind of sudden and overwhelming arrogance, as if everything in this world existed because of him. Of course, this was not the uncomfortable part. After all, although this feeling was considered sick in the eyes of outsiders, it was actually quite good for the person himself. After all, extremely arrogant people are extremely narcissistic. What really made Kai uncomfortable was after he woke up. When he resisted this emotion, Kai felt an unprecedented loss and pain. Waves of whispers rang in Kai's mind, and those voices kept tempting him to let down his guard and welcome this great change. Well, if I really have to describe it, it's like Gollum lost his one ring and just wanted to find it back desperately. Then again, the story of the Lord of the Rings seems to have borrowed from the story of the Ring of the Nibelung. Thinking of this, Kai felt even more like Gollum. He could even feel his vitality being drained away, and his body began to become thinner and his bones began to shrink. But he didn't think it was hard to accept. On the contrary, resisting the temptation of Odin's sword made it even more unbearable. This is weird. No wonder Odin didn't dare to let anyone pull out this sword. No, we have to get rid of Surtur quickly and then throw this sword away. Chapter 1494, Die. The sword of Odin is really strong. The reason why Kai suddenly became so confident was partly because of the enchantment of the sword of Odin, and partly because this thing is so damn strong. Before he got the sword, Kai faced Odin. Although if he used all his means, he might be able to ensure that he would not be killed, it was unlikely that he could defeat Odin. Think about it. The reason why Odin is so strong is not only because of his talent and his hard work. It is also because he has the power of his two brothers who voluntarily dedicate themselves, as well as the accumulation of Asgard for 10,000 years. What is Kai? How long has he lived? It is said that he is more than 10,000 years old, but they have been sleeping for 10,000 years. The time that can really be considered alive is less than 100 years. Why do you think that your 100 years of accumulation can be equal to the accumulation of Asgard for 10,000 years and countless ancestors? Borrowing a famous quote from the internet, why can the efforts of my 3 generations lose to your 10 years of study? The prototype of this sentence should be a famous saying of Sony founder Akio Morita. Why do you think that your 10 years of study can compete with my 3 generations of business? Although the truth is not absolutely correct, it does make sense in a sense. Even if Kai cheats, it can't match it. What's more, who told you that the Asgardians didn't cheat? A group of tribal civilizations ran to the universe, and after 3 generations of efforts, they became a civilization at the level of the universe's hegemony. This is not considered cheating. However, now, Kai looked at Odin and had only one feeling. This is a younger brother. Boom. Thinking of these messy things, Kai flew up at the same time and rushed towards Surtur. Odin. Are you crazy, old man? You actually handed such an important thing to an earthling. Surtur hasn't expressed any opinions yet, but Hela couldn't help it. Destroyer armor, this thing Hela knows. But Hela had always thought that this thing was just a big toy of Odin, and she didn't expect it to have such a function. That's fine. The key is the sword. Hela can clearly feel how terrible the sword is. Just looking at it, Hela is terrified. This thing is even more terrible than the Twilight Sword. Hey. You can't say that, Kai is my friend. What's the problem with giving something to a friend? Thor was a little unhappy when he heard it. In fact, putting aside Thor's strength, you can completely regard him as a bastard rich second generation. He is almost catching up with a rich second generation starting a business when he squanders money. Hela is too lazy to argue with his second generation ancestor. She has finally figured it out. Thor is just a spoiled child. He can't understand those things when she tells him. That's my thing. Odin. That's mine. This is also what makes Hela the most angry. Hela has been trained by Odin as an heir since she was a child. Everything she has experienced is prepared for the future when Odin dies. It can even be said that her life goal is to rule Asgard. So no matter when and where, Hela regards Asgard as her own property. This is why Hela temporarily put aside her grudges and joined forces with Odin. As a result, now Odin actually gave his own things to an earthling. How could Hela tolerate it? What's more, this thing is so powerful. Hela is very confident that as long as she gets the sword, Surtur will be a younger brother. However, Odin gave it to an outsider. Even if Odin gave it to Thor, Hela could tolerate it. Odin, it's not as good as you think. While speaking, Kai also came. The giant sword that looked like it was condensed by moonlight chopped Surtur's head. The speed was so fast that even Odin was surprised. After all, although Odin designed all this, he had never really used it, so he didn't actually have an accurate understanding of the specific strength of the combination of the destroyer armor and the sword of Odin. After all, if this thing is used, it will kill people. And it's not just one person's life. If you are not careful, the entire Asgard will be lost. Roar, although Surtur was also terrified by the power of the sword, he had no intention of sitting still and waiting to die. When the giant sword was approaching, he immediately gathered all his strength and condensed the flames on his body into a giant sword to block in front of him. Clang. With a crisp sound, the giant sword condensed by flames was easily cut off. At the same time, the gorgeous moonlight sword blade easily split a corner of Surtur's crown, and started from his left shoulder and chopped into his chest. Ouch! The severe pain made Surtur scream. The pain was not caused by the body, but from his soul. This thing even split his soul. Although Surtur has a physical body, he is actually more like a collection of some natural phenomena. Once he regains control of the eternal fire, it can be said that the flame is him, and he is the flame. So the damage to his physical body is not fatal to him. This is also the reason why his body was constantly hurt by Hela, Odin and others, but nothing happened. As long as the eternal flame is still in his body, no injury can really hurt him. But now Surtur feels that his soul is torn apart. This kind of pain is 10 million times more severe than physical pain. This means that the characteristics brought to him by the eternal flame have become useless. Enduring the severe pain, Surtur punched the chest of the destroyer armor. He punched it away. And after the sword of Odin left his body healed rapidly. But his soul did not heal. He is the demon lord and is immortal. But he can be injured. Once he is killed by this sword here, he can only be a disabled Otoko for the next tens of thousands of years. This discovery made Surtur almost crazy. The original script should not be like this. He has already got the eternal flame. As long as he inserts the Twilight Sword into Asgard, he can completely destroy the world and complete his mission. But now, the eternal flame is back, but the Twilight Sword is lost. Thinking of this, Surtur looked at Kai. It's all this guy's fault. It was he who took his Twilight Sword. I want you dead. Surtur was furious. Even if he had to be a homeboy for tens of thousands of years, he would still kill this bastard. As long as he got the Twilight Sword, he could still fulfill the mission that fate had entrusted to it. Surtur once again increased the energy output of the eternal flame. In an instant, balls of flame spewed out of Surtur's body, making him look like a human torch. It was almost impossible to tell what a human looked like. Be careful. He's going to fight to the death. Odin sensed the change in Surtur's body, grabbed Thor and threw him back. Perhaps he was too concerned. Or perhaps he blamed Thor for talking nonsense. When he threw Thor, the force seemed to be a little bit strong. He threw Thor thousands of meters away, and made him hit the wall of Asgard like a cannonball, directly destroying a section of the wall. Sorry, Odin didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand and apologized very perfunctorily. I don't know if Thor could see it. Brunhild on the side pulled the corner of her mouth. Odin's narrow-mindedness really hasn't changed at all. He is so cruel to his own son. However, Brunhild is not afraid. She is already dead. What is there to be afraid of? Odin said it was dangerous, but in fact, Surtur didn't care about them at all. Now this guy only wanted to deal with Kai. After all, the Twilight Sword on Kai was the key. As long as the Twilight Sword was taken back, everything would be over. The flames on Surtur's body seemed to come alive and began to attack Kai frantically. Kai was naturally unwilling to be outdone. He grabbed Odin's sword and planned to use his old tricks again to give Surtur another hard blow. However, just when he cut off Surtur's flaming sword with a sword again, the flames on Surtur's body actually rose up, and then turned into an arm, holding a big sword on the arm, and hit Kai hard. Fortunately, the activated destruction armor was powerful and blocked Surtur's attack. This is not the end. Surtur seemed to have transformed into the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara, or the legendary giant with hundreds of arms. He had countless arms growing out of his body, each holding a weapon, and he kept slashing at Kai. For a moment, Kai was suppressed. As Kai was hit more and more times, the line of reason in Kai's heart finally stretched to the extreme. Snap! It broke. His extremely arrogant mentality returned again. The curse of Odin's sword prevailed. Bastard! As the curse of Odin's sword prevailed, Kai's voice changed. It became cold and full of contempt. It was as if the person in front of him was really a bastard. Surtur suddenly felt something was wrong. Who allowed you to touch me? Boom. The whole Asgard actually shook at this moment. Then there were waves of auroras in the sky. Auroras? This is Asgard. There is no such celestial phenomenon. There is no North Pole or South Pole here. On the other side, Thor pushed away the gravel pressing on him. It hurts. Who hit me? Thor tried hard to recall when he was hit by the enemy. What? No one hit him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one hit him. How could he be so painful? However, at this moment, he saw the aurora in the sky. So beautiful. But the next second Thor found something wrong. No, this is. Odin looked at the aurora in the sky, and his heart was indescribably complicated. This is divine power. Asgard is not just a place for Asgardians to live and live. Its real function is more like an energy repeater and storage device. When every Asgardian dies, part of his power will remain in Asgard. Although the power left by ordinary people is very small, it can accumulate into a lot. Over the years, Asgard has long been unknown how much power it has stored. And another name for this power is divine power. In fact, every Asgardian has divine power, it's just a matter of how much and whether it can be truly used. This is what Volstagg told Sif before, any Asgardian can awaken the power. The royal family is born with a greater probability of awakening the power. The king of Asgard is actually equivalent to the GM of this energy network, and he has the highest authority. But it does not mean that the GM has the ownership of this power, he just manages it. In other words, Odin can manage this power, but he cannot fully control it. Odin opened a backdoor to this system, a backdoor that can use this power without restraint. That is the Sword of Odin. Now Kelly uses the Sword of Odin to mobilize the power of Asgard. This power is not something that everyone can bear. Why did King Bully, who founded Asgard, design this unique system instead of simply and really allowing the God King to fully possess this power? The answer is simple. Can't bear it. This power is so huge that no one can bear it completely. Odin is strong, right? But now he can't even bear his own power, so he has to fall into sleep regularly to relieve this pressure. For example, the power of Odin is a bucket of water. Usually, he carries a bucket of water everywhere. However, as time goes by, the water in his bucket becomes more and more, and he gets older and older, so he is naturally unable to do it. The water in Asgard is equivalent to reservoir. Once this thing explodes, it is equivalent to a flood. Who can withstand it? Odin was thinking about Ragnarok all the time, and he didn't care about anything. So when he designed the Sword of Odin, he was a little overwhelmed. He thought at the time that if Ragnarok really came, he wouldn't care about so much. He didn't consider whether he could bear it at all. Now Kai actually followed his original idea and rushed up directly. I don't know if he can bear it. Of course Kai can't bear it. I'm going to die. With a divine power accumulated by Asgard for thousands of years, Kai suddenly broke free from that arrogant mood. Then he was tragic. He felt like a balloon that had been blown up to the maximum. Even if a little air rushed in, he would explode. That's not all. What's worse is that after he got rid of that emotion, the loss and pain returned to his body again. He was further tortured. Fuck. Is that old guy Odin crazy? Why would he design such a perverted thing? Kai no longer cared about being polite, and cursed Odin in his heart. But this didn't help Kai's current situation at all. So, he had to throw away this broken sword quickly. Thinking of this, Kai finally used his strong willpower to control his body and swung the strongest sword at Surtur. He was afraid that he would faint in the next second. As Kai swung the sword, the aurora in the sky seemed to be summoned by something, and suddenly gathered towards the Sword of Odin in Kai's hand. Chapter 1495, Extreme Joy Leads to Sorrow. Thor dared to guarantee that today was the most exciting day of his life. It was also the most unforgettable day of his life. It was not because of the excitement, but because of the brilliance that covered the sky and the sun. It was so beautiful. He couldn't even describe in words how beautiful that light was. The aurora that was originally changing and flickering quietly in the sky seemed to be pulled by something at the moment when Kai swung his sword, following the movement of Kai's blade. It was obviously a moment, but the movement trajectory of those auroras was extremely clear, as if it was slowed down by thousands of times. Those auroras became strings that were plucked, and slowly gathered on the Sword of Odin. After the colorful lasers gathered together, they immediately turned into gold. The gold was dazzling, but not glaring, very soft, and even made every Asgardian feel very kind, just like a baby seeing its mother, making them feel calm and at ease. On the contrary, in the eyes of those demons, these lights are the most vicious things in the world. What they see is not the mother of a baby or something like that. Demons don't have that. Although demons can indeed reproduce bisexually, for most demons born in this way, the combination of their biological parents has never been related to positive emotions such as love. Most of them are forced by one party, and the rest are simply venting desires. As for their mothers, except for a very small number of demons, other demons will not spend time and experience to raise any individuals other than themselves. So parents and the like do not exist for most demons. However, what really makes demons feel that this thing is vicious is that these lights are eroding their original power. Demons are particularly fearless of death in this war against the real world, not because they are not afraid of death by nature. Any life has the instinct to pursue survival, even for demons, which are not in accordance with common sense. How can they not be afraid of death? But in the real world, especially in this real war, they are not afraid. Because the flesh and soul of mortal creatures are excellent supplements for demons. As long as they kill mortal creatures, they can plunder souls. Even if they were killed in the mortal world, they would become weaker due to reincarnation when they return to the demon world, but if they brought back the spoils, they would not lose out. But now, they found that the souls they had plundered were breaking out of their bodies. This is intolerable. Going back like this is definitely a pure loss. Isn't this vicious? No, Surtur was the first to bear the brunt. He didn't plunder any souls. After all, he was surrounded and beaten by Odin and Hela from the beginning. But the problem is that if he is sent back to his hometown this time, he will almost lose the Twilight Sword forever. It's pitiful to say that Surtur has been an enemy of Asgard all his life, but in fact, this is the first time he has set foot on the territory of Asgard in his life. However, compared with Asgard, the earth is more difficult to enter. With the blessing of the Great Guardian, Surtur can't get in at all. He is not Mephisto. Mephisto and Surtur are two completely different demons. Mephisto rarely lets his real body descend into reality. He likes to throw his incarnation into the mortal world and then lure others to sign a contract with him to harvest souls. Although this method is time-consuming and labor-intensive, it is safe. He can even go to a place with tight defense like the earth. After all, he is just an incarnation, and his strength is not strong. The Great Guardian will not specifically target him, which is why he got into control. And Surtur. Sorry, he doesn't have the ability to incarnate. So he has never been to Earth in his life. Once Kai returns to Earth with his Twilight Sword, then he will never be able to complete his mission in this life. However, this thing is not that he doesn't want it to happen. Surtur has tried very hard, but still couldn't stop the golden blade from slashing at him. He tried his best to activate the eternal fire, hoping to block it. Unfortunately, it was useless. To put it bluntly, the eternal fire is just an energy source, and it does not have any lethality. The eternal fire can make Surtur's various values take a qualitative leap, but it can't make it resist the sword of Odin that explodes with power. No, after a scream that was barely lingering, Surtur was killed very carelessly. If an ordinary person who knows nothing saw this scene, he would definitely think that Surtur was a chicken who was killed by Kai in 2 moves. Although this is true. But in fact, it is not simple. In short, Kai is almost dead now. The moment the light disappeared and confirmed that Surtur had died, Kai immediately threw away the sword of Odin in his hand. Throw it far away. He didn't want to pick it up for a second. If Kai hadn't really run out of strength, Kai would have planned to throw this thing directly into the Jinlunga chasm. However, even so, this thing is still entangled with Kai. It constantly bewitched and tortured Kai's mind, trying to make him pick it up again. This torture is even stronger than when Kai held it. Kai still threw him away without hesitation. It almost sucked Kai dry. This magic sword is insatiable, and will not stop until Kai's last bit of vitality is squeezed dry. So it desperately tortured Kai's mind. Kai was almost squeezed dry, so he saved some oil residue. Even the dragon bone that Kai took out was absorbed completely. After this, he almost fainted. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Kai's golden finger, which had not responded for a long time, was magically shipped. In addition to increasing Kai's experience, Kai's golden finger also has a very powerful but useless ability. That is the ability to plunder the enemies killed by Kai. To say it is useful, there is no need to say more about the terribleness of this ability. Kai's clone ability came from this. To say it is useless. In fact, this thing is just like the high-level skilled book of the old version of Legend, with an outrageously low explosion rate. At present, Kai has not plundered a few abilities at all. So many times, Kai directly ignored it. As a result, this time, it actually worked. Just as Kai threw out the sword of Odin and his body returned to its original size and fell to the ground, a ray of fire mysteriously appeared in Kai's body and began to burn slowly, saving Kai's life. What's more amazing is that it is slowly restoring Kai's vitality. Of course, no one cares about Kai now. Whereas Surtur, after the light faded, an Asgardian soldier found that the 1,000-meter-high fire giant had disappeared, leaving only a deep pit on the ground. He was a little confused at first, but soon he thought of the vision just now, so he boldly said a guess. Surtur is dead. Soon this guess was spread throughout the battlefield. Surtur is dead. At this moment, everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. Although this feeling is a shame for a martial nation like Asgard. Asgardian tough guys should be ready to die, even when facing a strong enemy. They will laugh and curse as slang, then pick up their weapons and rush forward. But this time, they really think so. After all, this day is really exciting. Even the Asgardian tough guys feel a little bit like they are in another world. They were all very happy. Even the skeletons were very happy. Although they had long forgotten what happiness was. After all, Asgard was saved. However, everyone forgot the biggest hero of this battle. Fortunately, not everyone was so ungrateful. Kai, at least Thor still remembered his friend. He found Kai, who looked like a mummy. He was really sucked dry, his muscles atrophied, and his flesh and blood seemed to be hollowed out, leaving only a thin layer of skin and flesh dryly attached to his skeleton. However, even so, his skeleton seemed to be drained, like an old man in his 70s, curled up in a ball. Seeing his friend sacrifice himself for his hometown and his people, Thor felt that his heart was as painful as being cut by a knife. Kai, my brother. I will always remember you. Remember everything you have done for Asgard. You are a noble person, a pure person, a moral person, a person who is free from vulgarity. I will let Asgard be praised forever. However, Kai, who seemed to have stopped breathing, suddenly opened his eyes with great effort. Fuck you. I'm not dead yet. Don't fucking mourn for me. Kai was really tired and didn't want to talk, but Thor, this bastard, kept going too far. and even fucking got out of vulgarity. Fuck, you even prepared a eulogy for me? Moreover, why does this sound so familiar? Fuck, you even copied the eulogy. So he was so angry that he started to curse. But he really didn't have the strength, so he only cursed twice before he ran out of energy. Fuck, wait, when I recover, I will definitely beat you and your father up. Damn, I was almost killed by you. I'm dying. Can't you help me find a doctor or something? Why are you standing there laughing foolishly? Thor smiled and picked up Kai, as long as he didn't die. There's always a way. But just when he was about to tell his father and take Kai to find a doctor. Odin. Be careful. Odin was also immersed in joy at this moment. After all, Asgard has survived the greatest crisis. Ragnarok is over. Destiny has changed. Odin clearly saw in the prophecy that Asgard was destroyed by Surtur, and his son and the remaining people could only wander miserably in space. But now, all this has changed. Asgard survived. However, just as he was enjoying this moment of joy, Thor's voice came. He just turned his head and was pierced through the chest by a dark blue sword. Odin looked at the sword growing out of his chest blankly, and didn't react for a while. It seems, after the divine power was mobilized by that earthling, your reaction has also slowed down. It was Hela. She pierced Odin. And the sword in her hand was the sword of Odin that Kai had discarded. Odin opened his mouth and turned his head to look at Hela, who was full of madness. Puff. He wanted to say something, but a mouthful of blood blocked his throat. Indeed, it was just as Hela said. Kai's sword mobilized the divine power of Asgard. The divine power was so huge that it affected Odin, the manager of the divine power. The sword of Odin was a backdoor that Odin opened in Asgard. Its authority exceeded all Asgards. Once it was fully exerted, it would immediately affect other Asgards. Of course, the divine power of ordinary Asgardians was very weak, and if it was affected, it was affected. In fact, it had no effect on them at all. But for Odin, it was another matter. Odin has been immersed in the power of God for almost his entire life, so that the power of God has almost become an indispensable part of him, just like a person needs to eat and breathe. While he has the right to manage the power of God, the power of God also affects him in a sense. Kai's sword mobilized the power of the entire Asgard, although it was only mobilized and not really used. But even so, it had an impact on Odin. This impact is not serious, it will only reduce Odin's perception, and as long as the shock of the power of God subsides, the impact on Odin will disappear. The time in between is very short. Strictly speaking, it is not a big deal. But Hela seized the opportunity. No, seeing Odin being pierced, Thor threw Kai away and rushed over like crazy. Odin looked at Thor, who was shouting and rushing over, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Odin, I still won. Hela looked at Odin, who was getting weaker and weaker, and couldn't wait to announce her victory. Ahem, Odin coughed up blood and showed an ugly smile. You won, Hela. As he said that, Odin put his hand on Hela's shoulder. Hela felt something was wrong. She knew Odin too well. This man would never give up so easily. Just when she wanted to distance herself from him and not give Odin any chance, she suddenly found that Odin had grabbed her shoulder. But you made a mistake, your last mistake in your life, Puff. The eternal spear, which had fallen to the ground because of Odin's stab, suddenly bounced up from the ground and pierced Hela directly. Hela was pierced and looked shocked. She was not shocked by Odin's counterattack, but by why Odin did this. She is the god of death. She is immortal. This is Asgard. Here, Hela cannot be killed. Odin's doing this has no effect except causing her some pain. However, she soon found out why Odin did this. As her body was pierced by the eternal spear, she found herself imprisoned in place. You have completely forgotten the caution I taught you as a warrior. Kai, who was originally lying on the ground with his teeth bared, heard this voice and pointed at Hela with all his strength. Damn it, do I owe you? Hela immediately felt something was wrong. The twilight sword was in Kai's hand. But it was too late. A golden halo appeared behind Hela, and a burning long sword stretched out from the halo and pierced Hela's chest. The king's treasure, the twilight sword. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1496 First update, Please guarantee double monthly tickets. Happy May Day everyone. Normally, Kai's attempt to sneak attack Hela with this move was like a dream. With her speed, it would be a miracle if the king's treasure could hide her. But now, just like Odin said, Hela forgot Odin's teachings, be cautious. She forgot to be cautious. However, no matter who has this thing, it is impossible to be cautious as Odin said. For thousands of years, Hela's only wish has been to return to Asgard, kill Odin with her own hands, and complete her revenge. Now that her long-cherished wish has finally been fulfilled, it is inevitable that her mind will be lost. No one can remain so-called cautious in such ecstasy, not to mention who she is. Asgard's god of death. As long as you stand on the land of Asgard, no one can kill her. She is afraid of hair. However, she always forgot one thing. That is Ragnarok. Surtur is destined to be the final executioner of Ragnarok. The sword Twilight in his hand is created to destroy Asgard. It can destroy any Asgardian gods. Speaking of which, it's not Hela's fault. After all, Hela's life force was so weak that Kai would die in a few minutes without her doing anything. But no one expected that Kai would not only not die, but also slowly recover. This is very anti-human. He has not received any treatment. However, no matter how much explanation is given, it cannot change one fact. That is, she is going to die. But surprisingly, Hela was extremely calm. As calm as she killed other people. I won. Odin. I won. Before she finished speaking, Hela turned into ashes in the fire. Odin stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to grab Hela, but unfortunately, his hand touched Hela's body, leaving only wisps of ashes gone with the wind. Odin's face became even older. Yes, you won. You won. People often say that the cruelest thing in life is that the old send the young. Whether it is an emperor or an ordinary person, it is the same. For example, Emperor Wu of Han treated Liu Ju, and for example, Ivan Reddy treated his own prince. When the princes of these two powerful men were still alive, they were suspicious of the young prince in every way, and even went to war. But when the big mistake was made, the two powerful men were heartbroken and even lived in regret for the rest of their lives. Odin was probably the same. Of course, he didn't hate as much as the above two. Although he defeated Hela, he didn't kill her. He just imprisoned her and kept her in an empty and silent world for thousands of years. Well, this guy is much more cruel than the above two old men. So, only She-Who, the antisocial snake-headed lunatic, can compare with him. You can search for She-Who's deeds on the internet. Even among the 5 barbarians and 16 kingdoms, which are full of psychopaths, he is also a leader. The cruel method of killing his son is to challenge the limits of human ethics. However, the regret, melancholy and sadness that Odin shows now are not fake. He didn't kill Hela because he couldn't bear to do it. It was just because this guy was too straight-minded, thinking that it was better to live than to die, and that locking his woman alone in an empty world was much better than dying. Of course, he also knew that Hela would hate him. But this was exactly what Odin wanted. Hatred is sometimes more powerful than any other emotion. Hela hated him, so she would not easily commit suicide. This can also be considered fatherly love. It's just a sick version. Odin grabbed and grabbed. But in the end he caught nothing. Then his life reel began. He remembered the joy he felt when he held Hela in his arms for the first time. He remembered the ecstasy when he discovered Hela's talent. He remembered the relief he felt when he saw Hela complete his tests again and again, and become the heir he wanted. He remembered the pride he felt when Hela won a great victory in her first expedition, and he secretly laughed. In the end, I didn't even have time to say sorry to you. Hela, I'm such a bad father, aren't I? Odin. This was the last voice Odin heard before he lost consciousness. Leave it to you, Thor. Asgard, I leave it to you. I'm so tired. Odin. What's wrong with you? Odin. Wake up. Thor hugged Odin, and he couldn't even hide the panic in his heart. Well, this description is a bit wrong. Even with his cunning, he couldn't hide it. Thor's face showed the so-called panic and fear. This would never appear on Thor's face in the past. Thor has been brave and fearless since he was a child, and it can even be said that he is lacking a string. For example, other children are afraid of poisonous snakes, but only Thor is not afraid of them at all, and even likes to play with poisonous snakes. Even though he was bitten by poisonous snakes several times and almost died, he was still fearless. He was even stabbed with a dagger by Loki for this. When they were young, Loki turned into a poisonous snake, and Thor picked it up happily, and then Loki suddenly stabbed him with a dagger. The amazing thing is that Odin and Frigga didn't punish him at all. This family education is also amazing. By the way, this is not my nonsense, it is said in the Thor movie, but even so, Thor is still heartless. You can imagine what kind of person this is. But now, Thor, who is so weak and never knows what fear is, now has a fearful and panic expression on his face. You can imagine how important Odin is to Thor. Although Thor began to become impatient to communicate with Odin when he got older, he felt that Odin could not keep up with the times. It's just like our generation facing our parents. We used to think how powerful they were, and now we are impatient with them. But this doesn't mean that we don't love them anymore. It's just, I read a passage on the internet that can reflect this feeling. When I was 5 years old, I thought my father was great and omnipotent. When I was 10 years old, I thought my father was God and dominated everything. When I was 15 years old, I felt that some of my father's words were unreasonable, but I didn't dare to say it. When I was 20 years old, I felt that my father's methods were a bit outdated. When I was 30 years old, I laughed at my father and said that if he could be like me, he would have become a rich man long ago. When I was 35 years old, I thought the old man's words made some sense. When he was 40, he began to hate himself for not listening to his father. At this time, his father had already started to grow old. Everyone has to go through this time. Thor was like you at 35, and he had already started to reflect on himself. But now Hela has forced this process to 40 or 50. Stop shaking. If you continue to shake, he will die now. At this time, a voice interrupted Thor's wailing. It was Brunhild. But now Brunhild's situation was not good. Her hair began to turn white, her skin began to become loose, and even wrinkles appeared on her face. When Thor heard this, he immediately woke up from his dream and let go of his hand. Then, Odin fell to the ground with a bang. Brunhild was speechless. Could this kid be in the same group with Hela? Fortunately, at this time, reliable people finally arrived. At this time, Frigga was like an ordinary woman, stumbling towards her husband, and she fell in the middle, making her look quite embarrassed. This was absolutely impossible before. Frigga loves beauty very much and always pays great attention to her manners. She is a good queen in the future, but she is definitely not a frugal queen. Her clothes can fill several palaces, so no matter when you see her, you will find that she is always radiant. Of course, Asgard does not need their queen to be frugal. They will not be like the French who cut off the king and queen because the queen spends too much money. But now she threw away the principles she has adhered to for thousands of years and ran madly to her husband. Then she looked at her injured husband helplessly like an ordinary woman, without the calmness she had on the battlefield before. Tisk. Odin is so miserable, Brunhild commented with a little disdain on the side. Brunhild is indeed qualified to comment. When she was active, Frigga was just a village girl in the countryside of Vanaheim, and Thor was not even a sperm. You have to pull out the sword of Odin first, and then stop that bleeding. By the way, it's best to use something to block it, otherwise the sword of Odin will make you live a life worse than death. In desperation, Brunhild could only remind him. Thor and Frigga immediately woke up from their dreams and hurried to do as they were told. When Thor pulled out the sword of Odin, he immediately threw it aside as if he had seen a ghost. Then he looked at the sword with a face full of shock. How did Kai and Hela wield this sword? Of course, these thoughts were only for a moment, and then he immediately turned his eyes to his father. Frigga took out a tube of dragon bone extract and gave her husband a tube. Odin's condition improved visibly. The wound closed, the blood loss stopped, and the pale face returned to rosy. Unfortunately, there was no joy on Frigga's face. Odin was indeed rescued. But he was only rescued. He was still a long way from being well. He was not only injured physically, but his soul was also severely damaged. The evil of Odin's sword is all round. Being killed by the ultimate weapon of his own big move, perhaps this is the biggest irony for Odin. He lies, and so is Odin's sword. Of course, there is another guy who is even more miserable. Fuck, you bastards, no one cares about me, Kai howled weakly, like a stray dog with a broken leg. Odin was finally sent back to the sleeping coffin. It was a divine artifact that Odin had prepared for his deep sleep. This artifact was not affected and was well preserved. This also left Odin with a glimmer of hope. Maybe one day Odin will wake up. Maybe never. No one knows. But Frigga and Thor both think it is the former. Odin will wake up one day. But the most important thing now is that the old king is gone and the new king should be established. Even if Frigga is reluctant to admit that her husband is no longer able to take care of things, she must face the reality. Fortunately, Thor is qualified enough to be independent. Of course, Thor now can never reach the height of Odin, so Frigga decided to find him some helpers. So she came to the sanatorium. There were many old men and women here. These people were Einherjar. After the battle, most of the Einherjar died and returned to Valhalla directly after consuming their vitality. But some of them survived because they still had a balance of life. But they won't live long. They are dead people who were forced to stay in the world by Odin through abnormal means, and time will not forget them. Their lives seemed to be infinitely accelerated in the last period, and they aged very quickly. At most 1 or 2 years, they will return to Valhalla one after another. At this time, 2 little old ladies were chatting happily outside the balcony of a ward. They looked very leisurely and didn't worry about their aging at all. In fact, most Einherjar didn't have much fear of death, because many Einherjar had seen the gate of Valhalla, but were forcibly pulled back by Odin. For them, they should have returned to Valhalla long ago. Now they can stay in the world for 1 more day, which is a gain. People are afraid of death, and they are afraid of loneliness and the unknown. But if you know that you will definitely go to heaven after you die, will you still be afraid of death? Therefore, most of the remaining Einherjar stay in the world with the mood of vacation. Some of them can even meet their relatives, which is a pleasant surprise. Frigga's arrival immediately alarmed the 2 old ladies. Frigga? Brunhild looked at Frigga curiously. You should call her the queen. Brunhild, how rude, another old lady scolded Brunhild seriously. That was Hildegard, the strongest woman in the whole Asgard. It is even true to say that she is the strongest person in the whole Asgard. She is a die-hard supporter of Odin and is very loyal. Hildegard. We are dying, remember? Who would care about this with a dead? Besides, we are much older than our queen, Brunhild said nonchalantly. People who are about to die, how can they care about this? That won't do. Even if we die, we are still Odin's warriors, okay, for Odin. By the way, speaking of Odin, Brunhild suddenly said to Frigga seriously, Your Majesty, I seriously suggest you let it go. Let our king relax a little, he should go to Valhalla. Although the Asgardians had no objection to the queen placing Odin in the sleeping coffin, most people still had the same idea as Frigga, hoping that their king would wake up one day in the future. But for the Einherjar, they all opposed doing so. Odin had done everything he should do. He fulfilled his responsibilities, and people now should not be so cruel to bind his soul again. He should be allowed to return to Valhalla and be with his ancestors. It was too cruel for them to imprison a great king in a broken body. Chapter 1497, Second Update. Please give me double monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Frigga didn't take this at all. She understood the reason, but she was a woman. No matter where she was, being unreasonable was a woman's privilege. She didn't want her husband to leave her, so she wanted to heal him. She would do whatever it took. This was for Odin, and even more for herself. So even if Brunhild's words made sense, she didn't intend to listen. As the queen, she had such power. The purpose of my visit this time is that I hope you two can stay in Asgard to assist my son Thor. He is still too young and has been spoiled by me. Odin and I have never thought of letting him take on this responsibility so soon. He is far from being good enough, but in the current situation, in order to stabilize Asgard, he must ascend the throne. So I hope you can. Wait, Brunhild looked at the other party in confusion, then scratched her head. Let me take it slowly. This action was very childish, but it happened to appear on an octogenarian, which looked weird no matter how you looked at it. Let me sort it out. Brunhild looked at Hildegard, who was also confused beside her, and then said, If I understand correctly, you want us 2 dying old people to assist your son Thor? Yes, that's what Frigga meant. No, didn't you hear me? We are dying. I just had urinary incontinence. My God, your nurse also made me wear diapers. I haven't touched the thing since I was weaned. Moreover, she also told me that our risk of cardiovascular disease outbreak is very high. If you make fun of us, believe it or not, we will die immediately to show you. Brunhild's face was like, don't fucking tease me. Hildegard also nodded. She really wanted to help. After all, Thor looked a little unreliable. She was a little worried. But they were really going to die, and they would live for 1 or 2 years at most. How to help? Frigga shook her head. Of course I have a way, but I need your consent. Hildegard and Brunhild looked at each other. It seems that the queen really has a way? Of course, they would not be so foolish as to think that Odin's queen would play tricks on them. Brunhild was a little hesitant. What should she say? She had prepared to go to Valhalla a long time ago, and now suddenly told her, sorry, wait for the next bus. This made her a little entangled. On the contrary, Hildegard did not hesitate much. If I can help, I am happy to do something for Asgard. Wait, Brunhild suddenly thought of something. You don't want to turn us into skulls like Camelot did? If so, please allow me to refuse. I don't want to appear with such a disgusting appearance. Even Odin can't. By the way, those skulls disappeared after Hela died. Only Fenrir magically stayed. It seemed that Hela used all her divine power at the last moment to force him to stay in the world. She even repaired Fenrir's injuries. Although he was still dead, at least he could not see it from the outside. Now Fenrir was with Annar. The two seemed to have developed some comradeship because of the previous battle. It was just that Fenrir was a little depressed. God knows how Hela did it. Fenrir actually had emotions. Back to the point, Hildegard heard Brunhild's guess and nodded vigorously. Although she was not beautiful, she was better than a skeleton. No, it's a completely safe method without any side effects. It's not that there are no side effects. What side effects? Expensive, Frigga said sadly. There was no other way. I had to exchange it for the artifact. Huh? Brunhild and Hildegard were both stunned. This side effect. It's not the first time they heard of it. But who are we? Asgard. Is it expensive? Does it make sense? So, both of you, your answers. Hildegard and Brunhild looked at each other. We are willing. Ha ha ha, friend. Look what good stuff I brought you. Thor walked into the ward with a big laugh, and walked in with an amulet in an almost flattering manner. The patient in the ward? Kai? Sneered at Thor. Kai now looked like a patient with anorexia, skinny all over. But it was much better than at the beginning. Before, he really looked like a mummy. Now he looks like a human being. Oh, look who's here? Isn't this our newly appointed king of Asgard, Thor Odinson? How can he have time to come to the territory of lowly earthlings like us? That would be tainted with the smell of inferior people, Kai sneered as soon as he opened his mouth. He had reason to do so. Because these Asgardians were really too much? They only cared about the old man Odin, and left Kai aside, letting him lie on the cold ground for a full hour before he was rescued by a passing nurse. Fuck. I shed blood for Asgard. I have made contributions for Asgard. You can't do this to me. Tony and the other two held fruits one by one, serving Kai like eunuchs in the palace. Then, like all eunuchs, they began to frame loyal people. That's right. These local gangs are so rude. Our Uncle Wayne tried his best to help you, but what happened? They used people to help you, but didn't. They crossed the river and destroyed a bridge. Even Ying is not as inhuman as you. This is Tony. The other two eunuchs also criticized Thor and Asgard. Thor rubbed his hands and bent over, like a salesperson who was screwed by a customer. He could only smile, and his attitude was so humble that he was almost as humble as a tortoise. Shut up. Unexpectedly, Kai became even angrier. These local gangs. Ugh. It's okay that the Asgardians are rude, but you three bastards, and you too. As Kai said this, he remembered that there was another bastard. It was about Banner, who was communicating with Fenrir, who had shrunk in the corner of the ward. You four. Every one of you thought of me. Bastard. Bastard. Forget Banner. He has low EQ, and you have low EQ too? I came here specially to save you, but what happened? I got hurt, but no one cared. You three bastards, none of you thought of me. Then Tony, Strange and Richards immediately turned into turtles with Thor, bending over and rubbing their hands, with a humble smile on their faces. Banner was confused by the accusation. What is low EQ? He refuted it. But when he saw the ugly faces of the four people, he thought about it. What's wrong with low EQ? Did low EQ affect his love? Did low EQ affect him to get hurt? Or did it affect his research? So, that's right. I have low EQ. It's better to treat me as a disabled person. Banner silently curled himself up and pressed Fenrir down. Kai wasn't really angry. Well, he was really angry. They were following Odin, and Kai could understand that. But, you guys are going too far, right? Can't someone come and look at me? I'm not dead yet. In fact, Kai was also scared. He didn't expect the sequelae of Odin's sword to be so serious. If it weren't for the fact that the Goldfinger, which had such a low sense of presence, exploded at the end, he might really have died. Eternal fire. After expelling Surtur, everyone thought that the eternal fire returned to the demon dimension with Surtur. But no one expected that the fire was plundered by Kai. It was also because of it that Kai survived the crisis of dying. To be honest, this was the first time Kai encountered such a situation. Eternal fire, should it be considered equipment? Can this thing be taken away by the Goldfinger? But, who cares? Anyway, surviving is the most important thing. As for the development of this thing, Kai has no time and energy. He will wait until his body recovers before doing it. Now, just let it burn slowly, and the recovery speed is also very fast. Big brother. Look, my house was just demolished, my sister just passed away, and my dad is in the ICU. It's miserable enough. Please forgive me for my pity. By the way, I also brought you a gift, very sincere. After a while, the matter was over. Of course, the most important thing is the amulet given by Thor. This thing is called Sleipnir. Yes, it is the one that Odin rides on. It doesn't matter whether it is strong or not. What matters is that it is handsome. To be honest, Kai really didn't expect that this thing was not a living thing. It is a divine weapon. A divine weapon specially used for transportation. Is there any man who can refuse such a cool mount? No, absolutely not. So of course he chose to forgive him. What are you going to do? Kai asked Thor. Thor fell silent. The laughter just now was just a forced smile. He was not really stupid. His sister died. Although he was a little sad about this death, he was not very sad. After all, he had no feelings. Although it was a pity, he could recover at least. But his father's condition. Thor said after a long while, I think, you can tell Jane a message after you go back. Well, maybe not. If she has a new relationship, you don't have to bother her. If she, just tell her not to wait for me. Kai squinted at Thor, not knowing how to describe him for a moment. He was really thick-skinned. He was delicate. He actually remembered his girlfriend at this time. Well, I will. As for persuading Thor not to break up. Haha, let's not talk about Kai being too lazy to care about this shit. Even if it's for the good of both of them, Kai can't do this. Don't forget, the Asgardians and humans have completely different concepts of time. There are wars everywhere in the 9 realms. I need to do something for my people. And the reconstruction of Vanaheim, the reconstruction of Asgard. I can't leave it at all. This is an excuse. After all, Asgard is not as backward as the Earth. Others have the Rainbow Bridge. It won't take more than 10 seconds to get from here to any location on Earth. What's there to leave? If he really wanted to, he could work in Asgard during the day and go back to Earth at night, from 9 to 5 without any delay. To exaggerate, he could even eat all 3 meals at home. But Thor has grown up. At least he has grown up mentally. When Odin was alive, he only needed to make trouble, and Odin would help him settle everything. When he thinks about it now, he feels how ridiculous he was before. In the past, he only felt that his father restricted him and didn't let him do this or that. He felt that he was restricted, so he wanted to make big news all day to prove how powerful he was. But it was not until his father passed away that he realized how naive he was before. The author has a deep understanding of this. When my father was still alive, I changed 3 or 4 jobs a year. If I was not happy with the work, I would just quit, because I knew that my father would support me and I would never starve. When my father was gone, I felt that I had lost my confidence, and I started to work steadily, and always worked overtime. In the past, working overtime? Impossible. If you dare to mention it, you will just leave. So my friends, if your parents are well, you really have to cherish them, and don't be impatient all the time. You are not as powerful as you think, and your parents are not as old-fashioned as you think. They may just nag because they care about you, but the way they express it is not so in line with your mood. Listen more. Even if you don't listen, don't be stubborn. Just pretend to make them happy. Your parents have indulged you all your life, and now it's your turn to indulge them. I am like everyone else. I only know the value of them after I lose them. A little touching. You don't have to read if you don't like it. He found that he was not as strong as he thought. He was not even ready. In the past, he could act recklessly and thought that he and Jane were in true love. But when he had to take responsibility, he found that it was not that easy. The Asgardians might accept that their king had an earthling girlfriend, but they would never accept that their queen was an earthling. It's okay to play with her, but it's not okay to marry her home. Don't think Asgard is old-fashioned. Ask the British, a century ago, no, not even a century, just 30 years ago, can they accept that their queen is a black person? This thing is only related to one thing. That is strength. If the royal family is still powerful, that black ghost woman can only marry into the royal family in dreams. And Asgard discriminates against earthlings. Isn't this normal? Thor used to be able to ignore it. He didn't need to be responsible for anyone, but now it's not possible. He is about to ascend the throne, and it would be irresponsible to do so. Not only to his own people, but also to Jane. So he can only break up. But it's okay. Jane probably won't be too sad. A boyfriend who has been missing for 2 years, is there any difference between having no boyfriend? Kai is not interested in these love affairs at all. He is more concerned about another thing. By the way, where's my hammer? What hammer? Thor looked away. Where is my Mjolnir? Kai said seriously. Kai naturally didn't intend to throw away such a cool equipment. What do you mean your Mjolnir? That's mine. It's from Asgard, Thor said stubbornly. Huh? Kai grabbed Thor's neck. Asshole, you dare to attack my equipment. In fact, Kai's current strength is difficult to strangle a cockroach, let alone a beast like Thor. But Thor didn't dare to hide. Chapter 1498 Recycling. Although the war has been far away from Asgard, the atmosphere in Asgard these days is still not very good. After all, Asgard lost too much in this war. In fact, the war was in the later stage, and Asgard's losses were not unacceptable. After all, at that time, Asgard's elite corps had returned to support, and they were also the main body of the war. These elite corps were powerful and well organized, so the losses were acceptable. The truly unacceptable losses were actually all caused at the beginning of the war. Because at the beginning of the war, Asgard was completely unprepared, and the enemy suddenly descended, catching everyone off guard. This caused a large number of civilian casualties. Soldiers go to the battlefield and are prepared to die in battle. Especially for the Asgardians, it is a good death and an honor for soldiers to die on the battlefield. But this has nothing to do with civilians. They don't have that awareness, nor are they prepared. A large number of civilians were killed and injured, and almost every family in Asgard was in mourning. In this case, it would be strange if the atmosphere in Asgard could be good. Thor also experienced for the first time that governing a country and the set on the battlefield were completely useless. Neither Frigga nor Odin thought of letting Thor take over the entire Asgard so soon. They planned to slowly teach Thor how to govern the country. Unfortunately, accidents always happen unexpectedly, and Thor was forced to do something he was not prepared for. In just a few days, Thor almost became a deserter. He would rather fight those enemies for 3 days and 3 nights than stay on the throne for an hour. It's too tiring. Just like now. Wearing an eye mask, holding the eternal spear, and wearing golden armor, Thor, sitting on the throne, is listening solemnly to the ministers below about the reconstruction of Asgard. It seems that Thor is trying to listen to the opinions and needs of all parties. But in fact, if you look closely, there is no wisdom in Thor's one eye, but a kind of confusion and bewilderment. It probably means, what is he talking about? Hey, what is the one next to him objecting to? Huh? What do they mean? What to eat in the evening? I really want to fight Valstag. Well, Kai is almost done. Should I go and see him off? Oh, the Spear of Eternity is really powerful, but I still want my hammer more. That's about it. Ahem. Thor? Your Majesty, the debate below had actually ended for a while, but their king was still sitting on the throne motionless, like a wooden man. The last minister couldn't help it and coughed lightly, intending to remind his king. Oh, I agree. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Let's do it this way. Thor woke up as if from a dream. What greeted him was silence. There was no point. They argued for a long time, but no one convinced anyone, so they decided to let the king make the choice. But, oh. A group of ministers sighed unconsciously. In fact, no one was dissatisfied with Thor, the new king. He was Odin's biological son, and it was reasonable for him to succeed to the throne. He was the only one in the royal family now, and there was no competitor who was even slightly decent. What, you said Loki? Let's not talk about the mess Loki made at the beginning. The bloodline of Loki is the biggest obstacle. When Odin was still alive, he might be able to rely on his super high prestige to prevent everyone from discussing this, but now, isn't Odin gone? So even if they knew that Thor couldn't handle state affairs as maturely as Odin for a while, they could only accept it with a pinch of their nose. Fortunately, someone finally came to the rescue. Frigga came out. The ministers and Thor were relieved. Fortunately, the person who can solve the problem finally came. But when everyone was a little surprised, there were two people following behind Frigga. Lord Brunhild, Lady Hildegard. How could the ministers present not meet these two legendary figures? Even if they just talked, it was a great honor. But a few days ago, these two were obviously old and almost as old as their grandmothers. As a result, now they have returned to their youth and are radiant again. Thor was not surprised. After all, he knew why. Thor still admired these two very much. Of course, it would be even better if Brunhild would return Mjolnir to him. The two Valkyries have decided to stay and assist Thor, Frigga announced softly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became obviously warmer. Compared with the unreliable Thor, the two Valkyries seniors were obviously more reassuring. I'm sorry, I also want to send you back to Earth, but, Thor said to his friends on Earth apologetically at the center of the Rainbow Bridge. Kai sat in a floating wheelchair and waved his hand. You have your responsibilities. Thor looked at Kai and said reluctantly, in fact, you should stay for a while. Your body has not recovered yet. Kai's condition is much better now. Except for his pale face and weakness, there is no problem. No need. Anyway, the most troublesome time is over, and the rest of the recuperation on Earth is the same. Kai has been out for a long time and really misses home. Moreover, he also has to go back to Earth to say goodbye to another group of people. Ancient One was ready to send those visitors from parallel time and space back at any time. So Kai had to hurry back. Okay, brother. Asgard will always welcome you. Thor was not a hypocritical person. Since Kai had made the decision, he did not say much, but just hugged Kai. Kai, you have to be careful about Odin's current condition. I will take good care of him. Thor thought Kai was telling him to take good care of his father. But Kai shook his head. Talking to this reckless man, you have to be direct. If you are a little more subtle, this guy will not understand. No, I'm not talking about Odin. I'm talking about Thanos. When Hela appeared in Surtur before, she called out the name of Ebony Maw. This made everyone understand that everything Asgard encountered was Thanos' trick behind the scenes. He has done so many things, and it is definitely not just to cause trouble for Asgard. According to Asgard and Thanos actually do not have any deep hatred, but Odin taught Thanos a lesson at the beginning. But he did not really do anything to Thanos. With Thanos' character, he would never specifically deal with Asgard for such a trivial matter. Although he is a bad guy, he is a bad guy with style. Why else? Isn't it just for the Infinity Stones? Let him come. Asgard will not forget the favor, let alone the hatred. Talking about Thanos, the anger in Thor's eyes is clearly visible. Whether it is releasing Hela or releasing Surtur and Asgard, it is all Thanos' work. It can be said that Thanos is responsible for all the disasters that Asgard has encountered. If Thor had not taken over the throne now, he would have wanted to go directly to Thanos for trouble. As for the information that Thanos collected about the Infinity Stones, it was naturally provided by the Guardians of the Galaxy. By the way, the Guardians of the Galaxy have left. They plan to meet Xander, and they are a little worried about the Power Stones placed there. Thanos dared to calculate even Asgard, so Xander would naturally not be let go. In short, be careful. Thanos wants the Infinity Stones, and Asgard is his biggest stumbling block. The Guardians of the Galaxy were right to worry. However, they underestimated Thanos' determination. Just as the Guardians of the Galaxy were rushing to Xander, Thanos' army had already arrived at Xander. Master, the Xander people's planetary orbital defense has been breached by us. General Corvus Glaive, one of the 5 Dark Lords, knelt down in front of the throne and reported softly. Too slow, my child. Thanos sat on the huge throne, one hand supporting his chin, eyes closed, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Among the 5 Dark Lords, only Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf were not adopted by Thanos, and the other 3 were orphans adopted by Thanos. They called themselves sons of Thanos. Sorry, my master. General Corvus Glaive immediately lowered his head. We didn't expect the resistance of the Nova Corps to be so fierce. As for the attack on Xander, in fact, Thanos began to plan after Ronan's failure. The Xander Empire is also a huge interstellar civilization. Although not as powerful as the Kree Empire, it is not a civilization that can be bullied at will. At least with Thanos' strength, If he wants to attack the Xander Empire, he will definitely be asking for trouble. Although Xander is not a military power, they are not civilized because of their strong military strength. On the contrary, this civilization is known for its openness and tolerance. They have many free trade stars and welcome any civilization to come here to exchange and do business. Their home planet Xander is a free starport. What Xander is really famous in the universe is their special forces, the Nova Corps. Initially, the Nova Corps was composed of the space militia and exploration agencies of Xander. Later, the Corps developed into a 500-man force from guards to centurions, including the leader of the centurions, the Nova Centurion Director. If an army has only 500 people, it is a joke in any country on Earth, let alone in the universe. But the Nova Corps is an exception. Because every member of the Nova Corps is extraordinary. Well, to put it simply, each of them is a superhero. The source of the Legion's power is Nova Energy, which is a nearly infinite field of power generated by a super-life computer world brain and distributed to each Nova of the Legion. Members of the Nova Corps call themselves Nova. If you have to describe them specifically, you can think of them as the monkey version of Captain Marvel. Each of them can fly through space in the flesh, can emit various rays, have infinite strength, and are invulnerable to swords and guns. It is also because of them that the basic military force of Xander is not strong. However, the Nova Corps also has its own problems. That is, there are too few people. The scope of the Xander Empire is too large. And the Xander Empire likes to meddle in other people's affairs, so the patrol range of the Nova Corps is very wide, which makes the Nova Corps even more stretched. Otherwise, Ronan would not have almost taken down Xander. It's ridiculous in the movie. Ronan almost destroyed Xander with a spaceship. How did Xander kill Ronan's father and grandfather before? The Nova Corps in the movie also became ordinary people. They actually flew a small plane to kill Ronan, so Thanos wanted to attack Xander, so he naturally had to consider the Nova Corps. Long before they attacked, they made a series of arrangements to lure the tiger away from the mountain, split the entire Nova Corps and lured them to other places. There were very few Nova Corps members left on Xander, and most of them were just recruits. Logically speaking, with so many preparations, they should be able to easily break through the defense of Xander. Their battle this time was about speed, and their time window was very short. At this time, it is estimated that the Nova Corps members who were lured away were rushing back. But unexpectedly, this attack was much slower than planned. Those Nova Corps members who stayed on Xander burst out with unimaginable courage and strength, and actually slowed down the pace of Thanos' army. Then make up for the wasted time, Thanos did not blame Corvus Glaive harshly, but picked up his double-edged sword Tyrant's blade and helmet from the throne. Master, Corvus Glaive panicked when he saw Thanos pick up the weapon and helmet. Please give us some time, we can get the Power Stone back soon. You don't have to do it yourself. For the sons of Thanos, it is absolutely the most humiliating thing for their master to fight in person. Don't care about these unimportant things, focus on the mission. I want to get the Power Stone. Half an hour later, Xander fell into silence, only the sound of crying was still floating in the air. The battle was over. In front of Thanos, more than a dozen members of the Nova Corps fell to the ground in a mess. Most of them had lost their vital signs. Only a young Nova was struggling to block Thanos. He had wounds all over his body, and his left arm was hanging by his side, obviously broken. Young man, you did a great job. Thanos swung the double-edged sword in his hand, which was stained with the blood of the rising stars, perhaps the blood of the boy in front of him. But the gap between us is too big. Get out of the way. I don't enjoy killing young lives. You have a better future. Thanos did not feel any excitement or joy about the killing he had just committed. As he said, he did not enjoy killing, and even hated it very much. You executioner. Haven't you killed enough people? The young man raised his head and looked at Thanos angrily. The anger in his eyes made Thanos feel the beauty of youth again. Thanos shook his head. It's over, you can live. So, don't make any more unnecessary sacrifices. Yes, half of the population of Xander had just been cleared by Thanos. On Thanos' left arm, there was a golden metal glove, and on the glove, a purple gem was emitting a purple glow. Chapter 1499, The Disaster of Xander. Facts have proved that Thanos is still awesome. When he joined the battlefield, the situation was like stepping on the accelerator, and immediately rushed forward. It didn't even take 10 minutes for Thanos to get what he wanted. The Power Stone. For ordinary people, touching the Infinity Stones is simply courting death. Especially the Power Stone, it is the most violent of all the Infinity Stones. It will destroy everything, including the user. At least the user is slightly weaker. The consequence is that the powerful power of the Power Stone will turn into ashes. When Ronan used the Power Stone, he was almost annihilated, but Thanos had the ability to use it. Although Xander was very brave and fought Thanos with all his strength, but Thanos has never been a madman who only shouted destruction. Although the whole universe thinks so, in fact, his mind is extremely meticulous. Long before all this, Thanos had planned it, and he even knew the location of the Power Stone clearly. The Xander people obviously underestimated him. When Thanos got the Power Stone, the game was over. Thanos directly used the Power Stone to start a massacre on Xander. Half of the population was sacrificed for the great ideals that Thanos talked about. Executioner. You lunatic. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Kill, kill, kill. The young man was obviously in a bad state. He had reached his limit both mentally and physically. In the end, his eyes were scattered, but he still shouted kill, 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 and Thanos looked at him with compassion. He was familiar with that look. He was like this when his hometown, Titan, was destroyed. He did everything in the hope of saving his home, but in the end, he did nothing. Titan, the whole universe is singing that the crazy Titan Thanos destroyed his hometown, but it's not true. Thanos has always wanted to save it, including proposing the indiscriminate massacre plan, all to save it. But his proposal was rejected by the Titan Council, that inefficient, stupid council that only shouted slogans and focused on the so-called moral superiority over real problems, and rejected Thanos' final solution. They regarded Thanos as a madman and a murderer, and madly criticized Thanos and expelled him. It seems that only by doing this can they highlight their superiority. But they didn't notice one thing, that is to solve the problem. They have no courage, no determination, and even less willingness to change the increasingly worse Titan. They quarreled and everyone acted as if they were working hard, but in fact, each of them was thinking for themselves, and they were unwilling to spend any price to solve the problem. Everyone was addicted to talking nonsense. Thanos knew why. Because that was the lowest cost. Anyway, talking nonsense was free. Whoever said it more beautifully and whoever said it more shockingly could get more attention and thus more power. Then what? After gaining power? What did they do with that power? The answer is nothing. Thanos has always been curious. Since you don't plan to do anything, why do you have so much power? Just for your own selfish interests? Thanos doesn't understand. In fact, other Titans don't quite understand Thanos either. Thanos doesn't like to enjoy, doesn't like pomp, and has no desire for things like wealth. He is also not interested in women. Oh, and the same goes for men. His biggest hobby is actually farming. Many people don't understand. If you have nothing to ask for, why do you come out and speak out loudly and get involved in politics? People travel thousands of miles to be officials for food and clothing. Thanos doesn't understand people's hearts. He is simply a saint. A saint appears among a group of politicians. What do you think will be the ending? Of course, he will be killed. It is better for saints to be hung on the wall rather than appearing around. They did so. Thanos just made a suggestion. Did he really kill anyone? At that time, there were not too many monsters on Titan. Thanos' remarks were at most a little sensational, but not particularly out of line. After all, the parliament and politicians have always advocated freedom of speech. But Thanos was kicked out of Titan and exiled directly. Even though Thanos was exiled, he still worked hard to save his home. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The long-term gap between the rich and the poor, racial conflicts, and rampant corruption have turned Titan society into a powder keg. Just when Thanos was trying his best to save Titan, the Civil War broke out. People began to divide into multiple camps based on class, population, skin color, and beliefs, and then went to war. Titan is similar to Asgard. Everyone has extraordinary abilities, but the strengths are different. So when they fight, it will really destroy the world. In addition, Titan's technology is extremely advanced, and there are many weapons of destruction. I don't know which camp is unwilling to fail, or simply crazy, and directly activated the weapons of destruction, dragging the entire planet to be buried together. So when Thanos rushed back, the entire Titan was destroyed. He became the last Titan. At that time, Thanos' eyes were exactly the same as the young man in front of him when he knelt on the ruins of Titan. After that, he left Titan. After that, The news that the Mad Titan destroyed his home spread throughout the universe. Thanos did not refute this rumor. At least in his opinion, this statement is not wrong. If he can be more decisive and not care about any system and law, perhaps only half of the people on Titan will die. Just as Thanos stared at the young man, General Corvus came over. Master, the Nova Corps has come back. Should we retreat? After seeing how powerful Thanos was after getting the Power Stone, General Corvus Glaive was a little bit arrogant. If he had heard about the Nova Corps before, his first thought would definitely be to run away. After all, they slaughtered other people's hometowns. Facing a group of crazy Nova Corps is not a good idea. Thanos nodded. Don't get entangled with them. We have more important things to do. General Corvus Glaive nodded. He never questioned Thanos' orders. Then this guy, General Corvus Glaive pointed at the unconscious young Nova. Let him be like this. Only after experiencing suffering can any life be truly sublimated. Thanos shook his head. Then he turned and left. General Corvus Glaive looked at the young man and felt a little strange. Although his master was very open-minded, he was definitely not a soft-hearted person. A soft-hearted person would not be able to do this job. But since the master said so, Corvus Glaive would not disobey the order. Thanos came quickly and left even faster. In their line of work, mobility is the key. If they don't have this ability, they would have been blocked and killed long ago. It can be said that the combat power of the Dark Order is not ranked in the entire universe, at least compared with the giants like the Kree, it is much worse. No matter how powerful Thanos is, what can he do? The battleships of the Kree Empire can drown him. But in terms of mobility and concealment, it is definitely unique in the universe. This is why Thanos is so famous but still alive. It is not shameful to run away when you can't beat him. On the contrary, it is very scary. For example, Ronan, who is in a high position in the Kree Empire, is still at a disadvantage in the face of Thanos, and can even be scolded by Thanos at will. Thanos is indeed unable to beat the Kree Empire, but he can destroy you, Ronan. So when the Nova Corps returned to Xandar, they saw only ruins and the people crying and wailing. Roman Day, the director of the Nova Centurion. That is, the highest commander of the Nova Corps. There are 4 ranks in the Nova Corps: Sergeant, Veteran, Decapitation and Centurion. The Centurion Superintendent is the leader of the Centurions. Roman Day has served for more than 300 years, and never thought that one day, the hometown he guarded would be breached. The damage caused by Ronan last time was already the biggest stain on the Nova Corps since its establishment. Fortunately, Ronan died on Xandar, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. For this reason, the Nova Corps has been causing trouble for the Kree Empire during this period. As a result, before the stain was washed away, Thanos slapped the glory of the Nova Corps into the septic tank. What the hell did I do? He is the supreme commander of the Nova Corps. He fell into the enemy's trap, which led to the empty defense of Xandar. All this is his responsibility. Director, a female member of the Nova Corps suddenly flew over. The team that stayed behind, there is still a survivor. At this moment, Roman Day seemed to have received some kind of redemption. He grabbed the female Nova and asked nervously, "Who is it? Is he still alive?" "It's the new recruit Irani Rel. He is still alive, but his condition is not very good. His mind and body are on the verge of collapse. We must save him. We must save him. We must," Roman Day shouted loudly. His condition was obviously abnormal. Malik Tozer, the young man who was spared by Thanos, is not actually from Xandar, but the atmosphere of Xandar is very open, and they do not exclude aliens from joining them. Malik Tozer came from another great empire in the universe, the Lynxi Empire. This is also an authoritarian civilization. No matter what happened on Xandar, the universe will still operate as usual, and those who survived must survive. So after a brief period of chaos, the order of Xandar was finally restored with the efforts of the Nova Corps. At the same time, all the members of the Nova Corps gathered on the ruins of the Nova Corps headquarters and began a meeting concerning the future of the entire civilization. The Queen has sacrificed herself. The most important thing for us now is to rebuild the government, a female centurion was speaking. All the centurions agreed with this. You may not believe it, but the Xandar civilization is actually an imperial country. They have their own supreme leader, the king. The Nova Corps has never been responsible to the Xandar parliament. They are directly loyal to the king. Princess Adora is coming back. According to the inheritance law, she should inherit the throne. There is nothing to discuss. The important thing is the reconstruction of the government. We can't let the queen succeed to the throne without any preparation. This is a blasphemy to the queen. The political system of the Xander civilization is a bit like Japan after the Meiji Restoration. Although it is a virtual monarch, the monarch still has great power. Then several centurions began to discuss heatedly. Only the centurion director Roman Dyer remained silent. At this time, another nova came to report. Director, fellow centurions, we just received a message from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Several centurions looked at him, but only Roman Day never looked up. They warned us that Thanos would attack Xander. Several centurions fell silent. Although they knew it was not a good idea to think this way, they still couldn't help but blame the Guardians of the Galaxy. Why didn't they say it earlier? Okay, this is Roman Day, who had been silent from the beginning, who spoke. Thank you to everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy for us. We, Xander and the Nova Corps, will always remember their help. Then Roman Day said to the others, it's all our fault that Xander suffered such a disaster. We shouldn't blame our friends. Several centurions lowered their heads in shame. Only the female centurion looked at the director with a complicated expression. Because Roman Day said so, it means that all the responsibilities must be borne by the Nova Corps. Who is the biggest person responsible? It goes without saying. Director. This is all because Thanos is too cunning. Okay, Arani Rail, stop talking nonsense. How can we blame the enemy for being too cunning for our mistakes? Do we have to hope that the enemy is stupid every time? We can't evade our responsibilities. At this point, the others also understood what Roman Day was going to do. Director, Xander is in ruins now. Enough. Roman Day knew what his subordinates wanted to say. I have made a decision, and the people and the royal family need an explanation. After a long silence, Roman Day continued, I will resign from the position of Centurion Director and start the Expedition of Atonement. Director. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly stopped him. Okay, my fault is not too much to be shot. Being able to carry out the Expedition of Atonement is already my abuse of power for personal gain. However, everyone knew that this was not abuse of power for personal gain. This was completely self-exile and a dead end. The so-called redemption expedition is that a Nova who has committed a serious mistake will be deprived of all abilities and honors, and then driven out of the territory of Xander civilization, completing an expedition without a glimmer of hope alone. A Nova who has lost the power of a Nova, seeking redemption alone, and hunting down those extremely vicious criminals is basically equivalent to suicide. No, maybe suicide is a little gentler. For reference, what will happen if a policeman is put in prison? The Nova Corps does the work of a space policeman, and there are countless criminals who have been offended. Especially in Roman Day's 300 years of service, I don't know how many enemies he has arrested and killed. It is not an exaggeration to say that his enemies are all over the galaxy. If this falls into the hands of the enemy, death may be the best outcome. If Roman Day just resigns and accepts trial, it will be nothing. First of all, Roman Day's achievements are there. It was just a failure. No matter how angry the people and the government are, they can't kill him. Moreover, even if they kill him, there is no death penalty on Xander. In order to protect Roman Day's safety and human rights, Xander will even prepare a safe and well-equipped prison for him. Maybe he can spend his old age in peace. Thanos. I will crush his throat with my own hands. To commemorate the victims of Xander, everyone knows that this is just trash talk. Just listen to it. Without the energy of the Nova, Roman Day can't do it. Even now, he can't do it. Chapter 1500 Teaching. The disaster in Xander will not reach Earth for a while. Earth has its own troubles. Those are the monsters running around, such as frost giants, screens, trolls, and a bunch of messy creatures. Due to Hela's evil deeds, many creatures from other 9 realms have come to Earth. Of course, in terms of absolute numbers, the number of these things is indeed not large, but no matter how small, it is still a huge threat to ordinary people. For example, some people have found traces of large humanoid activities in northern Canada, and there have even been many cases of missing people. In Siberia, Russia, some people have witnessed a group of giants with ice hanging all over their bodies chasing elk in the wilderness. The situation in Britain is not quiet either. Someone witnessed a winged lion in London. In North America, many people have witnessed a bug-like monster that appears in groups, and there are also videos of them preying on humans at night. There are countless similar sightings. Obviously, a group of residents from other worlds have settled on Earth. And most of these guys are concentrated in the Northern Hemisphere, which makes many Northern Hemisphere countries very nervous. In order to deal with these things, the government had to make some policies, such as offering a bounty to civilian armed forces. The bounty hunter business has a very long history in the United States. In the past, when some fugitives wandered in the desolate west of the United States, the local sheriff's department did not have so many people to hunt them down. Therefore, they would post bounty posters and pay high rewards for those who successfully arrested fugitives. For this reward, bounty hunters will hunt down these lawless criminals mercilessly, and they will do everything they can to catch fugitives, whether dead or alive. Today, although most modern bounty hunters are well-trained and licensed professional arresters, the stereotype of rogue bounty hunters still exists. This business that was freely available in the western United States in the past has turned into a real profession and has become an indispensable part of the American judicial system. Of course, there are still many restrictions on bounty hunters. But this has nothing to do with the government's policy this time. This bounty operation is open to all people. Anyone who brings the body of the monster to the local law enforcement agency or relevant government department can receive the corresponding bonus. And the bonus is not low. After all, there are too many things worth studying on those monsters, and many research institutions are willing to offer quite generous rewards. Accordingly, Canada has also introduced corresponding policies. For a time, many people with guns in North America ran to the mountains and forests to look for prey. Of course, there were also many casualties. After all, few of those monsters are easy to mess with. Fortunately, this is North America, a capitalist country that emphasizes freedom. The government has issued a bounty. It is your ability to get it. If you die because of it, the government will not care. After all, this is voluntary, and you are responsible for your own choice. At least in the eyes of the government, this measure is very cost-effective. First of all, the government can indeed dispatch armed forces, or even the army, to hunt these monsters. But the problem is that it costs money to dispatch the army. And it costs a lot of money. A cannon shot and a lot of gold is not a joke. In contrast, for civilian actions, the government does not need any additional costs except paying the bounty. This is much more cost-effective than those so-called high bounties. Secondly, even if any damage occurs, the government does not need to be responsible at all. Those are all personal actions. If you think it's dangerous, you can just not go. No one will be held responsible for it. So for the government, no matter how much the loss is, it's none of their business. No need for compensation, no need for aftermath, it's perfect. Finally, in the past, when the government needed to send armed forces to solve similar problems, they had to conceal the existence of those things from the public. SHIELD did this before. The government doesn't want the public to know too much about the truth of supernatural events. But now, those monsters are running around on the streets of New York. What's the point of hiding it? Instead of covering your ears and stealing the bell, it's better to announce it openly. Moreover, North America has an advantage, that is, everyone has guns, and when they are forced, even an old lady can use a spray gun to start fighting. Other countries are much worse. For a while, the North American continent was actually a bit full of vitality, and everything was competing. How did you get like this? When Kai returned to Earth, everyone was shocked. People were used to Kai's always strong attitude, and seeing Kai's current weak appearance made many people unable to accept it for a while. Kai sat in the floating wheelchair and waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, it will recover soon. Then he found that there were many fewer people in Stark Tower. Hey, where are Bruce and the others? Kai found that Spider-Man and Bruce were not there, and even Norman and the others were not there. Pepper and Natasha looked at each other and said a little embarrassedly, they went out hunting. Kai frowned. The ceremony was about to be held, and they were not there at this critical moment. Tony finally raised his HUD from the virtual screen at this time. The chaos in the Nine Realms has affected the Earth. Many messy creatures have run to our side. During this period, many civilians have been killed and injured because of this. I guess it's because we don't have enough manpower. Tony was catching up on the news on Earth during this period. Since the space device he, Strange and Richards made last time messed up, many more monsters and demons have appeared all over the world. According to Jarvis' analysis, this is directly related to their action. But when Tony saw the chaos in various parts of the world, he felt more and more that his idea was right. Advanced artificial intelligence and global support systems must be put on the agenda. The Earth is too big and there are too few superheroes. They can't take care of all parts of the world, but technology can do it. Raven walked to Kai's side and pushed his wheelchair. Your girls can't sit still anymore and have to help. I have no choice but to call Diana back and let her help watch and train them. By the way, pretty girls. Yes, that's the unfortunate nickname. Kai's 3 adopted daughters. No, 4 adopted daughters. Emma, Teresa, Little Bernard and Keith. Plus a cheerleader who likes Peter, Nightingale Liz. The 5 girls are also restless, and Raven has no choice but to call Diana back. Unlike Kai. Kai is very resistant to them getting involved in these things, and hopes that they will grow up like normal children, but Raven is relatively indulgent. She thinks that this world is so dangerous, and there is no harm in letting them learn to protect themselves. Kai happened to be away, so she just let them do what they wanted. Kai glared at Raven fiercely. But now that things have come to this, Kai couldn't say anything. And, just as Raven worried, the world is getting more and more dangerous. This time, Kai himself almost died. In the future, Thanos will definitely attack the Earth, and Kai is not sure whether he has the ability to protect them, so he can only acquiesce. What's the matter with Spider-Man? Pepper quickly explained, it's Bruce. Bruce thinks those kids are too immature and need a little education. So he decided to take them for some training. Bruce, Kai was a little worried. You know, the Batman in his memory, no matter which version, is a star of destiny. He may be fine, but it's hard to say for the people around him. However, Kai seems to have forgotten one thing, that is, no matter which version, Spider-Man is almost a star of destiny. In fact, as long as you are a superhero, your life will not be too good. There's such a joke, how many pairs of parents can the Justice League come up with? Marvel is almost the same. In fact, it is easy to understand. Without a tragic life, who would go down this path? A winner with a happy family would hardly abandon his family and run out to do such a dangerous thing. Tony, you should pay more attention to the little ones, Kai said to Tony without hesitation. I have a bunch of them here. Tony is now thinking about taking the Illuminati to complete the Ultron plan, so how can he have time to take care of the children? Then Kai's death glare came. Okay. I understand. Tony immediately remembered that he had contributed partly to the Earth crisis this time. If he hadn't messed around, the chaos would only hit New York and London, and there weren't too many monsters coming over. As a result, they messed around and caused spatial confusion all of a sudden, resulting in the strengthening of the connection between the other worlds of the 9 realms and the Earth, and it was much easier for various monsters to come over. Although Asgard has agreed to help solve the problem, it is still unknown when it will return to normal. In short, Tony and his team really committed a sin this time. Kai was obviously punishing him, and he was very respectful to him by not making it public. You'd better not make any more trouble. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, Kai warned. He found that Tony was actually a bit like Nick Fury. This tendency must be severely dealt with. Yes, Tony could only admit his mistake honestly. But deep down, he wanted to make up for his mistakes even more, so his determination for the Ultron plan became even stronger. I don't know what Kai would think if he knew this. Roar. A monster with 3 heads finally fell down with a wail. The 3 little spiders, Peter, Parker and Stacy, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. You should be more focused. At this time, a black shadow came to them. The 3 little spiders waited until the man spoke before their spider sense began to alarm. Also, don't let your guard down at any time. The 3 people turned around helplessly and looked at the black shadow behind them. Batman Bruce. If I were an enemy, you 3 would have been finished long ago. Bruce was very strict, as always. Several of his former Robins basically broke up with him, which had a lot to do with his education method. He was a typical patriarchal figure, a bit like the head of a traditional family. Of course, you have to admit that Bruce is a good master, provided that you must distinguish the concepts of father and master. Otherwise, it is difficult for you to get along with him. I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne, shut up and call me Batman. Once we put on the mask, our original name should not come out of our mouths. We put on the mask not to protect ourselves, but to protect the people we care about. So, be cautious, Spider-Man. Caution is always our best weapon. Never, ever, don't let anyone know your true identity. I don't want the tragedy that happened to me to happen to you again. That's not a good experience, Enough for you to regret for the rest of your life. Bruce's voice has been processed, but it is still as serious as a piece of ice. Let the little spider who is used to talking feel a little frozen. In fact, Batman and Spider-Man have nothing in common in terms of behavior except the principle of not killing. For example, Spider-Man, no matter which Spider-Man, is basically a chatterbox. As long as he puts on a mask, he will talk a lot. But Batman is very silent. As long as he puts on a mask, he will not talk if he can. Because the more he talks, the easier it is to expose himself. Don't think that you can't reveal information when you talk. In fact, people's speaking habits contain a lot of information. If it is a policeman, he will naturally not suspect that Bruce is Batman based on this. But the bad guys don't talk about evidence. Suspicion is enough. So don't have illusions about the enemy. Spider-Man is actually very curious about what happened to Bruce, but he is embarrassed to ask, and Bruce obviously doesn't intend to confide. This guy is very closed-minded. Even in another world, he doesn't intend to reveal too much about himself. I think the Batman of this world is doing well. Bruce really admires the Batman of this world. Damn, no one knows who is under that mask until now. In his own world, there are actually many people who know Bruce's identity. Let's not talk about the Justice League. Even those villains know his true identity. For example, the Joker. Bruce thought that he could have a chat with Batman here. After all, they are all isomorphs from different worlds. But what happened? This guy has not shown up until now. He is so cowardly. Of course, although he complained, Bruce actually appreciated such behavior. Bruce in this world must have an easy life. Because there is no Gotham in this world that needs him to carry the burden, and there is no Batman to disturb his life. The little spiders grinned. They also wanted to complain about their Batman. It was okay before they didn't know Bruce, but now that they know Bruce, they want to know who their Batman is. As a result, even Kai and Tony, the only two people who have had close contact with Batman, said that they have never seen his true face. Batman has not looked for Bruce, as if he didn't know he was coming. But no one believes this. That's Batman. Okay. I just received news that a group of bug monsters were found in the sewer. Let's continue. Bruce didn't intend to give them any time to rest. Huh? The three little spiders were a little surprised that Bruce was squeezing them so hard. Bruce snorted, I've read your physical report. Your recovery ability is very strong. You will almost recover on the way there. So, don't waste time. Remember, what you are doing is saving lives. Bruce is a model worker who works all year round. He plays the role of a playboy wholeheartedly during the day, and goes out to do justice at night, regardless of rain or shine. He never slacks off. Even the time for sleeping is compressed as much as possible. This is thanks to his normal human physique. Otherwise, he can work at full speed 24 hours a day all year round. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.